Good morning and welcome to Teesside Karting in Middlesbrough for round number 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. I'm David Sullivan. Joining me on commentary today will be Tom Butterworth. He'll be with us for Heat 1 onwards. We are running a little bit behind schedule at the moment. Senior Pro Kart qualifying has just got underway, so we'll have a 10-minute qualifying session and then we will be on with our first race of the day. Schedule for the day, we'll see our Bambino class starting off the action at around about 11 o'clock. Times obviously are approximate as the weather is a little bit inclement at the moment. Slight drizzle out on circuit for our Senior Pro Kart qualifying. Junior Pro Kart and then Cadets will follow that. Then we'll have a mix of Junior and Mini Rotax, Senior Rotax and our Senior Pro Kart class will round out the 6 classes here at the Teesside National Circuit for round number 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. We'll run heat number 2 straight afterwards before we take a short break for lunch, should the weather conditions permit that, and then we'll be heat 3 and the finals at around about 3 o'clock. So a full day of karting action for you here from the northeast of England. As we see our Senior Pro Kart qualifier, you can see on the screen the spots of rain. It's not quite as bad as the conditions on there make out. It's currently dry out there on the circuit. We have had some rain slightly. It played a big part in the Rotax qualifying session. Just as they went out, the rain came down quite heavily at the start and then eased up towards the end, so the circuit drying throughout that session. Cadets as well, they went out with the circuit drizzling, although pole sitter for the day in that class, Charlie Wyatt, still managed to put in a time in the 48 seconds, which is impressive for our cadet class and is very much on the dry pace. So 27 cadets on the grid today, drying out the circuit here on the Teesside National very quickly. So a couple of our drivers are out now for qualifying in our senior class. Drivers have completed some laps, so they'll be coming through. 48.1 at the moment is the time to beat for our pole sitter, or provisional pole sitter, which is the O-plate winner of Josh Falkus. You'll see him later towards the head of the field. You'll also see him in a few weeks' time back here at the Teesside circuit, running on the international layout for the British 24-hour race. I'm sure we'll be talking about that a lot more throughout the weekend. Tom Butterworth, who's in the commentary box with me, pulling double duty for that event on both the commentary booth and also in the driver's seat in the higher kart class for that. I think at the moment we have somewhere in the region of 88 teams signed up for the British 24-hour race, so a mixture of the Senior Pro Kart owner class, which are out on circuit at the moment, and the higher karts as the rain once again begins to fall here at Teesside. And it looks like those drivers that went out early and put in quick laps could be the ones to fully benefit. Provisional pole at the minute sits at 47.6, and it's Aaron Alexander making use for the first time today of the Haas chassis, switching over from his previous right chassis, moves over to the Haas with the help of Charlie Bingham and moves currently onto provisional pole. Laps coming round at the moment. Connor Lucas came round in 49.2. Let's have a quick look at some of our drivers coming over now. Steve Nichols is going to come over. He is in 11th at the moment. His last lap time was a 53.6, so the weather conditions really playing a part. The front two have come over the line. Connor Lucas and Josh Falkus and Aaron Alexander down once again in the 53, so the weather conditions really playing a part here in the qualifying session, and it looks like the first few minutes are where it's going to be won or lost. At the moment, unless things change massively and dry very quickly, it's going to be Aaron Alexander as Josh Falkus runs off the circuit at hairpin 1, getting used to these weather conditions. Both of the front two drivers at the front as Connor Lucas comes through with a very impressive 46.7, although at that sort of time that's faster than his dry time, so I imagine that he's managed to miss part of the circuit, and that time will be removed from the timing screens. He has indeed pitted, so it's very likely that he's going to have omitted the final couple of hairpins, cut round the barrier and headed into the pits knowing that he can't improve his time. Will probably start somewhere to, I think he was second at the time, but I would imagine the time at the top of the pile, the 46.7, to be removed at some point. The 18 there of Benjamin Haffenden moving up from the junior pro kart class into the senior pro karts, getting used to the additional weight limit of 20 kilos. We run 185 rather than 165 in our senior class, and the restrictors also removed from those engines, so getting to grips out there in the difficult conditions. Remember, our senior pro kart drivers do not run wet tyres, so it's slicks only for our senior pro karters. That's something else for Benjamin to get used to, running in the wet on the slick tyres. But at the moment it looks to be an Aaron Alexander on pole position. As mentioned previously, we'll be expecting to see that 46.7 of Connor Lucas struck from the timesheet. As we mentioned, that time is faster than a normal dry time, and it's very unlikely we're going to see an improvement on that, although all of our drivers, most of them staying out on circuit, with the exception there of Aaron Alexander, bringing that number 38 into the pit lane. And just getting used to the track surface in these wet conditions. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining. At the moment, great time though from Ross Jackman, getting his time in early, and at the moment we'll start in 5th place. Just give you a quick run through of the numbers down the side. Drivers that are shown with a blue numbered background on the live timing are our pro drivers. They're the ones that you would, under normal circumstances, expect to see at the front of the field. Then we've got 2 subclasses. We've got clubmen, which run with a red background, and then we have a 40s class, and they're the ones running with a green background at the moment. There, as you can see on the screen, Connor Lucas's time has been amended accordingly, and that does move Aaron Alexander up to the top of the pile. The rain continuing to fall here at Teesside. Circuit though doesn't look to be too wet, although obviously will be rather greasy, as we see 4 or 5 drivers making their way round the hairpin section. Looks like we've got Josh Folkus in the O plate, followed by Steve Nichols there running in the 58. The 79 is Kieran Savage, also another fairly new driver, getting used to the weather conditions. So 2 minutes remaining. We are live on the Alpha Live page on YouTube, also on the Teesside Karting Facebook page. You can get in touch with us via both platforms, especially on YouTube, as we'll be monitoring the live comments throughout the day. And one of our drivers here at the circuit, Josh Cook, providing us with a driver's eye view of the weather conditions out there on circuit. A couple of other people getting in touch with us as well. Red's Ghost has got in touch saying his mate's racing, but he hasn't told us who his mate is, so please feel free to let us know, and we shall wish him all the best throughout the day. 1.5 minutes remaining, although a number of our drivers now are back in the pit lane. And with the weather coming down as it is, it would be safe to say that it's going to be a senior pro kart maiden pole position for the number 38 of Aaron Alexander. He will line up on the front row alongside the 2019 champion Connor Lucas. Row 2 will look to be the O plate of Josh Folkus and Rob Lowe. As you see the rain coming down, especially our camera on the outside of the national loop, which will catch most of the starts for us today. The barrier you can see there on the live stream will be removed for our Rotax classes, as they will make a rolling start straight through. Will also be removed for our Cadet class, as they don't take the chicane on the opening tour of the Teesside National Circuit here in Middlesbrough. As the qualifying session starts to wind itself down, number of drivers coming into the pits. 31 of Scott Tate peels away. He'll start on row number 4 in 8th place alongside Harry Burrell, and great qualifying session for Harry, our highest placed clubman driver. Will start in 7th place, getting his time in early. So not wishing to tempt fate, but it's fair to say we're not going to see any improvements. It's going to be a front row of Aaron Alexander and Connor Lucas, Josh Folkus and Rob Lowe on row number 2. Ross Jackman and James Dennis will share row number 3 with Harry Burrell and Scott Tate behind. Mark Tate and David Brown will round out the top 10 on row 5. Steve Nicol, Adam Wood, row 6. Benjamin Haffenden marks his debut in senior pro kart, and he will start in 13th alongside another new driver to us here at Teesside, David Morton. Alban Dowell, Connor Lucas, Daniel Tate, Thomas Lowther Andrew Worley and Simon Doughty are your 20. We do look to be missing another driver, Brandon Truman Reddish. I've seen him in the paddock, but he's not out, so I do expect to see him out on the circuit to make 21 senior pro kart drivers. The checkered flag is out. We await the opening race of the day, which will be our Bambino class in the Comma C50. Those drivers run an all-weather groove tyre. And we have a interview with our pole sitter for Bambino. It is the O-plate winner of Edward Haynes.
So I'm here with pole sitter Edward Haynes, pole sitter from the Bambino class.
And also, I want to thank Leon, and this was my second track where I went to.
Good stuff. Are you looking forward to the race?
Yeah.
Good lad. Thanks very much.
So Edward Haynes there, our pole sitter, as well as also racing here at Teesside, currently leads the Super 1 Championship in the Bambino class. And they'll also be, after the opening round at Clay Pigeon, they'll be heading to Wilton Mill in a few weeks' time for the second round of that championship. And from everybody here at Teesside Karting, we wish Edward all the very best. He will start today then on the front row in pole position. Alongside him will be the number 66 of Edward Rye. Row number 2, the 53 of Bobby Pete, lines up alongside Blair Smith in 4th place. So they will come down the back straight. They'll be lined up 2 by 2 on the start line. It will be Edward Haynes in the distinctively liveried dark green and orange kart on pole position. The O-plate aboard his kart from the win here at the December O-plate meeting. You'll see a number of drivers here at Teesside running O-plates. That means that they won the special one-off meeting here at December that we run every year, and you get the honour of wearing the O-plate throughout the year. So a number of our drivers, we saw Josh Folkus in Senior Pro Kart running the O-plate. You'll see Jack Morris in Junior Pro Kart as well, running the O-plate as well. So we see Edward Haynes on pole position, lining up alongside him, Edward Rye. Row number 2 is Bobby Pete in the number 53. Some confusion on circuit as to who belongs in P4. Looks like we're holding a hand up for number 4. Still a number of drivers making their way round and into position. So there's confirmation. It's Edward Haynes and Edward Rye on the front row. Bobby Pete and last time's winner Colby Patterson on row 2. Blair Smith and Ryan White on row 3. Row 4, Beau Mulvaney and Lewis Smith, who performed remarkably in round 2, running towards the front of the field, led a few laps in the final as well. Ollie Carter and Riley Buckton-Young are on row 5. Austin Oman and Joey Allen, our 12 Bambino drivers. We are just awaiting one more to come through onto the grid. It looks like it is Austin Oman making a slow exit from the dummy grid. So once he is in position, we will have all of our drivers. Bambinos do take the first chicane. So in these weather conditions, just bear in mind it could be slippy. Remember, Bambino drivers, our youngest on the grid today, starting at 5 years old. You can run through till your 8th birthday before moving up into cadets. The grid cleared of parents, and it looks like we are ready to go racing for the first time. Although a few drivers have moved, we're going to roll a few of them back into position. And we've had a green flag, although the number 4 of Ryan White was still being positioned at the time by the start line marshal. Let's see if we can have confirmation as to whether we're going to let that one run or we're going to have another go at it. But as we go, we are going racing, and out at the front, Bobby Pete in the 53 has made a fantastic start from the second row, and our 2 leaders going right round the outside of hairpin number 1. And out in front it is Edward Haynes and Bobby Pete running through from the front row right onto the back down the back straight, and he's got a great run. Moves to the inside, and on the opening lap, we go too wide for the lead. And from the second row, the number 53 of Bobby Pete's going to try and dive down the inside into South Bank. Door closed, though, by Edward Haynes in the O-plate. So these two, and now Haynes seems to have opened up a little bit of a gap into hairpin number 3. Closed up very quickly, though, by Bobby Pete. Drivers getting used to these conditions as they qualified in the dry. Now getting used to some slippy conditions. Spray coming off the rear wheels of these grooved LeConte all-weather tyres. And I'll come over for the first line. There you see confirmation of a great opening lap by Bobby Pete of 110.7. Half a second faster than anybody else on the opening lap. Bambino's now here at Teesside racing for this season rather than the time trialling of last year. And Edward Haynes runs very wide out of hairpin 1. Is that going to cost him the lead down the back straight? It is at the moment. Moving to the head of the pack, Bobby Pete in the 53, your new leader in the Bambino class. You'll notice at the top we are still running to a time limit in Bambino though, rather than laps, so we still run down. So the time limit will run down towards 0, and then drivers will be notified via a last lap board. So at the moment it's Bobby Pete out in front from Edward Haynes, Blair Smith in second with Colby Patterson third. Beau Mulvaney moving through from row number 5 into 5th place with Ryan White. Lewis Smith, Ollie Carter, Edward Rye from the front row has dropped all the way down to 9th. Tough opening couple of laps for the driver of the 66. Then Riley Buckton-Young, Austin Oman and Joey Allen, all of our Bambino drivers coping remarkably, I must say, with these changeable and slippy weather conditions. The rain thankfully has stopped, as we have looks to be like we've got our first retirement of the day, the 18 of Beau Mulvaney. There you see the kart in the background, stationary on the inside of hairpin number 1. Looks like that number 18 has succumbed, and Austin Oman starts the day in very difficult circumstances as that kart is moved out of the way. So down to 11 runners out at the front of the pack though. The top 2 continue to change position. It's Edward Haynes back at the head of the field, is it? It is. He's closed the door on Bobby Pete. And the top 2 in this class continue to battle it out as they come over the finish line. We are almost half race distance, and then it gives me pleasure to welcome alongside me in the commentary box one of the nicest guys in motorsport, Tom Butterworth. Tom, welcome back to Teesside.
Thank you very much, David. It's a pleasure to be here. How's things?
I'm very good, thank you. You're going to be living here for the next 3 weeks almost. As I mentioned earlier on, we are back for the British 24-hour race over the weekend of the 7th to the 9th of August, and you'll be pulling double duty not only in the commentary box but also acting as a steering wheel attendant as well.
That's it.
So you must
behind
be,
the wheel
you must
as well.
Be very excited for that weekend.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It looks like I couldn't have walked into a better race already to come into the commentary box and start today. The Bambino's given us some great action, especially at the front of the field between Edward Haynes and Bobby Pete. Edward with that bright orange nose cone that you can see there, very Aston Martin style. I was just talking to him in the pits pre-race, and that's exactly what the family have gone for, that Aston Martin style front grille. But it looks like Bobby Pete just setting the quickest lap of the race there, and it looks like he's coming straight back onto the tail of Edward.
Yeah, great lap there by Bobby Pete as the sun welcomes us for the first time here on the live stream. We've had pretty much every weather condition except snow this morning. Not that I'm wanting to invite that into the mix, but we've had sun, we've had rain as Edward Haynes goes wide, clips the tyres and is on the grass. Looks like he's going to have to get that kart moving. The marshal's gone to help him, but the lead battle has become a one-horse race at the moment. Bobby Pete off out into the lead. A mistake by Edward Haynes on the outside of hairpin number 1. Saw him grab a little bit too much curb, clipped the tyre wall as well, and that spun him round. I think without the tyres he might have rode that one back out to the circuit and into second place.
It does look like he has dropped down to 3rd overall on the road. We'll check fully as they come across the line, but yes, Looks like he still maintained third place, so a podium finish in the first heat should still be on the cards at the very least.
And that will obviously help him. Drivers will start heat number 2 from their finishing positions of heat number 1. So they go over the line. That's the number 5. That is Blair Smith. Blair will then move up into second place. Blair, another driver. We've got a lot of drivers actually making first appearances. A stacked grid here at Teesside. 12 drivers on the Bambino grid. Junior Pro Car up next there. Also well into double figures. 16, I think, on the grid for that class. So a minute and 50 remaining in our Bambinos. So at least 2 or 3 laps for these drivers. The gap out at the front though, 7 or 8 seconds now for our leader, as Edward Haynes now has a little bit of work to do to try and close that gap down to Blair Smith. He is already starting to move on to the back of the number 5, and I think we're going to have a great last lap battle for second place.
Looks like we might be shaping up for a change of position here as well. For fourth place on the road with Colin Patterson and Ryan White. White having a look down the back straight going into South Bank corner. Not quite close enough, but we will see. We're coming in, we've got just over a minute to go on this, so I'm presuming that this will be the penultimate lap.
Yeah, I'd expect the leader to see the last lap board the next time round, and it's Edward Haynes there in pursuit, sets a fastest lap of the race, a 1:06.118. That's 2 seconds faster than the lap that Blair Smith in second put in, and they are nose to tail going through the chicanes as we focus.
Whoa!
Smith spun.
Smith spun out, I believe, completely on the own there. Just spun it round, going into hairpin 1, and got back going again and maintained third place, but that re-promotes Edward back up to second place, and we're still watching the battle here for fourth overall on the road. This is between Colbert Patterson and Ryan White. White looking up the inside again, but not quite close enough. So we're expecting the last lap board to come out this time round. So this will be the penultimate lap. The next lap will be the last lap, we think. Yeah, although Bobby Pete has actually just he's gone across the line and not been shown the last lap board.
But it certainly is. It's last lap up on the screen. Bobby Pete out in front. Edward Haynes comes through in second place. He put the pressure on Blair Smith. Blair made the mistake, returns though in third place. The battle for fourth though between last time's winner, winning all 3 heats and the final of the number 24 of Colby Patterson, and Ryan White. Ryan making the journey to us from Peter Coulter in Aberdeen. 7 years old to race here in our Bambino class. Looks like we've got a driver off on the outside of hairpin 4. By the time that driver gets back in, I think our leader will have come through and taken the checkered flag. The leader's coming round hairpin number 3 as we speak. They'll be entering hairpin number 4 very shortly. Then the checkered flag does indeed await Bobby Peters. That's no. Ryan White.
What's happened to Ryan White? Oh, the engine's... Looks like the engine's gone Marshall fires him back up, and away he goes again.
Bobby Pete comes through, takes the victory, but disappointment there for Ryan White, robbed of a potential battle at the very least for fourth place. Haynes will come through to take second, and these Bambino karts sometimes, especially in the wet weather with the revs being a little bit low, if you spin, they do cut out the Comet C50 engine.
Blair Smith taking third place overall.
Don't think I'm going to be too critical on the machinery, but not the most reliable of engines out there on the grid. Certainly in the wet weather conditions, sometimes you can get a little bit of water in the top of where the throttle cable goes in. The coil gets a little bit wet, and luckily Ryan White got that kart started, and that is often the problem with this Comet C50 engine. As great as it is for getting the Bambinos into racing at the required speed, it is a very temperamental unit, and certainly comes under scrutiny a lot when the weather conditions. But the opening race of the day is in the can. Bobby Pete, your winner, and we follow that very, very shortly with Junior Pro Kart. Junior Pro Kart heat number 1 on the way. in a few moments as our Bambinos make their way off the circuit. The recovery vehicle makes its first appearance of the day, and that's off down to the far end as the 18 of Austin Oman is pushed off the circuit. So grid for the opening junior pro kart race sees Jack Morris on pole position with Kieran Lambert alongside. Joe Burrell, Gracie Mitchell on row number 2. Gracie debuting here in junior pro kart, having made the move up from the cadet class. Bella Franklin and Maximus Shields on row number 3. Alexander Mallard and Asher Blythe, two Mansfield-based drivers, share row number 4. Thomas Braid and Brandon Jennings round out the top 10 with Jake Richardson and Sebastian Pereira in 11 and 12. 13 goes to Kieran Savage, Lennon French alongside him. Caitlin Frame and Jacob O'Connor round out the 16 drivers. Pole sitter was Jack Morris, and we were lucky enough earlier to catch up with Jack after his pole lap.
Okay, Jack, stellar lap in qualifying. Tricky conditions as well with the rain coming down towards the end, but you set your lap early on. Happy with how everything went?
Yeah, I couldn't have expected much more, to be fair. It went as well. We were expecting a little bit of rain during qualifying, but we managed to get the lap in early and whack it on pole.
Good stuff. You're looking forward to a good day today? Are you back tomorrow as well?
Yeah, we're looking for a clean sweep today. It'll be more difficult than round 2 with the bigger grid, and we'll be back tomorrow hoping for the same.
Great stuff. Thanks very much.
So a confident Jack Morris there, looking to clean sweep the day and the weekend. Only been beaten once this season in the junior pro kart class. That came in heat number 2 of the opening round, and that one went the way of the number 8 of Bella Franklin. Thank you very much, as always, for joining us here on the Alpha Live YouTube page, and also via the Teesside Karting Facebook page for the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series. You can, as always, get in touch with us via the live comments box on YouTube. That we've got the screen in front of us. Just going to see. I think we.
It's been a bit quiet for a little while, actually, David.
Yeah,
so let's get those comments coming in, and we'll give you some shout-outs. Read out to show us who you're supporting. Maybe the Boogie Bunch is in.
Oh, I'm sure
he's online.
I'm
today.
sure we'll have viewers all around the world. Isle of Man normally give us a guaranteed some viewers, and I know we've got drivers from all over, spectators from all over the world. We've got some from Australia, I'm reliably told, watching out for one of our cadet drivers.
It's the middle of the night over there.
Yeah, but why would you want to go to sleep, Tom, when we've got
exactly
when we've got 5 hours?
This is far more exciting.
Racing action here from the Teesside National Circuit. That is the camera on the outside of what appears to be a very wet south bank.
So lots of spray being thrown up already, but it has stopped raining, and I can see blue skies, David.
Yeah,
so
the wet tyres that are bolted to these junior pro karts are going to do a great service, and then when the 27 cadets make their way out, I think we'll be seeing some dry conditions if the weather plays ball. That's your pole sitter rolling in to position. Alongside him, the 14 of Kieran Lambert. Row number 2 sees the 23 of Burrell line up against Gracie Mitchell in the number 11. As we mentioned a few moments ago, makes the move up from the cadet class, having pretty much dominated that class in the second half of last season, although hampered by a difficult start, but she did score more points than anybody else in the from round 5 onwards. So a lot of pedigree there in the number 11, and she starts her opening junior pro kart race here at Teesside on the second row. Looks like we've got the 42 of Jacob O'Connor rolling into position. That is everybody where they need to be. Start line marshal has the green flag in hand. It's down, and we are underway and racing in junior pro kart. Great start from the second row by Gracie Mitchell in the 11. Also Alexander's Mallard coming through from row number 4 all the way up into 4th place, so he gains 3 places from 7 in the red kart going through the chicanes there. Bella Franklin in the 08 makes a good start as Mallard runs wide into hairpin number 1, allows Burrell in the 23 to come down the inside.
Bella actually dropped back a couple of places at the start, but then immediately made them back up. Got a big push coming into the chicane and immediately made those places back up around the first corner.
Leading duo go side by side round South Bank. Morris favouring the wetter line round the outside to try and get some more drive and also have track position down the inside of hairpin number 4. Lambert in the 14 is going to try and cut to the inside, and they're going to go side by side through the sweeping bends as they head up towards the bus stop chicane for the first time in under racing conditions. There we see Mallard with a superb opening lap in these wet weather conditions. Great drive from that number 99, and he's right up onto the back of this leading duo who, rather than having formation driving and moving out at the head of the field, look now to have backed themselves into the pack a little bit.
Fantastic action between Jack and Kieran here. As you can see, Kieran able to get that weight jacked right over to the front corner of the car and pour that rear wheel up into the air, really giving some good grip and turn in. Great action as well, exactly through these corners on the last lap. You couldn't even get a cigarette paper between them. They were wheel to wheel banging wheels, but lovely and clean and fair, and that's exactly the kind of racing that we like to see.
Yeah, Lambert again there trying to get the cutback out of hairpin number 4, which having these two sets of hairpins in the middle of the circuit is a feature here at Teesside, and is often allows us to see finishes where drivers go over the line side by side. And Jack Morris so far this season has pretty much had this class bar 1 race all to himself. He's often been 4 or 5 seconds out at the front, but on this occasion Kieran Lambert keeping him honest at the front of the pack. Jack with a lot of work to do in the remaining 8 of 10 laps here in the opening race of Junior Pro Kart.
You saw again through hairpin 2, Kieran Lambert really able to get that weight over the front end and get that rear wheel up in the air.
Yeah, Kieran seems to be driving that car a little bit more than, let's say, Jack is. Jack throwing that car around a little bit more, as we see Asher Blythe forcefully make the move down the inside of Gracie Mitchell and up into 5th place. So Gracie down to 6th, followed by Bella Franklin, Thomas Braid, Brandon Jennings and Jake Richardson in the 113, moving up through the field. I think he qualified down in 13th or 14th, so he's moving through the pack a little bit.
Looks like Bella's shaping up to make a move here on Gracie. Maybe not this time. Oh, has had a little bit of touch there from Gracie on.
Gracie makes a late move down the inside of Asher Blythe. Both of them live to fight another corner, and that's as Blythe goes wide into South Bank to cut back down to the inside.
I thought we were going to end up 3 wide coming into this corner then, but they just seem to concertina out a little bit coming through South Bank. We've got Thomas Braid right on the back of this as well. He's nibbling at Bella's heels, so this battle really could go any way. This is the 5th overall. Yeah, Braid in the number 12 had a stellar weekend here at round number 2, finishing, I think, in 4th place, just missing out on a maiden trophy for the driver of number 12. Made some great starts in the dry in Thomas Braid, and I'm sure he'll be hoping to get at least 1 dry heat out later on so he can showcase his dry racing skills. Currently running in 8th, all over the back of Bella Franklin's. Bella goes wide at hairpin number 2. Gets good drive though out of the corner, but there is a gap opening up between her and Gracie Mitchell as Mitchell moves away in 6th place. The leading trio though, and it is a trio now with Alex Mallard joining the party. There's the cutback move for Lambert, who tries to get down the inside of Morris. Got good drive down, he's right on the bumper again of Morris. Morris running the O plate, although it has actually got 24 on the timing screens, but on the car it is actually the 0 O plate as we call it. On the back is Kieran Lambert, just a 10th behind on the live timing, but as you can see it looks a lot less than that. Yeah, I think he's going to shape up for a move here.
I think we'll
there
see.
There he goes, good drive up the inside. Tucks back in to get the toe, and we'll have a look. I think he'll have a look into the hairpin at the very least.
Yeah, the wet weather giving a lot of drive out of the on the wet line round the outside of the corner. I think we'll see Kieran Lambert be a little bit more forceful as we go through the race. I think they're going to come up now onto the back of Leon French in the number 2. Leon making his debut here, and he's just had an off on the outside of hairpin number 4, which is why we find Leon there, and he's bulked the leader. And I think that one could actually play into the hands of Mallard. I think he's going to try and slide it down the inside of Lambert. I thought Lambert was the one who got balked a little bit more there, but the 3 leaders still as they were. As we see Lambert there once again jacking that car up, getting the inside wheel off the ground.
Yeah, fantastic driving by Lambert. Really unfortunate for Jack Morris there. Well, both Morris and Lambert.
I think he's come out of it better than what he was.
I thought, as I say, I thought it was going to be kittens there, but actually it turned out quite nicely for all 3 of them.
Potentially expecting some contact between Morris and French. Eased off a little bit to try and take advantage. And Morris, in the end, managed to ride that one out. All 3 of them will come over the line. There's going to be, I think, less than half a second between them. It's there or thereabouts. Mallard coming over just under 6/10 in 3rd position.
Got 3 laps to go now, and just going to come through the sweeps here, through the chicane. Lambert really pushing on now. Really trying to shape up for a move. If Morris makes even the slightest mistake, Lambert's going to be straight up there.
Yeah, so Morris out in front.
Oh, we've just had Lennon French has just gone off again at hairpin 1.
It's tough at hairpin 1. The ground on the outside of that, on the grass, does taper away ever so slightly. It's difficult for karts to get back out on the circuit if they are stuck. The marshal doing his job today, early morning, and that is Lennon French back out to circuit. He's setting some good dry times, was French in practice yesterday.
We've got Kieran Lambert has just banged in the fastest lap of the race at 53.9. Still right on the tail of Morris. All 3 of them set their quickest laps there. So Morris, Lambert, Mallard as they were. Lambert is so aggressive with that driving style, that turn-in into hairpin 2. We'll see if he does the same thing through hairpin 4 as well and gets that rear wheel up in the air.
It's a late move.
He did have a shape up there. They seem to have dropped Mallard by a 10th or 2 this lap as well.
Could be a sensible move actually for Mallard just to sit at the back there. He's going to guarantee a 2nd row start, and it was a great start from him in this heat. Going to guarantee a 2nd row start in 3rd, and would potentially pick up the scraps if the lead battle comes through. The last lap board welcomes them as they come over the start-finish line, so 50 seconds or so for Kieran Lambert to make a move. Just to give you an idea, these karts in dry normally run about 4 seconds a lap quicker, so even though it might look quick in the wet, expect a little bit more when it dries out. Different line round there. I think Morris will take a wider line into hairpin 2 to try and get the drive down the back straight and keep Kieran Lambert behind him. Will Lambert make that late move again to the inside, and he's not close enough round South Bank? He's going to have to try something if he wants to take the win, or will he settle for 2nd place? What do you think, Tom, with a corner and a half to go?
I think he's going to send it up the inside here if he gets half a chance, or he's just not close enough. But he did have a good think about it. It looks like Jack Morris is going to take it across the line for the checker flag. Situation resumes. Jack Morris taking the win.
That's an 8 out of 9 victories here in the Junior Pro Kart.
We should say congratulations
Jack Morris, but
to Kieran Lambert as well. Pushed him all the way there.
For Kieran Lambert, and Jack Morris, in his quest to clean sweep the weekend, is going to have a lot of work to do. Kieran Lambert on form today, so the finishing order for heat number 1 of Junior Pro Kart: Jack Morris and Kieran Lambert, Alexander Mallard and Asher Blythe managing to move up to 4th. Joe Burrell in 5th, Gracie Mitchell, Bella Franklin, Thomas Braid, Brandon Jennings and Maximus Shields rounding out the top 10. Caitlin Frame comes through from the final row of the grid for a superb 11th. Jake Richardson, Jacob O'Connor, Sebastian Pereira, Kieran Savage and Leon French, your 16 drivers Junior Pro Kart. Cadets are up next for the largest grid of the day. We're nearing 30 drivers in our cadet class. We've got 27 on the grid today. Remember, we are here tomorrow as well
Got some a couple of shout outs come through on the social media feed. So we have Mason Barker saying come on Kieran, and we have Reds Ghost, Reds with a Z, Ghost saying come on Alex. For those previous
Mason Barker, a driver that so as we see our junior pro karts going over the weighbridge, ensuring they hit the 165 kilogram weight limit. In a few moments we'll be back on track with the first of our cadet heats. So final drivers leaving the circuit, and I just want to circle back and just mention the Mason Barker getting in touch. Mason, the driver who's recently retired from karting, having a stellar cadet and junior pro kart career. Wish Mason all the very best in whatever he does. Cadet grid up on the screen. Do you want to take us through the grid, Tom, for Cadet Heat 1?
Yeah, of course. We've got Charlie Wyatt on pole, followed by Catherine Potter, Jared Fox-Wheatley in third, Lizzie Mentier in fourth. Thomas Potter in the 38 is fifth. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is sixth. David Mack seventh. Eighth is Hudson Barker-Dix. Ninth, Ethan Gerling. 10th, Leon Barlow. 11th is Tom Holden. 12th, Sophie Pawsey. 13th, Joss Cook. 14th, Findlay Stubbings. 15th is Alex Fraser. 16th is Addison Smith. 17th is Sam Robson, and 18th, 19th is Oliver Watson, 20th is Ethan Charles, 21st is Harris Ali, 22nd is William Robinson, 23rd Lewis Goff, and 24th Cody Lamb. 25th we find William George Howard, 26th Holly Allen, and bringing up the rear is Alex Lynn in 27th place, the 66th car. Healthy grid today. Very healthy grid, and it's Charlie Wyatt on pole position, and Tom, you caught up with Charlie after his pole lap. Okay, fantastic lap time, Charlie. Tricky conditions right at the start with it being wet and then drying out. How did you find things? Okay, are you looking forward to the race? Are you here for both days? Okay, excellent. Thanks very much. Good luck out there. So Charlie Wyatt on pole position in what I believe to be his final weekend as a cadet driver, moving up to a career in 2 strokes, I believe, awaits our pole sitter Charlie Wyatt. Alongside him, championship leader Catherine Potter. Then row number 2 is Jared Fox-Whiteley in the 22, and Lizzie Mentier, and those 2 drivers had an epic battle at round number 2, and they came through the chicane side by side, neither driver wanting to give an inch, and that one saw Fox-Whiteley go up and over the curb and gain a little bit of air. Out hairpin number 4, as we see Leon Barlow in the 42 just being repositioned. I've just been having a watch at the final tips coming from the dads and the mechanics and the driver coaches, giving some final tips, shouting over the Armco barrier to the cadets on the grid here. Pretty funny, just a lot of hand signals because you can't of course hear anything once you've got the helmet on. You can shout all you want, but there's no chance you're going to hear. You've got an engine to the left of you as well, which is barrier side, so there's no chance that they're going to be able to hear. Our cadet grid gridding up, we are about mid-pack as we saw Leon Barlow qualifying inside the top 10, and I think it's Leon's grandma and granddad watching from the other side of the world in Australia. So we've got Andy Barlow who's commented. It says, let's go Leon number 42. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us and staying up late. We hopefully you'll get enough sleep in order to get back with us for racing tomorrow, which will once again be on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and via the Teesside Karting Facebook page. So 2 days of racing over 2 separate meetings here at Teesside Karting, 3 heats and a final for all of our drivers. The final few getting into position. Looks like Cody Lamb's going to roll the 93 forwards. The very distinctive livery of the 95 of Holly Allen in the background.
blue with the pink helmet, and the 66 of Alex Lidd. Looks like we're going to be away and racing in a few moments for the opening race of our cadet calendar here at Teesside Karting for round number 3. Green flag drops and we are away and racing. Great start from the front row by Catherine Potter, and she's going to go right round the outside and into the lead. Pole sitter Charlie Wyatt's dropped all the way back. He's down in 7th place as the championship leader moves through from the front row. Wyatt takes 2 though down the inside of hairpin number 3. Contacts up with the side pod of, looks like the number 38. I think that's Thomas Potter, one of our youngest drivers on the grid.
Terrible start from Wyatt, however, he did make that straight back up into hairpin 1, slinging it up the inside of 2 people.
Yeah, Hudson Barker-Dix picks up a contact warning on the opening lap. Looks like we also had Harris Ali in the 72 spinning on the outside of hairpin 1. Now he's got some work to do. Wyatt down the inside of 3 drivers.
Three drivers in 2 corners there for Wyatt.
What a move. He's going to hold it out as well, right round the outside. He's got track position on Lizzie Mentier. Jared Fox-Whiteley's going to push him through as well. Charlie Wyatt recovers from a disastrous start to have one of the best opening laps I think I've seen any driver here at Teesside complete. The 55 gets a contact warning. That's Alex Fraser for his opening lap exploits as Potter throws that kart in and jacks the wheel of the number 20. Now
Potter won't be surprised to have Charlie Wyatt up alongside him or even behind him. Oh, as they go banging wheels to wheel there.
Catherine Potter defends aggressively to the inside, but there's nothing she can do as Charlie Wyatt dives back to the inside. And Catherine Potter, unbeaten so far this season, having taken 8 wins from 8 races, now has some work to do to maintain that record as Charlie Wyatt, he'll come through and over the line in the space of 2 laps. He's been from 1st down to 5th. I think he was down to 7th actually off the line.
Out of turn 1, yeah, and
back
then immediately
now
up to 5th.
To the head of the field. So it's Wyatt, Potter, Mentier, Fox-Whiteley, Thomas Potter, Stansmore Wilsons. That's the 77. That's Sophie Pawsey off on the outside. Is that hairpin 3? I think it is. She's getting a helping hand. I was going to say back on track, but it looks like that one is being helped off down the escape road. And the 77 of Sophie Pawsey starts the day in the number 77 with a DNF, and she'll start heat number 2 from the back of the grid.
We're looking at Lizzie Mentier, about to have a look at the inside of Catherine Potter here.
Lizzie Mentier has had...
Meanwhile, just behind them as well, we've got Jared Fox-Whiteley going around the outside.
Last year's Bambino champion in that 38, driving that kart like a Bambino, just throwing it round the corner.
Yeah, there's still not much grip out there, it seems, although the sun is out and the track is drying quickly. But yeah, Thomas Potter going backwards at the moment, unfortunately. He's now 2.5 seconds off the lead. Charlie Wyatt, so we've got Charlie Wyatt, Catherine Potter, Lizzie Mentier, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Thomas Potter, Ethan Gerling, Hudson Barker-Dix.
Stansmore-Wilson down the inside of Fox-Whiteley, and they're going to open the door for Thomas Potter. 4 drivers. Ethan Gerling now goes to the inside in the number 8. Is he going to get a run? He's got at least one of them. Thomas Potter's not going to give that one up, despite being the youngest driver on the grid. He's probably the most aggressive in that number 38. He's not going to give this one up.
Brilliant driving from Potter. Just kept his foot in. Very brave round the outside and held it. Great driving.
Yeah, varying lines there from all of our drivers. The 88 is Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, right on the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley, and to the top 3, Wyatt, Potter and Mentier. And Mentier's had a good month so far. She's been very busy this week. She's seen Wilton Mills, she's seen Houghton Park, she's seen a couple of days at Teesside as well, a day at PFI testing as well for Lizzie Mentier. So a maiden podium here at round number 2 for the driver of the number 50 in the final, followed by a victory at the Houghton Park last weekend. So a couple of Teesside drivers making their way over to Houghton Park. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson there on screen in the 88, another one of those drivers. She finished second behind Lizzie Mentier.
Ethan Gerling having a look at the inside of Thomas Potter there. Couldn't quite make it stick. Potter, you can see almost hacksawing at the wheel, really working those front tyres, trying to get some heat into them, get that grip. It seems to be coming back to him now, though.
Very intelligent driver for 8 years old, Thomas Potter. Like I say, last year's Bambino champion, and won that championship really with his intelligence, I'd say, more than anything. Some of the lines he was taking right round the outside of most of the hairpins, just in order to keep the revs up of that Bambino kart. Now he also enjoys the tutelage of his sister Catherine Potter, who runs in second, as that's David Mack coming through.
3 of Josh Cook going up the inside of, I think it was Leon Barlow.
Yeah, that's Barlow in the red kart in the 42. 8 to 7 in front of him, that's Tom Holden, as Tom takes a very wide line round South Bank, gets the grip halfway round the corner though. Will the drive see him drive right round the outside? He's lost a place to Josh Cook in the 3, and I mentioned here previously, Josh Cook, a driver who's shown great improvements recently, now finds himself battling for positions inside the top 10. Comes over the line though alongside Holden, and is in 11th at the moment, as we once again return to this battle for 4th place. It's still Fox Whiteley, Stansmore, Wilson, Potter and Girling. And they've got a big gap back to Hudson, Barker, Dixon, Leon Barlow, as Stansmore Wilson defends to the inside. We've got a lap and a half remaining for these drivers. The leader's going to come through in a few moments to take the board. He's already making his way through the back markers.
Potter going for an outside move, but it's actually going to cost him a place. He had a look round the outside of Stansmore Wilson there, but couldn't make it stick, and that's actually gifted the place to Girling. And then Potter fights straight back. We would expect nothing less from him at the moment, but yeah, unfortunately he's not going to keep that place, and Girling fights back through again. So great action, and this is all, may we remind you, for 4th place overall. Yeah,
so positions here will start, the grid positions, which at the moment we'll see Fox White starting on the 2nd row. He did start in 3rd position, lost a bit of time off the line, and Stansmore Wilson looks over her shoulder, knows that this driver's there. Girling goes to the inside. They're going to go side by side down the back straight. I
think Girling gave a little push out of the hairpin.
Yeah, they're back into single file, as we're going to catch our leader now coming around hairpin number 3 in a few moments. This is the battle for 2nd. Cutting through the back markers, Mentier is going to try and close up on the back of Catherine Potter, but out at the head of the field. As Harris Alley takes a spin. Charlie Wyatt though comes over, takes the checkered flag, and a commanding win in Cadet Heat 1. Over the line, Catherine Potter and Lizzie Mentier has took 2nd on the line. Potter got boxed in by our back marker and by a fraction, and I mean probably the length of the front bumper. Lizzie Mentier will take a front row start in 2nd place. Catherine Potter in 3rd. Fox Whiteley 4th. Stansmore Wilson in 5th. Thomas Potter and Ethan Girling sort their battle out, with Potter getting getting 6th place and a 3rd row start. Girling, Holden, Barlow and Barker Dix round out the top 10.
Fantastic opportunist driving there from Mentier, using the back marker almost as a pick to NASCAR style to block in Catherine Potter, and just took it on the line.
This will be the first time that Catherine Potter does not start a race on the front row. She's qualified either on the front row or won every other race prior to this one. So this will be the first time this season that she starts with karts in front of her. And Lizzie Mentier will come through. And I don't think Lizzie knows that she got 2nd in that one. She stayed behind Catherine for the whole of the slowing down lap, as the drivers are instructed to do. They're told to stay in race order, and I don't think she knows that she's taken 2nd place in that heat by a fraction, and I do mean a fraction.
Fantastic race though. The Cadets is always good action, as we know, but that was from the front of the field to the back of the field. There were packs, wolf packs, hunting each other down, and great action.
So Cadets coming over the weighbridge. Thank you as always to our sponsors here for the live stream and the championship. It's NRG Cycles. You can visit their website at nrgcycles.co.uk for all your cycling needs. We see the last few drivers out, and it will be the Now, in a few moments will be our junior and minimax grid, which will be the first of our rolling classes. They'll come over rolling start, and it's a so we're going to have a slight delay, as you can see the Cadet grid, all 27 of them. It does take a little while to get them up and over the weighbridge for our Cadet class. And some of our Cadet drivers, I think one or two of them run a 160 engine as well as the 200 Extreme engine, which then runs through into our Junior Pro Kart class. They run 2 of the restricted Cadet engines. Then later on, ending the cycle of 6 heats, will be our Senior Pro Kart class, and they run 2 unrestricted Extreme engines. So as we await the next heat, we'll speak to our pole sitter for our junior class. It's Jude Cole in the number 77.
Fantastic qualifying there, Jude. Really exciting session. Dry at the start, wet towards the end, but only 3/10 separating the entire field. Are you looking forward to the race?
Yeah, it should be all right. Yeah, well, we have struggled with rear end grip, so hopefully next time we get back out, we should have a bit more rear end grip, and then it should be all right. But we're going to try and see if we can get out on the back of the seniors, because there's only there's only 3 juniors, so we're going to see if we can chase through the pack.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Jude. Have a good day.
So Jude Cole there, hoping that they can get out back on the back of the seniors. The junior grid normally quite strong here, although with us running a Saturday meeting, looks like that's put a few of our drivers off, and the grid is looking a little thin in the junior class, so we will await to see whether a large grid, because there is well over double figures. We're nearly certainly signed on for tomorrow in the seniors. We're nearing 20 drivers for our junior Rotax class, so as always, if you've got one sitting in the shed at home, dust it off and turn up. It'll be a good day out for you. As you see in the background, we don't normally have this camera for the race here for the Sprint Series. That's the riverside in the background, I believe.
I was just thinking that myself. And the sun's shining on it as well, no less. So yeah.
So
it's a that's a great shot.
Sun's shining on it more than their season.
Well, indeed.
Seeing how many people I can.
And I'm not going to name check them, but I've stayed in that hotel as well.
Oh,
many a time for a 24-hour race.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to name check them. It's up there in the top left corner.
Exactly. But the good news is that the sun is shining. It doesn't look like we've got any more big grey clouds coming over. So the track, I can actually see some dry patches starting to appear just towards the edge of the circuit.
Yeah, hopefully as well. I think it's going to, obviously seniors and certainly senior Pro Kart run slick tyres no matter what. And then when it comes round to our junior Pro Kart, I think there's going to be some decisions to be made by the mechanics as to whether we go for dry.
We're going to have to get the binoculars out, aren't we, to see who's on wet?
Yes, certainly are.
I think by then, to be honest, the way that it's drying up, I think most people will be taking a gamble if they put wets on. I think it will be pretty much slicks all round. With
the exception of hairpin number 3, everywhere else dries quite quickly. I think 3 holds a little bit of water. It doesn't stand, but I think the circuit stays quite greasy.
I think it's just because of the sweep of the banking of South Bank Corner.
It's the mix, I think, as well. They run a lot of different car events here, as well as drifting. So the normal wet line round the outside is, on most corners, especially round that one, is full of drift rubber. Full of drift rubber. As the carts go out on the circuit, and there's more than 3 or 4, so it looks like we've got an amalgamation of senior Rotax and our junior class.
Jude, our pole sitter in juniors, is actually looking very much forward, as we saw in the interview, to chasing down these seniors.
So we were expecting juniors on their own, but we will call out their grid to start with. The 3 of them will line up at the back, the 77 of Jude Cole, the 66 of Oliver Buckton, and the 4 of Ben Ficini will look to drive through the field and see how much of a dent they can make into their more senior counterparts. Rolling start for our grid, so they will come round and over the line. On pole position, it looks to be the 89 of Daniel Kell, alongside him Max Prentice, and they'll be driving in the same team in 3 weeks' time at the British 24-hour race in the higher kart class. But today it's visor down and work for yourself. Green flag is in the air, drivers are side by side, the green flag drops, and we are away and racing into the first corner. Dan Kell to the inside, Max Prentice tries to run right round the outside and has to slot back into second place. Behind them, looks like we've got the 84, that's Lee Bell.
Up the inside there.
Oh, that's the O-plate, that's Andrew Collinson coming through, and he's up into third as well. Prentice, though, gets a great run out of that corner and goes from 5th to 2nd. That's Paul Swan in the bright yellow. It's not actually, that's Paul Watson actually. They've both got bright race suits, wetsuits actually. Most of the drivers are wearing out there with the spray coming up, and the leader, Dan Kell, looks to have taken advantage of the first lap battle. Andrew Collinson comes, I'm not even sure he set a time in qualifying. I didn't see him out there. And if so, that means he's come through from 12th place all the way through to 2nd with a 51.5, an opening lap that was 7/10 faster than anybody else.
We'll have a look at what tyres he's on when they come through, because I think a couple of them have opted for slicks. It looks like Lee Bell is unfortunately dropping back. He might have gone for slicks, and it might just be too early for them. So, as you can see, the sheen off the tyres, some of them are definitely running slicks out there.
Yeah, Oliver Buckton's come through into the head of the junior class, and looks like he's taken a gamble, and he's now got half a straight on Jude Cole.
It definitely looks like Lee Bell's on slicks. He's way wide coming through South Bank there. So we'll have I'll have a look now as they come across the line who's on wet.
Yeah, well, Collinson's come through to take the lead from Kell. Collinson's, they're both on wets at the front.
Yep.
So
it's a real mix here, so this is going to be interesting, especially as the track dries out.
This track dries, there's a couple of drivers that could come through the pack. It's whether it dries enough, but I tell you what, Josh Redhead in the 9, what a start from him. He's come through from down in the pack and he's up to 2nd.
He's just going up to 2nd now.
What a move. Dan Kell's going to come back down the inside, gets a lot better drive out of that corner, but
with those wet tyres on,
Josh
he got
Redhead
the
in the number 9, what a start from him. Now, I'm sure Josh won't mind me mentioning him, but Josh is a he's a midfield runner, and I think he'll accept that himself. And if he doesn't, he'll be messaging me later on Facebook to say. But running up in 3rd place in the opening heat, Paul Watson though closing on the back, comes over the line. He's back up to 2nd.
I believe he's on wets as well.
So yeah, and he's I tell you what, he's reeling Collinson in.
Absolutely flying, Josh Redhead at the moment.
Collinson was flying, but sideways into hairpin number 1. Collinson in that 9, throwing that
back further now.
Oh, he's throwing that 9 round like it's like a dog toy.
Paul Watson up the inside of Kell now, got a good drive off of hairpin 1, but not so great into hairpin 2. We're really putting Kell under pressure now, so I'll pulse it to Kell. Sliding back through the field down to 3rd and well under pressure, and there he goes, Paul Watson up the inside.
Paul Watson driving with a rib injury as well. Paul Watson picked that one up at Wombwell a few weeks ago, so looked in a little bit of pain earlier, but running up in 3rd, I imagine that one is firmly at the back of his mind. And I think both ends of the top end of the circuit through the chicane round the national loop that we can see is a lot drier than the bottom end of the circuit. Josh Redhead in that closes right up round
so much speed.
Yeah, round national and through the chicanes, closes right up, and the sun is out. It's out enough that the start line marshal has had to take off his 2nd jumper.
As you can see, there are a few hands going down to radiators as well, showing that it is warming up out there very much so. They've put a cover over the radiator just to get that water temperature up, but as soon as the engines start to warm up and the air temperature goes up, they're going to have to lift that up just to keep that temperature down.
So we are just beyond half race distance, 12 laps for our two-stroke classes. That's the 95, Paul Swan battling with the 84 of Lee Bell. Lee Bell dropping away from a second row start.
We've got the battle for the lead as well. Redhead was having a look into hairpin 1 and again into hairpin 2. But again, Collinson's drive off that corner, he just streaks away.
If Redhead wants, he's going to have to get it done into hairpin 1 and then block into hairpin 2.
This is Redhead we're looking at now. You can see him quite distinctly with that white rear bumper. As you can see, Collinson almost reversing it through hairpin 4. He was that sideways. Really trying to keep that heat in those tyres. It might just be overcooking them. Maybe that's the problem, especially through this corner here.
How quick Redhead is through that corner though, closing up, although now he's got a cart behind him. Watson's closing. Jude Cole with the fastest lap of the race in the junior Rotax, a 51.114. And what a time for him. He's in the top 10 outright in 9th place.
It looks like we've got somebody off around the very far outside of South Bank and actually gone up the banking. So we've got yellow flags out. There will be no overtaking.
We've got Tom Reeve in the 22, a lap down, so it could well be him. We'll see if the camera round South Bank can pick up who that one is, but at the moment we follow our leading battle. Redhead trying to close in on the back of Collinson. The gap last time round was just over a second. That's the 22.
That is Tom Reeve.
That is Tom Reeve.
Yep.
Different livery on that cart. Normally it's a black livery with orange.
And I've just noticed on the timing that Jude Cole in junior Rotax has now moved up to 8th place overall. So he said he was looking forward to chasing through the pack and having some fun, and he's flying, absolutely flying. He's 7 seconds only off the lead. Put in the quickest lap of the race so far. He's going to be on the back of Zach Bowker very soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, Zach had a tough start to the day. Broke down in practice. I think they had some issues with the spark plug, which is a common occurrence, as Max Prentice in the 33 goes up into 3rd place at the expense of Paul Watson. And I think Prentice is on slicks. They look very slick to me. And it looks like now the slick tyres are going to start to come into play. Prentice dropped well down the field, down to 5th or 6th. Now he's on the back of Josh Redhead, who's dropped off the leader by almost 2 seconds. And Max Prentice in the 33 dives to the inside of Josh Redhead and up into 2nd place. He's got a lap and a half to try and close down Collinson. Let's see what those dry tyres do. Blasts away from Redhead.
I'm sure, as you can see, it was very tricky through the apex of hairpin 2, but then it seems that drive is now coming to the slick tyres as opposed to the wet, and he just blasted away, as you said.
Yeah, he's got 1 lap to do it, and every corner is closing up on the back of Collinson. I think he might be a lap short though. I think if we had 2 laps.
We've got Paul Watson with great drive off hairpin 4. Couldn't quite get up the inside of Redhead and actually went onto the grass slightly and over the concrete.
Redhead now going very wide round those corners. Looks like those wet tyres succumbing to the drying conditions. Bowker though with a personal best, but we've got Jude Cole up in 6th.
And as I said, I thought he was going to get onto the back of Zach Bowker, but it looks like Bowker had, although he set his best lap of the race, he actually dropped 2 or 3 places there. Jude Cole up to 6th now and closing in on Joe Lane.
How close there was this battle for the lead. Max Prentice has taken 2 seconds out of Andrew Collinson into the final corner. Collinson points to one side. Looks like we're going to see if we're going to get side-by-side run out of the final corner. Max Prentice is going to have to try and go right round the outside. Collinson holds on despite the fastest lap of the race by Prentice. What a final few corners. Prentice 2 seconds faster on the final lap. Collinson, Prentice, Redhead holds on for 3rd. A superb race for him and for Paul Watson in 4th. Jude Cole, the leading junior driver, up into 5th place. What a race for him. Only 4.5 seconds off the lead, and he's had to come through the pack to get into that position. I'll be interesting to note whether they allow him to start heat number 3 or heat number 2 from 5th, or whether he'll have to start with his junior stablemate towards the back of the field again. But if he starts in 5th, he's going to have a great opportunity, an outright podium with that pace.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. By far the quickest driver out there in that race. If they do allow him to start in 5th, I think it's well deserved. And
what a race for Jude Cole, age 13, one of our junior drivers in his 2nd season of karting here at Teesside, and with aspirations of moving into Super 1 next season, and with that sort of pace, I think he will find himself very comfortable on that grid. So Andrew Collinson does in fact hold on, poles it to Daniel Kell, looks to have made the wrong tyre choice and drops away, and will start down the field, and we'll look to see him come through the grid. So then we see Joe Lane coming over there in the 16. This will be Joe's final weekend of karting before he switches to a career in cars, and either in Clios or in Ginettas. And we'll speak a little bit more about Joe as the day goes on in the number 16.
We'll do a couple of social media shout-outs as well. So we've got Sam Robson says that was pretty hard, number 58. And we've got MX Savage saying, come on, Chris Calder. John C saying hello from Sydney, Australia. So you were right, David. We do have some Australian
Apparently
viewers.
they're from over here, but they're just not allowed to leave, and that must be devastating. I mean, I'd hate to be stuck in Australia.
I mean, the weather's pretty shocking, isn't it? Really, it's definitely.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd.
It's definitely a downgrade from Teesside.
Yeah, 90 degrees plus, and I have no idea how I'd cope. Well, to be fair, you either. We're both bald.
I was going to say, yeah, we both have to wear hats 24/7. We've also got Chris Moss saying, go Wabbly go. And Santos Rodolfo Gelos Nunez says, ¿Dónde es esto? Which my Spanish translation is not very good. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, no idea. Can't help.
No idea either.
What I can help you with.
If you want to translate that into English for us, Santos, we will definitely give you another shout.
What I can help with is the weather forecast.
Ah, here we go.
So in full Michael Fish mode. Currently, as you can see on the screen, sunny, with clouds coming in as the day goes on from midday and 1 o'clock. So that is the current forecast, brought to you by JMW Forecast. As we welcome the final one of our Heat 1 races out onto the grid. Senior Pro Kart Heat number 1 gridding up for you, and on pole position, a maiden pole position in Senior Pro Karting for the number 38 of Aaron Alexander, last year's junior champion. He lines up alongside the 2019 Senior Pro Kart champion Connor Lucas. Row number 2, O-Plate winner Josh Volkus lines up alongside the 64 of Rob Lowe. Ross Jackman with the best qualifying for him in 5th, with James Dennis alongside. Harry Burrell is in 7th, Scott Tate alongside in 8th. Mark Tate and David Brown round out the top 10. Steve Nichols makes the long trip up from Surrey in 11th, with Adam Wood alongside him. Benjamin Haffenden's debut in Senior Pro Karting finds him in 13th, with David Morton alongside. Alban Dowell and Connor White, 15th and 16th. Disappointing qualifying for Daniel Tate in the wet weather conditions in 17th. He'll come through the field, no doubt, alongside Thomas Lowther. Then we've got Andrew Worley and Simon Dougherty. And then at the back of the pack, we've got 2 drivers who failed to set times in qualifying, Brandon Truman-Reddish and Nigel Richardson.
So we'll be expecting Truman-Reddish to come forward and through the pack a little bit. He's got good pace, if memory serves, David.
Very quick driver, Brandon Truman-Reddish, and has worked no end since last season on getting his consistency right.
And we've, as we said before as well, all drivers in Senior Pro Kart must use slick tyres, so there'll be no issues with people using wet tyres and a difference in tactics, and that is just flat out on the slicks from the get-go.
Yeah, I think they've obviously looked at Senior Pro Kart and just thought, these lads are mental. Let's go. Let them go race on slicks. And to be fair, I've raced Senior Pro. You've raced Senior Pro as well on slicks, and it's a completely different style of driving to racing on wet tyres. It's basically a jack the wheel, throw it in, and hope it sticks before the tarmac runs out.
Absolutely, 100%. We've also got a difference in chassis as well for Aaron Alexander. He's using the Haas chassis for the first time this weekend, so he's pretty happy. He's been on a, I think he said to me, a 2007 7 car.
It was a Wright chassis.
A Wright chassis,
yes,
sorry.
Yeah, Wright chassis.
Up until recently, and now he's on this Haas and making it work well for him.
Yeah.
We've got the green flag about to fly.
Charlie Bingham at Haas has set that 38 up beautifully for the AA Racing team.
We almost had a jump start there.
He got a bit excited, didn't he, with his first start from pole position. Rob Lowe from the second row comes through into second place. What a start for the 64. Connor Lucas nudged back off the front row, down into third. Looks like having a great start as well for James Dennis. Up into fourth place. He was telling me before practice that he was too old for this lot.
Contact mid-pack with the 26. And more contact. Steve Nichols around out of hairpin 2. He got tagged. That pack were all nose to tail coming into hairpin 1, and as I said, there were contact through the chicane as well. Unfortunately, Steve Nichols ending up further down the pack.
Saved it, didn't he, in the end, though, rather than a full spin, and now having to work all the way through. Brandon Truman ready from the last row already into the middle of the pack. Rob Lowe's great start, though, has come to nothing. He's already down to 6. So over the line for the first time, Aaron Alexander, Connor Lucas, Josh Fulkus and James Dennis. Ross Jackman maintains 5th, Rob Lowe, Scott Tate, David Brown, Mark Tate, Harry Burrell and Daniel Tate. And you'll be lucky to know that all of those Tate drivers are going to race together in the same team at the 24-hour race. So at least there's only one of them on track at any time.
That's exactly right. It makes it so much easier for us because we can just say Tate. Much easier.
Well, it does, because what they've done there is that they've gone to Red Graphics and gone, can we have 3 sticker kits that are all the same? Because that makes it easy for the lads on comms.
Yeah, brilliant. What I'm concerned about for Aaron Alexander now is he's got Connor Lucas behind him. In fact, no, he hasn't. He's got Josh Fulkus behind him. It looks like Connor might have made a mistake there because he's dropped over 2 seconds now behind Aaron Alexander. What I was going to say is Aaron's really got to get his head down now, because with these 2 behind him, and we've got the 183 of
Albert Dowell.
Yeah. Aaron's really got to get his head down now and just try and gap these 2, because these are 2 of the quickest drivers in senior pro cars anywhere that you will find. So Aaron's really got to keep his head down.
Connor Lucas, the 2019 champion, pretty much had that championship wrapped up by mid-season, having taken the first 20 race victories in a row before Josh Fulkus found something to beat him, but it wasn't until towards the end. However, at round number 2, Josh Fulkus had the measure of Connor Lucas. He found a few tenths, and there he is now, up into second place. Those drivers split by less than 13 points in the championship, and when you're getting 50 points or so for a heat win, and 65 for the final, 13 points is very, very little. Aaron Alexander, though, out at the front. The gap on screen is 1.39 seconds. The gap on circuit probably down to around about a second now, as that's one of the 3 same livery cars. That's Daniel Tate coming through, 17th on the grid. He started after a poor qualifying session for him.
Yeah, we're just looking at the battle, or we were looking at the battle for 9th overall there. We're now looking at, 3 wide through South Bank, and that was never going to work.
That's Adam Wood in the 77, Brandon Truman Reddish. That's Nigel Richardson in the freshly liveried number 19.
Yeah, it was Truman. Nigel Richardson looking not very happy with Truman Reddish there, but in fact it was Truman Reddish who came off worse through that 3 wide. He was on the outside and then got bumped. Just to go through, just to give you a bit of an insight as well, David, do you want to give us the why we've got different colours for the numbers on the screen as well?
Drivers shown on the screen with a blue background. There are pro drivers who you expect to see at the head of the field, although mixed up at the moment after a wet qualifying session. James Dennis, there, the highest one with a different colour. He's running green. That shows that he is in our over 40s class. And then red runs our clubman class, so drivers that are either just starting in karting or you're used to seeing in the midfield battle. So some subclasses in our senior pro kart class, although when it comes to gridding up, there will be a mix of grids. So if James Dennis finishes 4th, that's where he will start. fourth. And Aaron Alexander, I thought the gap had closed slightly, and he's pulled out another half a second. We are at half race distance for Senior Pro Kart, and Aaron Alexander, no stranger of seeing a checkered flag first, although not in the Senior Pro Kart.
Oh, he's doing a great job so far. He was sideways committed into the into hairpin 1, really throwing that kart around.
Yeah, so
I think this half chassis suits him.
Yeah, I think his driving style in the right was spectacular. Like sideways into most corners, stamping it on the race with a lot of confidence. Ran the Haas chassis for the first time in the VPEC round at Fullbeck a few weeks ago. Obviously took a liking to it. I think that was Kieran Lambert's chassis he raced that day. Kieran will start Junior Pro Kart from the front row. Aaron, last year's champion, has moved up to Senior Pro Kart. The luxury afforded to him. So Aaron Alexander, 15 years old, from Kings Lynn in Norfolk, the 2019 Junior Pro Kart champion here at Teesside. Also took the same title at Shennington. Year before he was in Cadet, so it's been a great rise. 2 years ago in Cadets, taking the Extreme Class Championships at Teesside, Shennington, Stretton and Rower. So 2 years ago Aaron was in Cadets, now he's out the front in our Senior Pro Karts. He's going to come up to
rise to fame,
the first, really. Yes, the first, and he's another driver racing in the 24-hour race. He'll be in the higher kart class with a couple of other drivers that are racing here today. Makes light work of the first back marker, Alban Dowell. Alban does well though to move out of the way and let the leaders through. So it's Alexander, Folkus and Lucas, the top three. Then there's a gap back to Scott Tate. There's Ross Jackman in fifth in the 117 in that green kart. Behind him, James Dennis, Daniel Tate and Mark Tate. David Brown and Thomas Lowther in the 186 coming through from the back of the field to run inside the top 10. Great race for him. And Rob Lowe and Connor White. White in the 52, an employee of Mercedes F1 and Formula E. Works building powertrains for both of those teams.
Connor White, sorry.
Connor White in the 52.
Oh, excellent, he'll live near my old house then. Used to drive past that HPP at Brixworth twice a day on my way to work and back.
Connor White in the 52. Trading in workings for engines for driving them this weekend. We've got a lap and a half remaining, just under a lap and a half. Actually, our leader is going to come through to take the last lap board this time round. You see them there in the background coming through. Start line Marshall with the last lap board in hand, and the gap is closing. It's under a second for Josh Folkus. And he's going to have to close in, although Aaron Alexander continues to throw that number 38 kart round hairpin number 1. As that's Tom Lowther in the 186, taking a lot of curb through the D chicane. And you can take a lot of curb on the inside there, Tom. You don't want to take quite as much on the way out as you set yourself up. Especially running the national circuit, you don't want to take any curb at all, really, as you want to get it in the channel to help you round the corner, as our leaders are coming out of hairpin number 4. And for the first time in Senior Pro Kart, the checkered flag awaits, and it awaits the 38 of Aaron Alexander. He'll start heat number 2 from pole position, and I'm sure his team of AA Racing will be thrilled, and I'm sure watching at home his mum, whose birthday it is today, will be even happier with that early birthday present from Aaron in the 38. So all the very best and many happy returns to Aaron's mum, Anne. Happy birthday, and I hope you enjoy your day.
What we will say is right towards the end of the race, Josh Folkus was absolutely flying. He closed in to finish up only 6/10 behind Aaron and set the fastest lap of the race on the very last lap.
Josh was pulling in there. So heat number 2 looks like it's going to be a great battle from those drivers at the front. And there is your race winner, the number 38 of Aaron Alexander. And what a race for him. And,
go through a couple of the...
throws his head back as he goes over the line this time. The relief there for Aaron Alexander, and congratulations to him. Adds a race victory for the Senior Pro Kart to his ever-growing list of achievements. The driver of that number 38.
So a couple of comments on the social. So we had John, who was in Sydney, I believe. Yes, from Sydney was John C. And he said, unfortunately, he can't make his supercart return. He's done 23 years of supercarts, but he's really enjoying watching. We've got Luca number 56 asking, how many years has this series been running? And that's a good question. Any history buffs amongst the team of how long the Sprint Series is? Do you know what? I'll find out for you, Luca. I'll go and ask the question.
We always endeavour to find out. So if you do have any questions, how the series is run, how you can enter, or about any of the classes, what they're running, that sort of thing, do feel free to get in touch via the live stream platform.
We've got Angie Falcus saying, come on, Josh. Oh, so, yes, Angie's watching. And
she's not watching. I promise you she's not watching.
She's not watching?
You.
Okay.
She watches all the races except the one that her lad's in. She can't stand it, doesn't like it.
Well, she's wishing him well anyway, and he certainly was flying towards the end of that race. So, again, we're looking forward to heat number 2 with those. So, Bambino's out shortly again for their second heat. Okay, so your grid for Bambino's Heat 2. In first place, pole position, we've got Bobby Pete. Second place is Edward Haynes. After that spin in Heat number 1. We're just having a little bit of a regrid here. But Bobby Pete will start on pole. Edward Haynes in second, followed by Blair Smith, Culver Patterson, Ollie Carter. Lewis Smith will be alongside in 6th. 7th will be Riley Buckton-Young. 8th, Edward Rye. 9th, Joey Allen. 10th will be Bo Mulvaney. 11th, Austin Oman, who had an interesting first heat. And then Ryan White will be 12th.
Now, I'm not saying that Edward Haynes is so used to winning, but he did drive out and just automatically drive to pole position and had to be swapped back round.
And green flag in the air. We're away and racing. All seems fairly line astern. Good start from the 13 car. Unfortunately didn't make any places up, but did get a good start and tucked in behind in 6th place, I believe, overall. And yeah, so we're coming through the chicane for the first time. Oh, Edward Haynes
try and go right round the outside. To be fair, he went right round the outside of Heat 1, and that did cause him some problems, didn't it? He ran wide onto the curb and clipped the extended piece of tyre wall there, and it did spin him round in the opening heat. Bobby Pete with a novel line down the inside. Although, to be fair, in these Bambinos, you probably want to minimise the distance you travel, and as Haynes would dive to the inside, I was about to say on the brakes, but I don't think he used it.
Fantastic traction at the front end, just turned in and it stuck like glue.
So it's set up well for grip on the O plate there of Edward Haynes, as mentioned earlier, leading the Super 1 Championship in the Bambino class after the opening round at Clay Pigeon. Looking forward to round number 2 in that championship in a few weeks' time. And
of course, completely different conditions from heat number 1 as well, where the track was fully wet, and now we're looking at a track that's only got the odd tiny damp patch offline at the moment. So Edward will just be looking to do what he did in practice, which was just head down and hit his marks, as we say.
Good move there on the out of hairpin number 2 by the 24 of Colby Patterson, down the inside of Blair Smith. In the background, Ollie Carter in the 88 and Riley Buckton-Young, and Riley in that 9, the driver who on numerous occasions we've seen starts the day quite slowly and just winds up, and in the last round was leading the final. At one point coming through, I think at one point he started the heat in 10th place and led the final for at least half of that race distance, ended up on the podium nonetheless. I think he got 2nd place in the last round.
We've got a good battle here between Blair Smith and Colby Patterson. That's switched places twice in the last lap.
Patterson won all 3 heats in the final here at round number 2 aboard the number 24. good as well to see a number of drivers that had difficulty. Number 1, Austin O'Man back out on the circuit in the number 18, retired from Heat 1. He's back out and running in 11th place, having to come through from the back of the pack. And there's a, looks like we've got Blair Smith having to defend once again to Colby Patterson. Edward Rye, who was on the front row for the opening heat, closing in on the back of Riley Buckton-Young in at the number 66. Differing lines once again. Rye takes a really wide line on entry, cuts back to the inside, and there you see him in the background closing right in on Buckton-Young. The battle for 5th actually with Carter, Buckton-Young and Rye is closing in on the battle for 3rd with Smith and Patterson. Give it a few laps, this is going to be a 5, if it's already there actually, I think out of the chicanes, it's going to be a 5-kart battle for 3rd place.
I'm looking forward to this one then. We were talking earlier about the lines that Thomas Potter was taking last year and how they might seem unorthodox in some of the quicker classes, shall we say, but with the Bambinos, it's all about keeping those revs up, keeping that minimum speed. So sometimes around the outside of a hairpin, or certainly a couple of kart widths wider, although the grip may not be there, they don't seem to suffer it because they can just keep that minimum speed up.
I think the thing with Thomas Potter as well, I think he stumbled across that on a practice day here at Teesside. He was running around the outside of the corner and he came in and he found half a second by just going right round the outside of hairpin number 1 and maintaining the revs of these little Comma C50 engines, which they do rev quite high once you get the rev going. But when you'll see from the opening lap here from a standing start is almost 10 seconds longer than a race lap because it just takes a while to wind these engines up.
Yeah, indeed, it's super important just to keep those revs up. We've got Colby Patterson is looking very racy here behind Blair Smith, but this gap has really closed up right the way down to 7th with Edward Rye, and he's right back, he's on the tail of Riley Buckton-Young and looking to make a move soon.
Yeah, Patterson weaving left and right to try and get a run. He's got the pace to go round the outside, but he's going to have to take an extra couple of metres, and I think it's going to be a tough ask unless he can now dive to the inside. Blair Smith, though, out at the front of this pack, some superb driving for him, just maintaining his own line, knows that other people have got to do the work to get past him, and if he sticks to his line, then it's going to be a job done for him.
That's it, just placing the kart exactly where he needs to at the moment, holding back Colby Patterson and the rest of this pack.
Yeah, very difficult just to dive bomb people, which you see a little bit more in the faster classes in these Bambinos. So with 2.5 minutes remaining, Haynes out at the front, and it's a gap of 4 seconds to Bobby Pete in 2nd. The battle for 3rd sees Blair Smith, Colby Patterson, Ollie Carter, Riley Buckton-Young and Edward Rye as towards the latter end of the field. Looks like Lewis Smith's dropped away down to 12. Looks like he's had a bit of a mishap.
Patterson had a good look up the inside coming out of hairpin 2, but then just didn't quite get the same drive that Smith had.
No, but behind them, Rye's come through to take Buckton-Young for 6th. You'll see them pop into screen. There he is with the black helmet in the number 66, Riley Buckton-Young, with the orange visor strip behind, now down into 7th. We have 1 minute 50 remaining, which is going to be around about 2 laps of Bambino action.
Bit of a loose rear end coming out of there, had a squirrely moment, and that's going to cost him drive. I think
Carter's closed right up, hasn't he?
He just gets a better run through the chicane because Patterson, and he's able to then carry the speed through. But the thing is that Smith is there on the inside, and so all he can do with that speed is just go around the outside, and of course that costs him time and slows him down because he's taking that longer line.
Yeah, Edward Rye as well in the background, trying all the lines. He's got to inside, and he's willing that kart forwards to try and get past the 88. In the background, who's that coming through? So that's Bo Mulvaney making a move, is it, in the background? It is joining the party as well. Lewis Smith pulled off into the pit, so a retirement for the number 13. Leaders have taken the last lap board, but now we've got 6 drivers in. The driver joining the fray there in the background. The number 1 driver of Bo Mulvaney with the orange helmet is now right on the back of Ollie Carter.
Edward Rye has got at the inside of Ollie Carter there, as you say, and
Right,
he's
coming through the field. It looks like he's going to try and get down the inside of Colby Patterson as well as they come to the chicane, although he's going to have to slide back into single file. Wouldn't want to see one of the Bambinos go over those curbs on the inside. The weight limit for Bambino, 69 kilo, which might mean that we have to, if we get a Bambino over the curb, we might have to collect them from South Bank.
or Darlington.
But Patterson again weaving side to side. We were almost 4 wide NASCAR style down the straight into the bank, South Bank, as their leader takes the checkered flag, and it's a win for Edward Haynes, and that one will put him on pole position for heat number 3, and will also please his sponsors of MKM Wellborough Project Management and Andrew Colson Estate Agents. They'll be pleased to see their young charge at the head of the field.
Oh, Edward Rye is up the inside here, coming over the line. I think he just missed out.
No, Rye got 5th, but Mulvaney got 6th on the line from Carter. So Bo Mulvaney came out of absolutely nowhere to take 2 places in the final 2 laps and 6th place. So it's Haynes, Peat and Smith, your top 3. Patterson, Wright, Mulvaney, Carter and Buckton Young. And Tom, absolutely nothing really between Smith in 3rd and Buckton Young in 8th.
Just 1.3 seconds, 1.2 seconds in fact.
That's
close
good.
to.
And those 5 or 6 drivers in heat number 3 after the lunch break, that's going to be a great race for those.
I'm looking forward to that one already. That was good. More of the same, please, Bambinos. We enjoyed that one.
Oh, the quality of the Bambino racing here at Teesside has come on no end. Now we've gone to a race format from time trials last year, which I thought was the right decision to start them off at time trial and get all the drivers used to the circuit.
Absolutely.
But now that you're allowing them to race, these Bambino drivers are really showing. And you've got to remember, some of these younger drivers, 5 years old, you can start racing in Bambino. So a mix of drivers from 5 to 8 years old in the Bambino class, and driving well beyond their years.
Very much so, yeah. Really enjoyed that one. Some good skills on show. I think maybe Patterson, if he could have just maybe got into the slipstream of Blair Smith, he could have maybe got that little bit more speed coming through South Bank.
Yeah,
but
to be fair, we do see that on the camera there. When we look at the South Bank camera all the way down the straight, he's always trying to get alongside early rather than sitting behind him for 3/4 of the straight and then make the move. So maybe that's something for the team to look at as we head after the lunch break for heat number 3. Junior Pro Car are off and out onto the dummy grid in the background. So as Junior Pro Car make their way out onto the grid, on pole position once again will be the Heat 1 winner Jack Morris, alongside him Kieran Lambert in the 14. Row number 2 is the same as row number 4 last time. They've both moved forward. Alexander Mallard and Asher Bly, with Joe Burrell and Gracie Mitchell on row 3. Bella Franklin, Thomas Braid on row 4, Brandon Jennings and Max Shields on row 5. Caitlin Frame in 11, Jake Richardson alongside in 12 aboard the 113. Then we've got Jacob O'Connor and Sebastian Pereira, Kieran Savage and Lennon French. Hopefully Lennon finds the dry conditions more to his liking than he did in the wet ones, and that will make the journey for him from Dundee all the more pleasurable. So Lennon making his debut here in our Junior Pro Kart class, age 14, and has been racing for just over a year at Crail. Moves into the extreme class here at Teesside. And as we see Joe Burrell making a late appearance out of the dummy grid, so potential problems for him, but he will be allowed to grid up. He's going to have to go on the grass, I think, though, to get into position. That's going to dirty those right side tyres. Let's see how those Bridgestone slicks fare off the line. He's going to have scrubbed in right side for Joe Burrell. And, up in 5th place on the grid, and say his debut in karting was at round 1 here in February. Leaps and bounds as Joe Burrell come on, the 15-year-old from Wingate in County Durham. So so. Final few drivers are lined up. Looks like the 21 at the back, Sebastian Pereira, is lined up at the back of the grid, and he was on the penultimate row. I think he should be Lennon French in the green cart should be at the back of the grid, and I think we're just being notified of that shortly. There's certainly a misposition, is there? Potentially, it certainly was on our grid, but it looks like we're just going to get confirmation of our grid positions. Looks like everybody is happy with where we're going, is it?
Just while we are waiting, the number 181, who's the number 181,
Max
David?
Shields.
Max Shields. Love that helmet design.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Very
Max's
Iron
delivery.
Man style.
He's just out of cadets as well, made his junior pro kart debut here at round number 2.
See if we can get that on camera at some point.
I'm not sure if we've had some.
Fantastic helmet design.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've had some weight limit infringements over the grid at some point, but the back of the grid certainly looks mixed at the moment. Lennon French in the all green finished heat number 1 at the back and looks to be starting up the field. So drivers don't come over at the correct weight. There's a potential that that they get to start in an advanced position as the driver that failed the weight will go back. Looks like we are doing a bit of shuffling.
Yep, and it is actually Max Shields who's out of position as well. So
Max Shields looks like he's going to move back.
And there is
21 of Seb Pereira
about.
didn't finish last, and he's gridded up there at the moment. So confusion on the junior pro kart grid as to where we're going to line up. Those at the back.
And it looks like we're about ready to go.
The green's up, the green's down. No matter what the grid is, we're underway and racing anyway.
Good start from Gracie that time as well. Held position and is right on the back.
Yeah, the green part of Gracie Mitchell. We've got Lennon French tagged on the rear, spins through no fault of his own, round the national loop and drops all the way to the back. So French tagged by somebody, didn't catch quite out who it was, but now got some work to do aboard that number 2 to catch up on the back of the pack.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lennon, having some adventures in both these today. Got the 12 looking up the inside of the 23 there, and trying to get the cutback now through hairpin 4 as we focus on our leader, Jack Morris.
Yeah, Lambert's still right on the back of him. Alexander Mallon, another driver who moved from the cadet class into junior pro kart in the mid part of last season. Struggled early on getting to grips with it. A lot of drivers do actually. They struggle getting to grips with the additional weight of the junior pro kart. 60 kilos more the weight limit for a junior pro actually. I think it's actually 58 now, the weight limit in cadets increased to 107 as Gracie Mitchell dives to the inside of Asher Blythe at hairpin number 2. Gracie introducing herself to the junior pro kart drivers.
Introducing herself to Asher Blythe there as well.
Down the inside. And,
we've got a contact warning for Bella Franklin as well.
I wonder if it was Bella that tagged Leon French in the first corner. I thought Bella had dropped back ever so slightly. She's going to come through over the line in around 8th or 9th place. There she's in 8th, so she'd have dropped back into whereabouts Lennon French was, and potentially that's the culprit for Lennon French spinning round. So after Thomas Braid clips the tyres on the inside of hairpin number 1. He was squeezed to the inside in his battle with Asher Blythe. Blythe, no quarter given, and Thomas Braid connects with those tyres, and those tyres don't move, Tom.
No, they don't. I've flipped those myself a couple of times. We've also got, as we said, Max Shields, but he's actually not showing on the timing as well. But he's come through the field as well.
No,
I think he's in 9th actually, but isn't showing on timing. So maybe we've got a transponder issue there.
He's going to come through there behind Bella Franklin, so he's going to run up in 8th. That'll be actually Caden Frame in 9th. So
we've got Thomas Braid, as we said, he's dropping right down the field.
Yeah. So. When Tom mentioned the timing issue there, just to give everybody an idea, each of these carts have a little yellow box. Most of them are fastened onto the back of the seat, around about a foot off the floor. And every time they go over the start line, it just registers that the driver has clocked off another lap, and that's how we get to find out the gap between all the carts as they go round. Jake Richardson in the 113 dives to the inside of Brandon Jennings, moves up to 9th place. Jennings down to 10th. In front of them, the 18 of Caitlin Frame, who had a breakout weekend at round number 2, running as high as 6th place in the final, ended it in 7th. And Caitlin Frame, I must say, what an improvement a year has been. I saw videos of her earlier in the week comparing last year to this year. Last year in Junior Pro Kart she was getting lapped. This year she's going to get overtaken there by Jake Richardson, but she is right in the midfield battle aboard that number 18.
Jake Richardson making 2 places up there in about half a lap, looking good with pace as well. Let's see what his pace is relative to Jack Morris as they come over the line this time. As you can see, a slightly wider entry into hairpin 3 than Caitlin Frame. We've got Bella Franklin side by side there with Joe Burrell. So Bella just taking Joe there on the exit of hairpin 4.
Yeah, Bella up into 6th place, struggling a little bit today, normally running in the top 3. Speaking of top 3, it looks like the top leaders have dropped Alex Mallard slightly. There's only 3/10 between the 2 of them there. And Joe Burrell battles with Bella Franklin.
So Bella now pulling away, but as you can see, behind the 23 is not Caitlin Frame. It is actually
it's Max Shields.
It is Max Shields, who is not showing on live timing. So, yeah, coming across the line is Jack Morris, but right behind him, keeping very close company, is Kieran Lambert. Fastest lap of the race for Kieran Lambert as well on that lap. Closing right up now on Jack, just 0.2 behind.
But yeah, fastest lap for Kieran Lambert. And just talking about that, the transponder issue for Max Shields. Last year, I remember there was a wet race, a qualifying session. Steve Nichols went out and forgot his transponder. His lad Adam flagged him in. He did a lap with a transponder, shoved in his race suit, qualied it on pole in wet conditions.
Excellent.
And started the opening race and won it lights to flag from pole position.
It's standard Nichols fare, is that,
yeah,
though, isn't it?
So it basically had a one-shot quali session.
Excellent.
With the transponder stuck in his race suit, qualied it on pole, won the first heat.
The Nichols definitely provide the comedy for the paddock and the grid, don't they? They're a brilliant bunch to be in and around. And,
yeah, I would say. Yeah, they rival Dan and Steve Kell at Calamity Motorsport for on-track comedic action as our leading duo go down the back straight. Kieran Lambert in 2nd place, and I don't know whether Kieran's just going to keep lining Jack up through heats 2 and 3, because knowing that he's going to get a front row start and then really throw it down the inside at corner in the final, rather than showing his hand too soon, because in all honesty, doesn't look like he's that interested in making a move, and he's got the speed. Look at that. Closes right up on the back through the bus stop chicane and round the national loop.
Fastest lap of the race for Bella Franklin there in 6th place with a 46.6.
She's now up into 5th, down the inside of Asher Blythe, round the inside of the national loop, and you don't often get a move there unless you use the old BTCC move, which involves just a tiny little love nudge down the into the back of the cart. Just send them half a cart length wide and shove it down the inside. The Plato, as it's known.
The bump and run. Excellent. So we've got Kieran Lambert has dropped back slightly, but I think with that slipstream from Jack Morris, it's just like a magnet, clawing him back onto the
fastest lap of the race as well as we concentrate on the battle for 2nd. Gracie Mitchell, with every lap, is just getting better and better in that Junior Pro Kart. I know she's practiced a lot in it, and also racing in Super 1 in the mini rock class, so very accustomed, and she'll go down the inside of hairpin number 2 and into 3rd place past Alexander's Mallard, and up into 3rd for Gracie Mitchell in the 11. Blocks the pass as well, so Mallard can't come back down the inside. Leaders still out at the front, though. It's still Jack Morris. Defends to the middle, parks it in the middle for Kieran Lambert, and to be fair, Lambert didn't really make much of it. It's going to be 2 for 2 then for Jack Morris. Over the line for the checkered flag, and Kieran Lambert right behind him, less than a tenth for 2nd place. Alex Mallard will drop behind there for Gracie Mitchell in 3rd place. Great result for her. Bella Franklin setting laps on par with the leaders in 5th, Asher Blythe 6th, Joe Burrell 7th, Jennings in 8th, Richardson in 9th, and Thomas Braid coming through the pack, showing in 10th place. Where did Max Shields come over the line, actually?
I think
He's behind Joe Burrell, so that's going to put him in 8th place without a transponder.
I think you're right. I think it will be 8th.
Going to need, I think it was 8th place for Maximus Shields, although not shown on the timing screen. So if somebody could throw a couple of watch batteries into that transponder for heat number 3, that would be very handy for the 181 of Max Shields. So no sooner is the frantic action of Junior Pro Kart in the bag. It's the largest field of the day awaiting us. It's our cadet class, and on pole position for that will be Charlie Wyatt, who commanded heat number 1.
Terrible start though, wasn't it? But then just two people in 2 corners, and then again two drivers again.
Yeah, he'd have
2 corners later.
Probably won by an extra couple of seconds if it wasn't for that opening lap. And as we see there, that's the weighbridge that all of our drivers go over. That's Gracie Mitchell going over in the 111. Sorry, in the 11. Bella Franklin following as well. That's Alex Mallard, who had a good race up at the head of the field, lost out to Gracie towards the end though, and so all of our drivers going over. 168 kilos is the weight limit for Junior Pro. Cadet will be with us in a few moments.
So the cadets have just headed out of the dummy grid. And here we have our grid. So on pole position, winning heat 1 was Charlie Wyatt, as we said, a terrible start, but made it all the way up, went down as far as 7th, and then flew back through the grid to take the lead and eventually the win. 2nd place is Lizzie Mentier, 3rd is Catherine Potter, 4th Jared Fox Whiteley, 5th is Isabella Stanmore Wilson, and 6th Thomas Potter. 7th, Ethan Gerling, 8th, Tom Holden, 9th, Leon Barlow, 10, Hudson Barker Dix. 11th is Josh Cook, and alongside him in 12th is David Mack. 13th is Oliver Watson, 14th, Addison Smith, 15th, Jack Thompson, 16th, Alex Fraser, 17th, William Robinson, and 18th is Ethan Charles. 19th will be Sam Robson, 20th, Lewis Goff, 21st, Alex Lynn, 22nd, William George Howard, 23rd, Finley Stubbings, and 24th, Holly Allen. 25th, Cody Lamb, 26th, Harris Ali, and 27th will be Sophie Horsey.
So 27 drivers on our cadet grid. On pole position is Charlie Wyatt, running the number 23, but did win the O plate here, but electing to run the number 23 instead.
I would just like to point out Leon Barlow in the 42 with those neon yellow wheels and the neon yellow helmet.
Great, aren't they?
Love them.
Great. And
everybody else is just running black or silver wheels on the grid. Leon making himself very easily identifiable with that bright yellow helmet and bright yellow wheels. Also like the colour scheme on the 16 as well of David Mack.
That's a fresh livery on that. David Mack used to run all black livery. He ran that for the first time at round number 2. Orange, black, and blue livery of the David Mack Racing colours. So as you see, our drivers being sent on their way into position. Last few drivers, like Sophie Pawsey, just moving to one side, retired from heat number 1, so we'll start heat number 2 from the back of the grid. That's Harris Ali, he's going to be sent on his way, then Sophie Pawsey will join the back of the cadet grid. You see there Leon Barlow looking behind in the 42, impatiently waiting, or some of our drivers looking behind. Want to get themselves ready. Looks like the final few drivers, and you'll see Pawsey in the 77, running the same colour scheme as Jared Fox Whiteley and Maximus Shields in the Junior Pro Karts. Harris Ali, looks like we've got
loose side pod.
Side pod. Looks like we're going to have to. That's the 27, isn't it, Harris Ali? That is the 27 of William George Howard. Looks like we're going to have a quick check. Looks like they are happy to let that one go. It just looked a little bit loose, so certainly no bolts missing. Start line marshal gets them going. The green flag is up. Green flag is down. We're underway in racing. The green flag held for a long time as Charlie Wyatt crept forward and then held position once again. Everybody makes their way round the national loop as the marshals frantically run to put the chicane back in place for lap number 2. And it's your leader Charlie Wyatt with Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter behind. Ethan Girling, though, has come through from the 3rd row to take Jared Fox-Whiteley. So Fox-Whiteley down to 5th. Thomas Potter's in 6th place, gets his head down behind the steering wheel, but 8 years old, doesn't really need to dip that far to get behind the wheel. As Mack runs side by side with Josh Cook. Josh Cook goes right round the outside, explores every inch of South Bank.
Much better start from Charlie Wyatt. Held the lead and he's already pulling away, it seems, although with the slipstream, Lizzie Mentier has closed right back up again. But
I wonder if Mentier and Potter have had a little pre-race chat that says, let's push on together and see if we can just keep with Charlie for the opening few laps. Although, to be fair, Catherine seems to be struggling a little bit for grip on the way into the corner. Certainly into hairpin 1, seems to be sliding a lot wider than both Wyatt at the front and Mentier in second. Wyatt defending already, though, to the inside of the back straight into the South Bank corner.
Have a look.
I'll be honest with you, the screen doesn't really do it justice quite how high that circuit banks up as you go round the outside of it. Ethan Girling, Jared Fox-Whiteley in there, a 5-car battle for the lead. Behind them, looks like we've got Thomas Potter, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and David Mack coming through. A poor qualifying really for David Mack in the 16. Now starting to come through as the weather conditions dry out here. The sun shining upon us at the Teesside National Circuit in Middlesbrough for round number 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series.
We're going to see a perfect example now of how strong the slipstream is in Cadets, because Lizzie Mentier was a good 7 to 8 kart lengths back of Charlie Wyatt and is closing right up again down the back straight and through South Bank corner.
Yeah, nice.
We've also had a contact warning for Thomas Potter in 6th as well, so we missed that on camera unfortunately, but
I think that's going to be off the start because he's been in front of Stansmore-Wilson and Max since the start of the race. So as they come over the line, 8 laps for our Cadet drivers, that's 3 in the bag. It's Wyatt, Mentier and Potter, the top 3, and Wyatt's broken out a gap of around about 4/10 of a second to the chasing duo. Fox-Whiteley, Potter, Stansmore-Wilson, Mack, Holden and Barlow round out the top 10, and we've got Hudson, Barker-Dix, Josh Cook, Oliver Watson, Jack Thompson, Addison Smith, Alex Fraser, Ethan Charles, Sam Robson, Lewis Goff and Finlay Stubbings round out the top 27 more drivers out there on the track. One of them, Cody Lamb in the 93, picks up a contact warning for his exploits, and Stansmore-Wilson, Potter and Mack are closing in onto the back of Ethan Girling and Fox-Whiteley as Fox-Whiteley goes to the inside in a move that you rarely see, very late into that chicane and up into 4th place.
yeah, fantastic move up the inside, as you say, late and rare to see, but managed to pull it off.
Yeah, normally those moves are done a lot earlier on down the straight, but Fox-Whiteley ran right round the outside, dived into the corner.
And with this group battling as well, that's actually given Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter a little bit of breathing room as well, as they try and stay in that tow of Charlie Wyatt out front. But oh, Catherine Potter's actually, I've just seen it out the window, Catherine Potter's actually sent it up the inside and got past Lizzie Mentier into hairpin 3. As we still look at the battle here, that's Thomas Potter going slightly wider to get better drive out of the corner, and he is down in 6th place. Fox-Whiteley up to 4th, Girling in 5th, Potter 6th, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in 7th, and David Mack in 8th, all running nose to tail. Very wide through the national loop for, that was David Mack.
The 87 of Thomas Holden's closing right in on this pack as well. It's going to be a 6-car battle. very shortly. These keep battling, and you'll notice on the front there, drivers running slightly different bodywork on the front end. The difference between the Mark 14 and the Mark 20 nose cone. The Mark 20 fairly new to karting. Tom, what are your thoughts on that Mark 20 nose cone?
It's definitely different, isn't it? It's a lot more. It's a lot.
Oh, that's the 58 round. That's
Sam Robson.
Sam Robson did say earlier that it was struggling. It's drier now, and he's spun on the outside of hairpin 1 and drops all the way back to the back of the pack.
Yeah, the new nose cones are an interesting addition. They're sort of halfway between what we call the hot dog nose cone that you see on some of the Rotax and what we're and the older style, the Mark 14. Actually, we've got a black flag
that's
there for
Ethan Charles in the 46 is black flagged, and I think that's more likely to be for something technical, something potentially hanging off that cart.
Well, we'll have a look into that. I'll have a word with the marshal just on the start-finish line in a moment, and we'll get to the bottom of why that black flag actually happened for Ethan. At the moment we've got Charlie Wyatt leading, followed by Catherine Potter and Lizzie Mentier. Catherine Potter's actually pulled 6/10 out on Lizzie Mentier there, followed by Jared Fox Whiteley, Ethan Gerling, Thomas Potter, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and David Mack has now dropped 6/10 back from Stansmore-Wilson.
Yeah, that's Holmes in the background. We thought he might catch up onto the back of this pack, but hasn't been able to do so thus far. Behind them is a great battle between Leon Barlow and Hudson Barker-Dix. Now those two are parked next to each other in the paddock, so let's see how friendly this battle is onto the back straight between those two. But we are half a lap away from the checkered flag. Out at the front is Charlie Wyatt. Doesn't look like any back markers are going to come into play for him, so all of our field are going to get through before the checkered flag on this occasion. The checkered flag though does await the number 23, and it's 2 from 2 for Charlie Wyatt. Catherine Potter will come through in second with Lizzie Mentier in third. Jared Fox Whiteley takes fourth. Ethan Gerling and Thomas Potter cross the line side by side, with Gerling in front of that battle. Stansmore Wilson, Mack and Holden. And on the final lap, Hudson Barker-Dix does in fact find a way past Leon Barlow for 10th place. Those two drivers coming over line astern, with Josh Cook in 12th, Oliver Watson 13th. And you'll see Oliver's dad, Paul, out in a few moments in the Rotax class.
I'm just going to nip down and see what the black flag was for. Bear with me a moment.
So as Tom is dispatched to do some detective work, engages full Poirot mode. We'll congratulate Charlie Wyatt on another fantastic victory in what appears to be his final weekend of cadet racing before he moves into the two-stroke class. So Wyatt, the 23, joined the season, joined cadets last year from round 4 and made an immediate impression, getting 3 consecutive pole positions, and averaged 185 points in cadets last year, which would have easily put him in the top 5 had he done all the races. Won the Teesside O-Plate as well as the Wunwell Cock of the North, and finds himself 2 victories down already in the cadet class. Tom is back alongside me. Tom, what's the verdict?
I'm told it was for contact. Was it Sam Robson that we saw spun around in hairpin 1?
We saw Sam spun round,
yeah.
Yes. So that's Sam spun round. Ethan Charles in the 46 got the black flag, and he will start heat number 3 from the back. I'm sorry, I spoke to Ethan at round 1. A lovely little lad, so polite, thankful for the opportunity to go racing. He was.
Gets the red mist when the helmet comes on, it seems.
I'm
sure it was an innocent
he'll
mistake.
Learn from that mistake.
Absolutely.
And we'll have some work to do in heat number 3. 2 more races remaining for the morning session before we have a short interval for lunch.
Please keep those comments coming in on the YouTube channel as well. They are coming through to us, and we will give you a shout out. The sun is now beating down. This is definitely the warmest. This commentary box is definitely the warmest place on the circuit at the moment. As David and I are both follically challenged, shall we say, and I'm pretty sure that if the sun was shining down, you'd all need your sunglasses on because the light would be glinting off our heads.
It's a polite way of putting it. The B team, the bald team.
The bald team. Baldilocks and the 3 hairs. Okay, so next coming up, we have the senior Rotax and the junior Rotax class as well. We will await to see where Jude Cole is gridded up as well after his stellar performance in Heat 1. So we will just wait for those coming out, and then we will get a grid for you. We very much hope you're enjoying the coverage today. As I said, keep those comments coming in on YouTube, and we will read them out.
I'm just having a look at some of the Facebook comments as well. I think your team boss for the 24 hours has been in touch.
Ah, yeah.
He says that you have...
Which one? Tim?
Tim, yeah.
Tim's been on.
Says you have dulcet tones.
Oh, well, we've also had my my team boss for the fullback round has been on as well, which was a couple of weekends ago. Steve Thomas, he says, modernised racing gaffer is watching from Essex. Good luck to our BPEC driver Adam Wood, who is out giving the 2019 Haas chassis a run today in 77. Now, Adam normally drives a MS chassis number 44.
Chassis Wars.
It is Chassis Wars, very much so, and we're liking the battle as well. It's giving us a lot to talk about.
It is, and it's going to give us plenty to talk about in 3 weeks' time, so 2 weeks' time, at the British 24-hour race here from Teesside Karting.
We are live for the entire 24 hours, non-interrupted. In fact, longer than that, because we've got qualifying and practice to show as well. So, certainly qualifying. Okay, I've just been told we're not showing qualifying, apparently.
Yeah, because 24 hours isn't enough.
Well, I was hoping we were going to do qualifying, but I will probably be out for the qualifying session anyway, so I won't even be commentating on it. I'll be driving at that point.
We'll certainly be live from around about 11:30 on race day, which will be Saturday the 8th of August. And a number of these drivers in the Rotax class will be teamed together for that. Andrew Collinson and Max Prentice, along with Dan Kell and Andy Ambrose and a couple of other drivers, taking a step away from two-stroke action. So it's Collinson and Prentice on the front row. They're going to come through and take that. It looks like Duke Cole will once again start to the rear of the field. Green flag flies, and we are underway and racing. Rolling starts for Rotax. And into the first corner, Andrew Collinson and Max Prentice. And this first lap for the thing is looks like must be a great start from Joe Lane in the 16. Come out of nowhere to find himself in third place. Behind him, Daniel Kell, and a great start behind him as well for Kales Cole in the 18. She's come through from out towards 10th place into the top 5. She makes the trip over from Ireland. Joins us once again at Teesside, as she has on a number of occasions, to take the battle to the local drivers. There she is in the number 18 on the back of the pack of our leading drivers. So Collinson out at the front, Prentice, Blade, Kell and Cole, the top 5. Duke Cole already up to 10th, would have started in 14th off the back of the pack in that number 77, so not afforded the luxury of starting in the middle, as we've got a retirement already on the back straight. And that looks like the first race one's hero, Josh Redhead, has seen half a lap of Heat 2, and in fact he's not even had I don't think he's even come over the line to set a time, and there he is, sat on the far side. And what I can tell you is he's left his helmet on, and when a driver that's retired leaves the helmet on, that is a universal sign of disappointment. Very much, very, very much. So we've got the 18 car of Kales Cole. Had a look up the inside of hairpin 1, got the drive out, and then did the switch back through hairpin 2. So taking third place overall from Joe Lane. And we've got the 89 of Daniel Kell coming back through after a disappointing first heat, coming back through, and has just taken 4th place as well. So we're going to see Joe Lane drop down a couple of places. There he goes on the live timing. Kels Cole and Daniel Kell both setting their fastest laps, their personal fastest laps of the race. And we've got Jude Cole in the junior class, is now up to 9th place overall and only half a second behind Ashton Savage. Collinson pulling a gap at the head of the field, as that's the 20 That's Chris Crowther making his debut here at Teesside. Goes exploring the tarmac of hairpin number 4, and that car is going very slowly. And I would expect to see Chris Crowther pull that number 20 off and into the pits. He's pulled it out of the way, which is fine, and it looks like we've got, I'd say the right-hand side of that car is a little bit lower than the left, so I think we've got some tyre issues, potentially a puncture on the 20 of Chris Crowther.
We've got Sam Med has made a comment on YouTube and asked why they cover the radiators on Rotax. We did mention this briefly in Heat 1 when the temperature was a bit lower and it was a bit wet. The reason they cover them up is just to get the water temperature up, and then once the temperature comes up, they will lift those covers up a certain amount of degrees, or even all the way, depending on how hot the air temperature is, just to get that air to the radiator to manage the water temperature going through the engine.
So, an insight into Rotax racing there from Tom Butterworth alongside me. I'm David Sullivan. We'll be calling the action all day today, and don't forget you can join us as well tomorrow.
Oh, we've got the 18 round. That was Chaos Cole. Clip the inside tyres.
Yeah, no curb on the inside of that first hairpin, just a very unforgiving tyre wall. As Thomas Braid found out earlier, and Chaos Cole drops from 5th place down into 6th. She was actually 4th, I think, behind Jo Lane. She'll drop now down into around about 6th place. So Lane will come over in 4th. Cole will come over in 5th. Behind her, Paul Swan in the 95, freshly stickered up number 95, with Watson, Savage, and Duke Cole in 9th, not making quite the progress through the field that he did in the changeable conditions of heat number 1. Now right on the back of the 79, the CRG of Savage, who does go down the inside of Watson, and Duke Cole mugs him as well. Watson loses 2 places in one corner. Now he's got to see if the additional power of that senior Rotax can find the way back past the 77 of Duke Cole, but some cushion for Ashley Savage in the 79, now up into 7th place.
We've got Duke Cole in the centre of the screen there with that red number 77, indicating that he is the junior runner. And up into 8th he goes. He's only half a second behind Ashley Savage, and then another half second in front of that is Paul Swan. So potentially 6th place on the cards here for Duke Cole. And where did he finish in the first race?
I think he got 5th, didn't he? 5th.
So
which was a great effort.
So 5th in the wet, 6th in the dry. Not bad for starting 14th overall. That's potential, of course. Potential 6th place. He's certainly got the pace at the moment. Andrew Collinson now building up a 2.2 second lead over Max Prentice, with Daniel Kell fighting his way back through, as we said, from that disappointing first heat. Now taking the podium, but he did start on pole for heat 1, so we know there's pace in that car, and so this is what it's all about now. It's about, if you have that first poor heat, just consolidating the day and building yourself back up towards the final.
Yeah, Andrew Collinson, since he moved to the head of the field, has been dominant in the O plate. Oh, that's Duke Cole round, and he's going to need a little bit of assistance.
That's such a disappointment. He was absolutely flying.
We need to see whether he drops below Ben Ficini or Oliver Buckton in the 4 and 66 respectively, or whether he's managed to get that kart facing in the right direction before those 2 drivers have come through. He's currently, where is he on circuit at the moment? He's going to come through. Leader's taken the last lap board. Duke Cole down to 11, so Ficini in the number 4 is through. So we've got a new class leader in junior Rotax. It's Ben Ficini, then Oliver Buckton, Tom Reeve in the senior in the 22 is through. Duke Cole has dropped all the way down to 14th place. Zach Bowker and Chris Crowther, 2 drivers who have retired from the heat. Andrew Collinson, though, comes through to take the checkered flag in a fairly easy victory for the O-plate. Max Prentice and Dan Kell in 1, 2, 3. Jo Lane comes through in 4th with Chaos Cole after her spin in 5th. Paul Swan and Ashley Savage. And it looks like Duke Cole has decided to bring that car into the pit lane rather than take the checkered flag.
During the lunch interval, or however long it may be. We're still waiting to find out just quite how long the interval will be. I'm going to actually have a little wander out into hairpin 1 because I've never seen so many people clip the tyres on the inside. Certainly not in a day as we have today. You normally get right over to, there's a concrete strip on the inside, and you get right over to that because it's actually slightly grippier than the tarmac, so you use that to rail you round. But as you can see, we're looking at hairpin 4 in the centre of the screen there. The tyres do jump out a little bit at the exit, but I'm wondering whether it's the same at hairpin 1.
I wonder if at some point during the day we can get the camera on the bank to zoom in on the inside of that curb, and just to show the viewers just what it's like there. There's no physical like red and white curb on the inside. It's a strip of concrete, and the tyres, and I think normally the tyres sit a little bit further inside, and recently I think they've moved them all the way out.
It seems to be catching a few people out.
It's 3/4 of the way around the corner, isn't it? We've seen Thomas Braid and Cales Cole, albeit both in a battle, so it looks like they have been pushed to the inside, both of them, but clipping that tyre wall and spinning them round.
Are we expecting an Ayrton Senna moment of them saying that the barrier's moved rather than with them making a mistake?
Well, I'm sure it's in the Racing Driver book of excuses. I'm not sure we're going to buy into it. So the final race of the morning session will be our senior pro kart, and they will be out onto the grid in a few moments. So we await the collection of Josh Redhead's number 9 senior Rotax, and in the meantime we'll run you through the grid for heat number 2 of senior pro car. Aaron Alexander, heat 1 winner, lines up on pole position alongside him Josh Volkers. Connor Lucas and Scott Tate on row 2, Ross Jackman and Daniel Tate on row 3. Row 4 is James Dennis, alongside him will be Mark Tate. David Brown and Thomas Lowther round out the top 10. Rob Lowe and Connor White in 11 and 12. 13, Steve Nichols and Brandon Truman Reddish alongside him. Didn't make quite as much progress, I think, as you'd have hoped in heat number 1 from the back of the grid. Simon Doughty in the 757 lines up alongside Adam Wood on the Haas. Nigel Richardson and Harry Burrell are 17th and 18th. 19th will be Benjamin Haffenden alongside Andrew Worley. David Morton and Alban Dowell, who had a spin in heat number 1, round out the 22 kart senior pro kart grid here at the Teesside National Circuit for round number 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner Driver Sprint Series, brought to you live by Alpha Live on their YouTube channel and Teesside Karting via their Facebook page. Thank you very much for joining both myself, David Sullivan, and Tom Butterworth on the action today. We'll be back as well after lunchtime and tomorrow for more of the same. 10:30 start hopefully tomorrow morning for round number 4 here of the 7 round series, now here at the Teesside Autodrome circuit, running on the national layout. We also have the British 24-hour race here in 2 weeks time, 7th to the 9th of August, and we'll be live via the Alpha Live YouTube channel and hopefully Facebook as well from 11:30 on the Saturday for 24 hours of British pro karting and hire kart action. A grid of 88 karts currently signed up for that race, 25 of those in the owner class, and that class is the senior pro kart class that is out on the grid at the moment.
Many of these karts will actually be running in the British 24 hour as well. So the 43 kart we can see in 3rd place with Connor Lucas aboard. He will be is he? You said he was in 111 for the 24 hour.
Connor Lucas will race alongside Mick McDonald, Jack Grinsell, Sam Tugwell and Luke Archer aboard the 111. The 43 will see Paul Wilkins, Andrew Delahunty, David Robinson, Sean Durkin and Steve White lining up in that kart. A number of karts racing out of the MS stable. So as we know, we've got at least 5 full works MS karts and 4 Haas karts. So it's going to be an intense battle at the front. We've got a Haas and an MS on the front row here today. Aaron Alexander in the Haas,
is in a
Josh
state
Volkers.
of cat-like readiness is Aaron Alexander here.
There we go. Way and racing. He's away.
Good
Connor
start
Lucas is
from
going
Connor
to push him through as well, and Josh Volkers bogs down, and from second place he's going to have some work to do. Fourth place he's going to find him in. He's behind Scott Tate, and behind him he's in a Tate sandwich. You've got Scott in front and Dan behind.
Yeah, a shame for Josh Volkers there, but straight up the inside of Tate there and moved him aside, and I'm pretty sure he'll be straight onto hunting down Connor Lucas now.
Standard opening lap move where you're allowed a little bit more leeway on the pod-to-pod bumping, and this time though Aaron Alexander has got Connor Lucas in his metaphorical wing mirrors.
And Lucas is looking very, very racy at the moment as well. Had a good look at the inside into hairpin 3, but couldn't quite get the nose far enough in front. However, right on the tail now of Aaron Alexander, and this is one of the battles that I've been really looking forward to today. Seeing Aaron Alexander put it on pole, and then knowing that Connor Lucas and Josh Volkers are just going to be right behind him all day, and the battle is going to rage right through the day.
Yeah,
and here we go.
All credit to Aaron Alexander, because Connor Lucas and Josh Volkers, the pedigree of driver that is behind him. Just to give you an idea on Josh Volkers, and this just goes back to tell you we've at least been racing here since 2015. In Senior Pro Kart in 2015, second, 2016 first, 2017 first, 2018 third, so he had a bad year. 2019 second, and he's had 2 O-plate wins as Josh Volkers. So in the last 5 years has not finished outside of the top 3 in the championship. Currently battling for the title once again with Connor Lucas, and they are right on the back of Aaron Alexander. And those 2 drivers, Lucas and Volkers, they race out the front all the time. They know each other well, and but there's no quarter given. Once it's visor down, and there is Volkers, dives to the inside.
Lovely move as well.
Second place.
Lucas had a look at the inside of Alexander, went slightly defensive against Volkers, expecting the move, and ended up almost passing Alexander in the process. Then in the next hairpin, through comes Volkers. Class.
Yeah, great move. The traditional Teesside switchback move of down the inside of hairpin 4. It was a clean move on that occasion. I think later in the race it might have been a lot more of a block pass, but both of those drivers, and now Josh Volkers, who towards the end of heat 1 was 0.3 of a second a lap quicker than Aaron Alexander as he endeavoured to reel him in. Alexander earlier on the brakes there than what he normally is, driving a lot differently aboard that Haas than what he used to do in the right. He's tidied his driving style up, and to be fair, he was quick before, but he was spectacular with it.
It almost caught Volkers out there. Had to really get on the brakes a lot harder, and you can see a little bit of counter steering as he entered hairpin 3, just to try and avoid the back of Aaron Alexander.
Yeah, heat number 2, these Volkers and Lucas backed themselves into the pack by battling as Volkers runs side by side down the back straight.
Pushes Alexander off.
That's a Formula 1 style move, isn't it? Run him out as far as he can and then leave the driver to make the decision.
And Lucas comes through as well, just for good measure.
For the first time today, Aaron Alexander is not out in front of the Senior Pro Kart class, and let's see how he's overtaking fares against these 2. I can't see him, despite his relative youth, wanting to sit behind these 2 drivers in front of him. And to be fair, Josh Volkers out in front, only 19 years old. Connor Lucas can't be much older than that if he's in the same sort of region, certainly sure. So youth at the head of the field. Behind them, Scott Tate, Dan Tate, Ross Jackman and Mark Tate coming through up into 7th. So Jackman leads Clubman, Mark Tate leads the 40s class.
Volkers feeling the need to go very defensive down the back straight there.
Yeah, this is going to play into the hands of...
and look at Alexander pushing Lucas through South Bank corner. Lucas had a look through hairpin 2, got alongside Volkers, who then went extremely defensive, and all it did was back both of them into Alexander.
Yeah, so we are beyond half race distance, 4 of the 10 laps remaining. When it comes to finals, we get an extra 2 laps of action.
It's amazing how quickly these senior pro cats do those 10 laps as well. I mean, we're what, 6 laps down already, and
Yeah.
it's just, it flies by.
Like time-wise as well, the 2 strokes, they get an extra 2 laps because they are around about 8 seconds a lap quicker than the senior pro cars. But
Alexander again, so much quicker through South Bank corner.
yeah, these two are just. I think these two are gonna let Focus have this one, aren't they? If they carry on playing, trying to get past each other rather than working up onto the back.
It could.
So,
I think Alexander now needs to either work with Connor and get him back onto the back of Josh Falkus, or make that clean move and try and pull away. Yeah. Alexander setting the quickest lap of the race on that last lap, but if he cannot get past cleanly, they're just going to hold each other up.
Ross Jackman's had his Weetabix, mixing it with the pro lads up in there in 5th place. Normally finds himself battling in around the top 10. Qualified very well and has found himself able to keep pace. He was behind Daniel Tate a few moments ago. Now finds himself in front of one of the 3 Tates. Daniel there in the Tony Kart race suit and the coloured helmet. Behind him, Mark Tate, the leader in the 40s class, in the black overalls and the white helmet, running in 7th.
I'll tell you who is coming up with, while these front 3 are, I wouldn't say fighting amongst themselves, but they're certainly not doing each other any favours. Scott Tate is now only 1.6 seconds behind again.
Yeah, quick driver Scott Tate, and we'll see him in the last minute entry in the higher kart class alongside his family and a few others in a few weeks. The last lap board is out. We've got a lap and a half of the final heat of the morning for you. And out at the front of the pack, Josh Volkers leads from Connor Lucas, Aaron Alexander. That's Ross Jackman being forcefully disposed of 5th position, drops all the way down to 7th.
Daniel Tate and Mark Tate ganging up on him.
Dan punched the hole and Mark went through it as well.
So we start the last lap. Connor Lucas setting his personal best lap of the race, closing up to well under half, only a quarter of a second behind Josh Falkus now. Aaron Alexander half a second back. Anybody makes a mistake.
Oh, Alexander's round at hairpin 1. There's the mistake. He's done what everybody else has done. He's clipped the wall, and Aaron Alexander from almost certain 3rd place is now going to be down. He's down behind Tom Lowther. Tom is down in 12th at the moment, so Aaron Alexander makes a mistake, throws his head back as well down the back straight. He knows that that's cost him. Out at the front though, Connor Lucas is not going to be able to do anything about Josh Volkers in the O-plate. Volkers will come through to take the victory in heat number 2. Lucas behind him. Scott Tate's going to come through for a somewhat fortuitous 3rd place. Daniel Tate and Mark Tate, so they'll all be together for heat number 3. Josh Volkers with the fastest lap as well over the line. Connor White and Ross Jackman. David Brown, James Dennis and Brandon Truman Reddish, with James Lowther, Aaron Alexander in 12th. It's going to be fascinating to see Aaron trying to come through the pack in heat number 2. I think Connor Lucas and Josh Volkers now halfway around the final lap have had a quick look over the shoulder and are wondering where the number 38 of Aaron Alexander has gone to, and where he went was into the tyre wall at hairpin number 1. That's dropped him all the way down to 12th place.
Disappointed for Aaron as well. He's only got one more heat now to make up those spots and get himself a good position for the final.
Yeah, so a disappointing end to the morning for Aaron Alexander, but we can head off for the afternoon lunch break. He's got plenty of time to collect his thoughts and come out fighting for the afternoon session. We've been allocated 20 minutes for our lunch break, so as Tom goes off to inspect the first hairpin tyre wall, I'm going to tuck into a corned beef and salad cream sandwich, and we look forward to welcoming you all back in around about 20 minutes time for heat number 3 here from round 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in 20. Welcome back to Teesside Karting in Middlesbrough for round number 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series. We've had 2 wonderful round of heats this morning. We are awaiting the start of Bambino heat number 3. On pole position for that race will be Edward Haynes, alongside him Bobby Pete in the 53. 1 race win apiece between those 2 in the first 2 heats. Blair Smith and Colby Patterson on row number 2, Edward Rye and Beau Mulvaney on row 3. Row 4 sees Ollie Carter line up alongside Riley Buckton-Young, Ryan White and Austin Oman in 10th, with Joey Allen and Lewis Smith. In the number 12, in the number 13 will line up in 12th place. So 12 drivers on the Bambino grid, all of them getting themselves into position. So looks like we've got Joey Allen in the 95, will be coming round late to the dummy grid, lines up in 11th place. So after a superb morning's racing, especially in this Bambino class, where we saw Edward Haynes and Bobby Pete battling it out at the front, and then a battle in the midfield between Blair Smith, Colby Patterson, Edward Rye, Beau Mulvaney, Ollie Carter and Riley Buckton-Young. There's await Joey Allen, the final one of our drivers in the number 95, to come round and roll his kart into 11th place. He's in place now. All of our drivers await the green flag. Start line marshal, green flag in the air, green flag down, we're underway, and it's a great start from the outside of the front row by the 53 of Bobby Pete, and he leads into the bus stop chicane for the first time and round the national loop. Behind him, Edward Haynes, the pole sitter in the O plate, looks to close back up, and he's already right behind him as they come through the chicanes, and they'll head down towards hairpin number 1. Pete's going to make him go right the way around the outside, and he does, all the way around the outside by the O plate of Edward Haynes and back into the lead. So it's Haynes from Pete, then it looks like Blair Smith, Colby Patterson, and Patterson running down the back straight as the Bambinos come into shot. Patterson goes to the inside. Will he get the job done on Smith? Yes, he does. 3rd place for Colby Patterson. Great opening lap for him. So it's Haynes out at front with Pete behind, Patterson, Smith, and looks like Mulvaney up into 5th place. He is there running the number 1. So a fantastic start for Bobby Pete, and then he braked very early for hairpin number 1, allowed Edward Haynes to go right round the outside. So an opening lap for Edward Haynes of a 1:03. Bobby Pete, Colby Patterson, Blair Smith, Beau Mulvaney, Ollie Carter, Edward Rye, Riley Buckton-Young, Ryan White, Austin Oman, Lewis Smith and Joey Allen. There are 12 drivers here for the 8-minute heat number 3. I am David Sullivan, alongside me Tom Butterworth.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
From your elongated lunch break.
Yeah, I was out doing the track inspection, and I don't bring a packed lunch, unlike some people. So I had to go up to the cafe after my track inspection. So we both went over and had a look at the inside of hairpin 1, didn't we?
Yes.
Just having a look at that barrier that seems to have caught out the tyres that seem to have caught a few people out today. So we think it has moved ever so slightly closer to the track, and it seems to just be catching people out a little bit, that they're unable to make the adjustment and you just use a normal line, and it's just catching them out. Yeah,
we both mentioned earlier that normally there's the concrete strip round the inside, and then there's a often quite dusty channel then where people have been known to drop their wheel off the inside, and then there's the tyre wall. It looks like the tyres have been moved out ever so slightly, and it's caught out a number of very experienced drivers actually across a number of classes. We've seen Aaron Alexander find it, Thomas Braid, Kales Cole found the wall as well. So as we see Blair Smith battling with Beau Mulvaney, Ollie Carter there as well, Riley Buckton-Young in the background, Edward Rye's in there as well. Colby Patterson though is broke clear, and Colby Patterson is on the back of Bobby Pete, and will come over the lines with 3 wide in Bambino. Bo Mulvaney nudged out of that corner, and Ollie Carter and Edward Rye moved forward. So Mulvaney in 1 lap has gone from 7th to 5th and back down to 7th aboard number 1.
Edward Haynes now 4 seconds clear at the front.
Flying, isn't he?
Yeah,
you can see why this young man from Hexham in Northumberland is leading the British Super 1 Championship. He is asserting his dominance here at Teesside on round number 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series. This is the battle for 4th place. Blair Smith on the inside with the orange helmet. With Ollie Carter behind him in the 88. Carter gets some good speed round that south bank. Will he go to the inside? He will, but not in sufficient time. That Smith won't close the door on him. Mulvaney takes a tight line, and that I think might allow Rye to cut back down the inside. Rye does. Don't think there's any contact there actually. I think Mulvaney just saw Rye and took evasive action.
Just in time, I think he saw him.
So, Bo Mulvaney went forwards quite a lot in heat number 2, and is now going backwards a little bit more in heat number 3.
So as usual, keep your comments coming in through the YouTube channel, through the Facebook stream as well. David will be keeping up with your Facebook stuff, and I will have the YouTube stuff pop up in front of me. So keep those comments coming in, and we'll try and give everybody a mention that we can. Pretty much line astern at the moment from the Bambinos, from 4th all the way down to I think it's 8th and 9th even, within sort of a second and a half of each other. See Ollie Carter taking a slightly unorthodox line through there, getting a good run actually, and has
Mulvaney back up into 5th place.
Yep.
So yo-yo race for Mulvaney, all on the back of Smith though again. It seems that as the race continues, Mulvaney just seems to get quicker and quicker.
Funnily enough, we've just had Karen Dillon message in and just said, say hi. So, hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hope you're having a good day and enjoying the coverage of the Bambinos and 5 to 8 year olds.
That's the youngest of our drivers here at Teesside.
50cc engines, is that correct, David?
It is the Comet C50 engine. There's Mulvaney again making a move.
Lovely.
Down the inside, block pass as well.
Oh, and off onto the grass goes Smith.
Very aggressive for these young drivers.
Kept the foot in though.
Yeah, Smith drops 2 places but stays on track. Rye's going to try and go around the outside, but that's going to add a few metres to his lap and he'll settle back in behind. So Bo Mulvaney not scared to get his elbows out round the bottom end of the circuit into hairpin number 3.
Made good progress over the last couple of laps. Let's see what clean air will do for Bo. Whether it will be able to, whether Bo will be able to drop the 3 behind of Carter, Smith, Rye, or whether they are actually all going to sit and just get pulled along. So we've got Carter looking to the outside, but as David just said, that is a longer line, a longer route.
Yeah, much longer route, especially with these fairly smaller powered engines in this Comet C50 class. Leader has come over with 1 minute remaining, takes the last lap board, and it's Edward Haynes by 6 seconds from Bobby Pete and Colby Patterson. Pete's managed to find an extra gear, so to speak, and pull away from Patterson. Patterson was right on the back of him less than a few laps ago. So Haynes, Pete, Patterson, Mulvaney, Carter, Smith. We've got Rye, Buckton Young, Ryan White, Austin O'Man, Lewis Smith and Joey Allen. And, Smith and Allen at the back of the pack, they're having a nice little battle between themselves.
We've got the last lap board out. All drivers have taken it. With this format that we've got this year, with them actually racing rather than the time trialling, they are all finishing on the same lap and not that far apart
No,
either.
it's great. I think it's found some of them some extra speed as well, because they've been able to follow drivers a lot closer and come through. One driver that hasn't been allowing people to follow him closely is your race winner, Edward Haynes.
Pumping the fist there.
Very happy, and he will start the final on pole position.
Blair Smith is just having a bit of a ding-dong through the final corner with Edward Rye, and Rye's going to take it as they come down the final straight. Rye getting a better drive out of that final hairpin 4 and taking 6th place on the line with best lap of his personal best lap of the race.
Yeah, great effort there, and the battle between Mulvaney, Carter, Wright and Smith went all race long. I think at some point every one of those drivers was in 4th place. And Beau Mulvaney once again coming strong as the race went on. Struggled early doors.
And we have to say hello to Beau Mulvaney from Jasmine, his sister, who has messaged in on YouTube.
Thank you for joining us, as always, here, both on the Teesside Karting Facebook page and the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
Now, you mentioned my elongated lunch break, David, but there was method to my madness because I bring cake. Would you like cake?
Oh!
Did you hear that noise, ladies and gentlemen?
Christmas.
Did you hear that noise?
Christmas in July, ladies and gentlemen. Who'd have thought it?
So I brought a slice of it's chocolate sprinkly cake.
I'll just take a small bite, Tom, because...
COVID.
Well, no, because, not even that. Lockdown has not been kind to the waistline.
Same to all of us.
Yeah, not been kind to the waistline as lockdown.
Same to all of us. As I say, I'm racing in the 24-hour coming up in a couple of weeks, and if I'm going to make the 85 kilo rental weight limit, I've got to drop about 6 kilos in what have we got, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks? 3 weeks.
Well, your team will be thrilled to know that you're tackling
cake.
A 3-inch by 3-inch square chocolate cake with sprinkles on top.
Producer director Luke refusing the cake. How dare you lose the cake?
Are you feeling okay, Luke?
He's saving himself for a Parmo later. So here we go with heat number 3 of Junior Pro Kart. We had a fantastic race in heat 2. Looking forward to another ding-dong battle.
So, cake out of the way, it's time to go racing once again. Junior Pro Karts line up. They're going to come through with double race winner Jack Morris on pole position alongside Kieran Lambert on the front row, Gracie Mitchell and Alexander Mallard on row 2. Bella Franklin and Asher Blythe will share row number 3. Row 4 goes the way of Joe Burrell and Maximus Shields, Brandon Jennings and Jake Richardson on row 5, Thomas Braid and Caitlin Frame on row 6. Jacob O'Connor, Sebastian Pereira, Lennon French and Kieran Savage round out your 16 drivers. One to watch for me in this one is the 11 of Gracie Mitchell, getting faster and faster at the hands of that Junior Pro Kart, having made the step up from the Cadet class. So at the age of 13, Gracie enjoyed a full season of Cadet last year and now moves into Junior Pro Kart here at Teesside, as well as racing in Mini Rock in the Super 1, along with the Total Karting team run by Rob Smedley of Formula 1, Fernando is faster than you fame.
Amongst other things.
Oh, amongst other things. I'm not for 1 minute saying that's his greatest achievement, Tom.
It was the Felipe baby. We'll get you an umbrella. That was my personal favourite Smedley highlight.
So the green flag is up, green flag is down. We're underway in racing. Great start from row number 2 by the 11 of Gracie Mitchell. Will she stick it out right round the outside? She won't. She's balked, takes a huge amount of curb then on the inside of National and drops all the way down to 5th place behind Alex Mallard and Bella Franklin. Franklin has a little nudge at Alex Mallard into hairpin number 1.
That was definitely a bump and run from Franklin there, not the nicest way.
Oh,
and Mallard is not happy at all about it. Gracie Mitchell now getting a good run on Mallard as well. I think so focused was he on remonstrating with Franklin that he's actually slowed himself up coming out.
Still shaking his head as he comes round South Bank and into hairpin 3. Needs to get his head down and push that one to the back of his mind. Certainly got the pace to run inside the top 3 today.
Morris has made another break for it at the front. Are we going to see Lambert closing up again, as much as he has done for the last couple of heats?
Yeah, Morris was a great. I think Lambert, obviously off the line, had to go side by side with Gracie Mitchell.
Correct.
And that's allowed Jack Morris to break 8/10 of a second away.
Oh, Franklin's round.
Tyre wall, the tyre wall on the inside
Again.
that we spoke about earlier, catching out another very experienced driver here at Teesside, and Bella Franklin drops all the way down the field. She's behind Sebastian, that's Maximus Shields. He's in 10th, so she'll drop outside of the top 10. Luckily, no other drivers made contact with her as she went round at hairpin 1.
11th, I've counted it just as they came round South Bank there.
Yeah, and I think that's forced to cut. Gracie Mitchell, I think, had to take evasive action.
Yes.
That sent her down the field as well. She's going to come through in around about 7th or 8th place. 6th eventually over the lines. It's Morris, Lambert, Mallard, Braid. And Thomas Braid's come out of nowhere thanks to that incident with Bella Franklin. Brandon Jennings is 5th, Gracie Mitchell 6th, Jake Richardson, Asher Blythe, Joe Burrell and Max Shields as Burrell and Asher Blythe battle it out over 8th place.
That's Thomas Braid, who we also saw facing the wrong way after clipping the tyres in Heat 2.
Yeah, Thomas Braid, who had a great round here at Heat number 2, some fantastic starts in the dry. And Bella Franklin now with a lot of work to do to get that number 8 kart positioned and score sufficient points. So this is heat number 3, the final round of heats. So your final will be, grids are made up in the final of the points you've accumulated from heats 1, 2 and 3, and the highest point scorer, which as it stands will be Jack Morris, will start from pole position for the final. Franklin all over the back of Joe Burrell in 9th. Doesn't dive to the inside this time.
Another little bump and run through hairpin 1 there as well.
Yes,
I think she's just got the ability to brake slightly later, and he's maybe catching her out. How early?
Down the inside into South Bank. Takes the 71 of Brandon Jennings, who's dropped a couple of places this lap. He's gone behind Mitchell, Richardson and Blythe. Richardson is in front there as they come out that corner of Gracie Mitchell, and Jake Richardson there in the 113. Jake's a driver that generally starts the day off quite slowly. I think if he could turn up just at heat number 2 and with that sort of speed, I think you'd be finding Jake Richardson challenging for a podium. But looks like Thomas Braid's had a problem. He's dropped right down the field. He's now in 12th place.
We've missed that somewhere on camera. Whoa, Gracie right up the inside there. Jake Richardson pushing wide through hairpin 2. I think that was fairly fair, pretty fair. I think it just more surprised Jake Richardson than anything else. And now Jake gone down another place to Asher Blythe as well.
Yeah, Asher Blythe, the podium finisher here at the start of the season here at Teesside.
So all action again. Joe Burrell dropping down the order down to 9th, but all action again in Heat 3 of Junior Pro Kart. Yeah, 5 laps to go. Don't take your eyes off this one.
From 4th down to 10th is really quite tight, especially there. Most of the drivers are, as Max Shields does find a way down the inside of Brandon Jennings. So Max, another drivers who spent the early part of the season in Cadets before moving to Junior Pro Kart, finds himself now up in 9th place. Joe Burrell and Bella Franklin will squabble over 8th. Franklin now back behind Burrell.
Trying to get the cut back. Getting good drive off the corner, and she's got the inside line for the right, but she'll be on the outside for this
Burrell
right.
took a huge amount of curve. That unsteadied that kart.
Still managed to keep his foot in though, and held the lead. Held the position. That's 7th place for Burrell, and put his fastest lap of the race in. But through the national loop, Franklin takes the position, and fighting back again is Burrell. Side by side again, going for the cutback. I think Bella's got this done now.
Fantastic racing over between them, and Max Shields joins the party, getting through past Joe Burrell as well. So Burrell's trying to keep Franklin behind.
The
Now
Iron
sees
Man
him
helmet
behind,
clearly giving at least 0.2 of a second.
Definitely worth it. So Shields, though, runs wide out around hairpin 4. Burrell runs in wide onto the rumble strip, and Burrell is back through.
Just tucking back in there. I thought that was going to be almost an aeroplane crash style incident,
yes.
but just.
So we had almost a lap of side-by-side action between Bella Franklin and Joe Burrell. Burrell now having to contend with Max Shields,
who's actually got the transponder on this time and working, which is a bonus for us.
Him up in 9. Thomas Braid makes his way through and past Caitlin Frame and back up to 11. So tougher day this time for Thomas Braid, but the pace is still there in the number 12. 3 laps remaining. Well, just 2 now as Jack Morris comes over the line in Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3. And on this occasion, Morris has been able to break free of Kieran Lambert and Alex Mallard as well. Gracie Mitchell's broke away from the pack, and she's off in search of Alex Mallard. I think she might run out of laps though before we get there for that one. So it's Morris, Lambert, Mallard, Mitchell, Blythe, Richardson, Franklin, Burrell, Shields and Jennings the top 10, as we see Asher Blythe out onto the back straight with Jake Richardson behind him and Bella Franklin right on the back of that 113.
Bella just tapping away through South Bank and up the inside. Is she going to get the move done? Yes, she does. Lovely.
Fantastic. We've almost got so much of a run. She's got Asher Blythe into hairpin 4 as well. Blythe, though, closed the door as they start the last lap. So only a few more opportunities for Bella Franklin to move up into the top 5. Max Shields on the right-hand side there. You saw him banging the steering wheel. The 181 of Max Shields from running up in 8th or 9th place retires from heat number 3.
Franklin up the inside. Block pass there on the 15 of Asher Blythe, and that's actually let Jake Richardson back through again. He's followed Bella through there. So good recovery drive from Bella Franklin after that earlier spin.
Yeah. Jack Morris, though, comes over the line to take the checkered flag in a
normal service resumed for Jack.
Simple race for him. Kieran Lambert gets 2nd, Alex Mallard 3rd, Gracie Mitchell in 4th, and Bella Franklin in a race of what could it have been really for her, comes through in 5th place, 12 seconds off the lead, and I think she probably spent at least 10 of those facing in the wrong direction. So great speed there aboard the number 8 of Franklin. So Morris, Lambert and Mallard, so it'll be Morris and Lambert on the front row for your final, which will be brought to you in around about an hour's time by NRG Cycles, Alpha Live and Teesside Karting here from the Teesside National Circuit in Middlesbrough. Cadets will be up in a few moments, and Jack Morris, he'll be in 24-hour action as well in the hire kart as part of the NRG Global Power number 19 outfit, alongside Mark Mitchell, Ross O'Meara, and I think David Wilson and Lee Mentier in that one as well, from what Jack was telling me in the week. So Jack will be certainly one to look out for when it comes to the 24-hour race in 2 weeks' time.
So just checking the socials, and we've got Caleb Lawson Donnock says, I want cake. And it is delicious. I can't blame you.
Yeah, we've had cake.
Yeah, it is delicious. You are welcome to come down to Teesside and try some cake. They are very good here. Hayley Dillon wants a shout out as well. So hello, Hayley. Hope you're well and having a good day. We've got William Young saying, come on, Tom. I'm sure that's not me. I think they mean Thomas Braid. But you never know.
If it's the same William Young that's previously raced in Junior Rotax, I'd want to ask where he is.
Okay, where are you, William Young?
Come and race.
Let us know.
Come back. Come and race.
And we have Princess Cherry Bells says hi. That's awesome says, come on, Leon Barlow, number 42, from Kian, Lucy and Josh. Good luck, Sophie Porsey, Mum's watching. And Carol Blythe says, well done, Asher. And that's you up to date with your socials.
So before we run through Heat 3, I'm going to bring you a temperature update from the commentary box, brought to you in part by my forehead. It is warm.
Yeah. it is melting levels of hot in this commentary box. We were talking about, you know, losing the weight for the 24-hour. I think all I need to do is 2 days in here,
You sleep in here.
I'll soon get rid of it. So pole position taken by Charlie Wyatt. He took pole for heat 1, heat 1, pole for heat 2, heat 2, pole for heat 3. Can he make it the hat trick? Let's find out. Second place will be Catherine Potter, number 20. Third, Lizzie Mentier. Fourth, Jared Fox-Whiteley. Fifth will be Ethan Gerling, and alongside him, Thomas Potter in sixth. Seventh place will be Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Eighth, David Mack. Ninth will be Tom Holden. 10, Hudson Barker-Dix. 11 is Leon Barlow, and 12th is Josh Cook. 13th, Oliver Watson. 14th, Addison Smith. 15th, Alex Fraser. 16th, Finlay Stubbings. 17th, Jack Thompson. 18th, Sophie Porsey. 19th is Lewis Goff. 20th, William Robinson. 21st, Cody Lamb. 22nd, Harris Ali. 23rd, William George Howard. And 24th, Alex Lynn. 25th will be Sam Robson, who unfortunately had an incident in Heat 2 and ended up facing the wrong way. So we'll be looking for Sam to make up some places in this one. 26th, Holly Allen. And 27th, Ethan Charles.
So 27 drivers on the grid, and we spoke a few moments ago about William Young, and he's just informed us that his car needs a little bit of work, and hopefully he'll be back with us later on in the season. There's Sophie Porsey in the 77, joining, moving herself into position on the grid, starting the previous race from the back. She worked through and moved through the field, took at least 8 places, and as the rest of the field lines up, we've got Holly Allen in the 95, rolling into place in that immaculately turned out car. It's beautiful, that number 95. But our grid is formed up. Start line marshal makes his way to the front. Charlie Wyatt on the inside, Catherine Potter on the outside as the drivers run straight down towards National for the first time. The green is up, the green is down, we're underway and racing. It's a good start from the outside of the front row by Catherine Potter. Not quite enough though, and it looks like Charlie Wyatt's going to slot into his customary first place berth.
Lizzie Mentier took third as well through the national loop.
I think she dropped down a little bit, managed to get it back past Jared Fox-Whiteley into hairpin 1. Hope to see all our drivers make their way round on the opening lap. Looks like everybody's got round the first 2 hairpins without much incident. We see Ethan Charles coming through the field from the back, following his removal from heat number 2. Great move as well by David Mack down the inside of Hudson Barker-Dix, and Tom Holden and Leon Barlow look to pull the same move off as well.
Got the 87 there. Check who that is. The 87 of Tom Holden was side by side coming out of hairpin 4. Jared Fox-Whiteley setting the fastest lap of the race on the first lap, has had a flyer. Started, if memory serves, low part of the top 10, but he's up to 4th place and flying along.
Yeah, he was well on for a podium here last time in round number 2 at the start of July. And remember, round number 4 brought to you tomorrow from 10:30 by Alpha Line and Teesside Karting here for NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Out in the front there, where after 2 laps, Charlie Wyatt, but he's not been able to break away this time, Tom.
No, but the front 4 seem to have got a bit of a gap now. They're going to fight it out for the first 4 places, followed by a pack of around 7 behind them. So all action throughout the field. I'm just keeping my eye on hairpin 1 every time we go through now, just because of the amount of incidents that we've had so far. Just people clipping that little tyre that's jutting out, and it's made an impact on so many people's days so far. But if they can't adjust to what's happening, then this is, you know, the changes of the track, then this is what happens.
Yeah, contact there into the third of the 4 tight hairpins. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson running into the back of Ethan Gerling. Gerling shakes his head. Looked like Stansmore-Wilson carried a lot of speed into that corner. All of them now remain where they were. So Girling in 6th, Stansmore Wilson 7th, David Mack in 8th. That's Tom Holden and Leon Barlow behind them. There is, oh, David Mack dives to the inside. Late move on the brakes, gets past Stansmore Wilson. They all slot back into place. Great clean move by the 16 of David Mack, and now he runs after Ethan Girling. Is it going to be 2 in 3 corners? Looks like it could be, as Jack Thompson in 37 battling away with Sophie Pawsey down the back straight.
And then it's not again. David Mack did get through and then got immediately retaken again.
What about, who's that coming? Is that Tom Holden again coming onto the back of the pack? It's Hudson Barker Dix on the back as well, and Holden's in the middle. 6 carts. Oh, Tom Holden up and over the curb. Feels like he was forced on there, but there looked to be clear daylight between him and the cart alongside him. Certainly no contact between the two of them.
I think he was just moved over, but not actually forced over. So, yeah, all fair
there. There's that
there.
move from David Mack. Late on the brakes down the inside of Ethan Girling.
Lovely move.
Holden does finally get the move done on little Bella Stansmore Wilson. As Stansmore Wilson will try to come back. Leon Barlow all over the back of her.
Oh, Stansmore Wilson with great pace down the back straight, sent it straight up the inside, and he's...
Do you think Holden, I think, was looking behind to see who was there, saw Barlow on one side, tried to
and there goes Holden back through. Oh, that was a bit of contact there, side to side. What, how do you call that one, David?
To the point that I'd be very surprised if we don't see a contact warning, Tom.
Yeah, I think it was forceful, to say the least.
We'll call that one an industrial pass by Holden, but he's there up in front. That's dropped little Bella Stansmore Wilson down the field. She'll go down to 11th place behind Hudson Barker Dix. There she is battling with him in the 99. The leading duo, though, have broken away.
Catherine Potter has made her way through. She didn't have the best of qualifying sessions. I mean, she wasn't exactly far down the order, but she's slowly throughout the heats has made her way up into that 2nd place, passing Lizzie Mentier right on the line at the end of heat 2 to take 2nd place, and she is now hunting down Charlie Wyatt, and this is the first time that we've actually seen Wyatt under pressure all day.
Yeah, Catherine Potter, your championship leader here at Teesside after 2 rounds, and prior to today, unbeaten on circuit until Charlie Wyatt took the first 2 heats. And to be fair in this one, even if Charlie was to drop back to 2nd, he'd still start the final on pole position, virtue of his 2 heat victories in heats 1 and 2. Lap and a half remaining then for our leaders as Potter tries to take a slightly different line into around South Bank and into the hairpin at number 3. Lizzie Mentier 3rd, Jared Fox-Whiteley in 4th, and I think Fox-Whiteley's lining up for a move down into the inside.
Heat so far.
Yeah, I think he's looking for a move. These two battled it out to a great extent at round 2. No quarter given for either of them as Charlie Wyatt plugs in the fastest lap of the race, but Potter matches it with a personal best, and they remain 2 kart lengths apart out at the front. Similar position between them as we see Mentier and Fox-Whiteley on the screen. Leaders onto the back straight. There we are with Charlie Wyatt having a little look over their shoulder. Catherine Potter does the same, but she's got 2.5 seconds back. I think she might be a little bit too far back to make a move, though, unless it's going to be a late dive.
Definitely concur with that, unless Wyatt makes a mistake through this final corner. Clean as you like, and we will see him cross the line in 1st, but quickly followed by Catherine Potter. As you say, the first time all day that Wyatt's actually been under pressure, and you could see how much pressure he was under by the amount of times he was looking behind him.
One thing I do like about Charlie Wyatt, always gives a fist pump over the line after a victory. Always happy with his work, and it's 3 from 3 for the 23 of Charlie Wyatt. Catherine Potter 2nd, Lizzie Mentier 3rd, Jared Fox-Whiteley in 4th. Thomas Potter, David Mack, Tom Holden, Ethan Girling, Leon Barlow and Hudson Barker Dix round out your top 10. Isabella Stansmore Wilson missed out very slightly at the end there as part of the overtake by Holden, who finished in 7th. Josh Cook, Addison Smith, Finlay Stubbings, who debuts here at Teesside, another driver to make the trip to us from Norfolk. And starts his adventure in karting towards the back end of last year. Got his own kart at the start of this year and joins us here at Teesside after a fairly impressive debut at Hello Park, winning all his races and finals. And Looks forward to mixing it with a big grid of cadets here at Teesside. 27 drivers on the grid today. Expect one or two more to join the fray tomorrow for the action that will start here for round number 4 from 10:30 tomorrow morning.
So we've got Leon Barlow's family are getting well involved on the socials now, and
they're still
really,
awake in Australia.
Yeah, cheering him on and doing well, and he had a good performance in that round as well. As we can see, just coming over the weighing scales here, that fluoro yellow helmet, fluoro yellow wheels, and a little point to the camera as well. You see, Mr. Andy Barlow, he can see you. Well, he can't see you, but he knows that you're watching and supporting. Okay, so coming up next, we have our senior and junior Rotax field. We have Heat 3 coming up, and with there being only 3 junior Rotax karts, they've actually tagged onto the back of the senior field. It will be a rolling start, but the 3 juniors will start at the back. We've seen Jude Cole in the juniors have fantastic pace throughout the day. Here we are. We're on screen. Let's give a wave. Hello.
So we were just admiring the remedial works going on there to the turn 1 hairpin.
I think they've just inspected those tyres after we've had a few people go around, but it all seems okay.
I think one's jumping out. It's causing the problem. But we are welcomed on circuit by our senior and junior Rotax drivers. Andrew Collinson and Max Prentice roll off on the front row with Dan Kell and Joe Lane on row 2. Kales Cole and Paul Swan in P5 and 6. Ashley Savage, Paul Watson, Lee Bell and Ben Ficini, with Oliver Buckton and Tom Reeve in 12. Stephen Kell, Jude Cole, Zach Bowker, Chris Crowther and Josh Redhead, who retired from the second heat. Remember, juniors are lined up at the back, so some of those names on the list will be further down the field. That'll be Oliver Buckton, Ben Ficini and Jude Cole. So all the seniors moving up to the head of the field. Final senior driver, the number 9 of Josh Redhead, who retired from Heat 2 before it even got started, in fact. So the leaders making their way round. Really tight formation, actually. Collinson on pole has backed everybody into
a slow roll
good
up
start.
I'd be worried about tyre temperature, to be honest, as well. Here we go.
Collinson on the inside gets the jump.
Terrible start.
Max Prentice in the 33 wasn't expecting that. Drops all the way down. Will go down behind Kales Coley. He does into 4th place. Manages to cut across in front of Joe Lane in the 16, who I think was behind Prentice and got balked slightly by that start. So your leading trio of Andrew Collinson, Dan Kell and Kales Cole. Max Prentice then down to 4th place with Joe Lane behind him. Joe Lane has just dived down the inside. Hasn't been able to get the move done. This is some of our junior drivers getting in the mix. The 90, Stephen Kell. Mixing it with Ben Ficini and Jude Cole.
And so we're going to be keeping an eye on Jude Cole's progress, but also Josh Redhead as well, moving through the field.
So yeah, Redhead, I think he made an inspired tyre choice in heat number 1 and just drove through the field. Joe Lane there, great move down the inside of hairpin 1 on Max Prentice. Joe in his final races here in karts moves up into 4th place, and Joe there aboard that number 16, racing this weekend in memory of a local young man called Jake Hurst, who sadly passed away in the week, succumbed to his injuries following an incident on his bicycle. So rest in peace to Jake, and we can hope Joe can push on and hopefully bring you a trophy at the end of the day. Currently in 4th place, chasing down Kales Cole, who we mentioned earlier, has once again made the trip over from Ireland, Hawkin Island in fact, champion over there at the Munster Kart Club. and the Tully Allen Kart Club in Rotax 165.
And Cale's fan club have actually been on the socials as well, with Suzanne Cole has messaged in and just said good luck, Cales. Well, your good luck is doing him well so far. Is third place. And Daniel Kell, who had that unfortunate heat one with the what turned out to be the wrong choice of a coin flip of tyre choices, really, wasn't it? Just went slightly the wrong way and dropped down, but has fought his way back through for the day, right the way up to second place, and only under half a second off Andrew Collinson now.
Yeah, really going to take the battle this time to Collinson. Collinson got away in the last couple of heats, and let's see whether Collinson can wind it up as we approach half race distance. Already in this senior Rotax, it's flying. Today we're almost at final time, and there's Tom Reeve there in the freshly liveried number 22. There's got a battle for third place raging on between Cales Cole and Joe Lane. Tom Reeve recovering from a disappointing first heat, a retirement in that one. Back straight, so that's Cales Cole and Joe Lane battling it out for third place. Lane was alongside a few corners ago. Behind them, Max Prentice, having started on the front row, has dropped down to fifth place. Difficult start for him. I think he didn't anticipate Collinson going quite so soon. And Collinson's line followed him all the way through, telling third, up into second place. Cales Cole was in fifth. She's come all the way through as well into third. So the whole inside, Joe Lane goes very wide, outbreaks himself into hairpin number one, gives up fourth place to Max Prentice. So let's see whether Prentice can get past Cole. Joe Lane had a few laps trying to get through. Cole will continue, and Cole, we normally find Cole when she's here on a similar pace to Dan Kell, 2 seconds between them at the moment.
Prentice fighting back through now after that terrible start. Yeah, as well. Just didn't seem to get going. Dropped down to fourth, which is of course where he still is.
Yeah, very different lines between those two drivers through the D-shaped chicane that starts the circuit here on the Teesside National Circuit.
The other thing to mention about Max Prentice is what we were talking about earlier with the nose panels looking different. Max Prentice is running the one that we call the hot dog nose panel. It's got a channel up the middle just to channel the air through. You can see the same here with Andrew Collinson. He's got the same type of nose panel. Daniel Kell using the older style of nose. And it's purely, I think it's purely down to preference, isn't it, more than anything, David? How it feels against with moving the air around your head.
Yeah, I think so, and I think a lot of it depends on the size of your driver as well, doesn't it? If you sat quite low down in the seat and it's naturally going to go up and over, then I mean, to be fair, I'd quite like it. Visor open down the straight, nice little breeze. Visor back down before the next corner, job done. As it looks like Joe Lane now closing right back in on the battle, so it's now going to be a three-kart battle for third place.
I was going to make a joke there about you being so slow down the straight that you had enough time to open and close your visor.
I'm so slow down the straight, I can open my visor, eat your cake before I get to South Bank.
Maybe that's why you're so slow, is because you're eating cake. Well, Cales is 4.6 behind Daniel Kell now, with Max Prentice still right behind in fourth. And this is the battle that we're looking at now. Joe Lane again back on the tail of Max Prentice after that outbreaking mistake into hairpin one.
Yeah, out on the outside of that hairpin two, we've got Chris Crowther, I think, parked up in the number 20. Looks like he's had
Prentice having a look.
Some problems. It's been a tough day for him, but it's been an even tougher day for the 41 of Zach Bowker.
Prentice side by side. Sorry to cut across you, David. Prentice went side by side there with Cales Cole.
Yeah, Cole had to take as much curve as possible in order to keep Prentice behind in this raging battle for third place. So Crowder having a tough day. Zach Bowker once again in the pits in that 41. I'm not sure he's finished a heat today. He's been very unlucky in that number 41. So as Prentice now right on the back of Kales Cole. Dives out late, Cole sees him, gives him sufficient room, but Max Prentice will come through on the final lap to dive down the inside of Hairpin number 3.
He's taken
They're
them
both
both
gone.
out.
Joe Lane's through from 5th place. And we've got 2 more drivers off on the outside. A catastrophic final lap for some of our drivers. Collinson and Kel win. So Collinson over the line first, Kel second. Lane comes through in 3rd place. Kales Cole in 4th, with Max Prentice in 5th. Ashley Savage, and we've got a couple of drivers dropping away.
Cole Swan, Tom Reeve and Lee Bell have had an incident.
Well,
because
Tom
Cole Swan
Reeves
dropped
currently sat, I think, on the outside of hairpin number 1. There's 2 carts sat on the outside.
We think we've got a replay coming up. Let's have a quick look.
This is the last lap overtake of Prentice
Into
down the
hairpin
inside.
3.
Interesting to see this one. Prentice late on the brake, block pass down the inside of Kales Cole. Look, watches her car all the way around there, and Joe Lane just happily goes, "Thank you for my 3rd place."
Yeah, I'm struggling to. I don't know whether there will be a penalty for that. The reason I say I don't know whether there will be a penalty is although it cost Kales the position or a position, he did then sit and wait essentially for Kales to come through.
Yeah, Max Prentice allowed Kales Cole to come through, and I thought she did a good job there holding Prentice off. It obviously allowed Lane to come through, so not quite sure where Kales Cole will start the final after that, but it'll be interesting to track her progress through the final. I think she'll start somewhere along with Max Prentice, who 2 front row starts now finds him down in 5th place. 2 carts though out of the race and stationary on hairpin number 1. We caught the back end of that towards the end of that race as Ashley Savage struggles to get the 79 up on the Weybridge. One of those 2 that's definitely off is Tom Reeve. He'll be retrieved in a few moments by the sterling work of the recovery quad. The other one is the 84 rolling out. That's Lee Bell. So Lee had a great start to the day and dropped away and finds himself in the wars with Tom Reeve. And Tom's had a tough day as well, actually. Retired from heat number 1, also retires from heat number 3. So he'll start towards the back of the final heat of the day. Before we move into the finals will be our senior pro kart class, and they're lined up ready to go in the background. So as our 2-stroke class make their way off the track, we await our senior pro karters. And do you remember how it rained earlier, Tom, for the qualifying session?
Certainly do.
Do you know that 2 drivers missed the driest part of that qualifying session because they went to the toilet and ended up starting on the back row?
Was one of them...
I'm not naming names, I'm just going to let people work it out for themselves.
Well,
I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm just here to point out facts.
Well, let's go through your grid. Let's take you through your grid. So Josh Falkus started Heat 2, finished first. Started Heat 2 in 3rd and finished 1st. Connor Lucas started Heat 2 2nd and finished 2nd. Then we have Scott Tate in 3rd, Mark Tate in 4th and Daniel Tate in 5th. So we've got the hat trick of Tates, 3rd, 4th and 5th, followed by Connor White in 6th. Ross Jackman in 7th, David Brown in 8th. 9th is James Dennis. 10th is the small bladder of Brandon Truman Reddish. 11th is Thomas Lowther. 12th, Aaron Alexander, who is another one of those who clipped the tyres, much like most, one of the incidents we've seen throughout the day. So he clipped the tyres in hairpin 1, and that dropped him all the way back. Steve Nichols is 13th, Rob Lowe 14th, Nigel Richardson 15th, Adam Wood 16th. 17th is Ben Haffenden, 18th Simon Doughty, 19th Andrew Worley, 20th Alban Dowell, 21st David Morton, and 22nd Harry Burrell. Now, a couple of things to mention. We will be looking for Aaron Alexander to come flying back through the field again. Clearly, this will make a big impact on where he's going to start at the final, so he'll be keen to get forward, but not at the expense of having crashes and things like that.
Yeah, I don't
say.
think he'll want another 12th place, but he's got to be careful not to get involved in the mix of the midfield, especially going through. This will be the first time, I think, in a long time that Aaron Alexander will be in the middle of the pack going through that first chicane, having pretty much dominated Junior Pro Kart and qualified inside the top 4 or 5 in every race previously. This will be the first time he comes from the middle of the pack. The young man from Kings Lynn in Norfolk, aged 15, your reigning Junior Pro Kart champion, now in the pro class of.
He's trying out that Haas chassis for the first time this weekend as well, so that's a brand new chassis for this weekend. He was driving what you said.
He was on a 2007 Wright chassis before, in these,
and now he's on a 2020 Haas, and we could see the difference that it made through the first couple of heats. So qualified on pole, won heat 1, led most of or part of heat 2, and unfortunately then had that incident, and that's dropped him down. So he'll be one that we're looking to come through. We're also keeping an eye on Adam Wood as well in the 77 kart, who is also running a Haas for the first time this weekend. He's on a 2019 Haas, but normally drives an MS.
So comparing notes in advance of
we've got
for the 24-hour race. We have a few drivers rolling in at the back.
And here we go, and we're away. Fantastic start from Connor Lucas and one of the Tates as well. I'm not sure which Tate that was, but has certainly gone up to second in front of Connor Lucas.
31, looks to be Scott Tate. Mark Tate's made a great start as well. Dan Tate's going to come through into 5th, so we've got Connor Lucas. Connor Lucas goes wide into hairpin 1. He could let 3rd place slip to Mark Tate as well. He manages to hold him off into that corner. Where are we in the middle of the pack?
I was just having a look at hairpin 2.
Brandon Truman Reddish cuts to the inside of Aaron Alexander. Alexander's followed by Steve Nichols in the 58. Behind us, Connor Lucas throws that number 43 MS kart into hairpin number 3 in hot pursuit of Scott Tate. Josh Volkus, though, out at the front and looking to build as much of a gap as he can from the following pack.
This is worrying for the field if Volkus has got a break on him. If he can manage to break that slipstream, it's going to be extremely difficult for anyone to catch him.
Yeah,
He's currently just under
Connor
half
Lucas,
a second.
look at him wrestling with that steering wheel of that 43, trying to find a way past Scott Tate. He's using the steering wheel as a brake almost, scrubbing the speed off that front end into the left-hand hairpin.
We'll see him come into, once they go through South Bank and into hairpin 3, you'll see him fully sideways as well on the brakes. There he goes.
Racing down the inside. That's how you do a block pass to the inside. Well, Tate cut back. No, he can't.
I think Tate knew his numbers were up there, and
yeah, I think he's put his arm up there. A little bit of an apology and let's crack on. But that's what Max Prentice was trying to do in the final senior Rotax race. Connor Lucas makes it work in much cleaner fashion and up into 2nd place.
And hunting down Volkus as well. Closed in over a 1/10 of a second on that lap, and actually it looks a lot closer than that on circuit at the moment. We've got the 42 around there as well. Who's the 42, David?
Yeah, no pressure, but he's not on my list.
Oh, okay. Well, unfortunate for them, whoever that may be.
Yeah, dodged a bullet there, actually, by not being named for the spin, but the 42 making their way round in the senior pro kart class.
So we're looking at the Tates duking it out amongst themselves. We've got the 81 of Mark in front of the 29 of Daniel, and then we've got Ross Jackman right behind as well in this green kart. The Tates certainly don't make it easy, do they? They've all got the same name and they've all got the same colour scheme, so all you do is shout Tate when you see a blue, white,
to be fair, two of them have got a white helmet and black overalls. That's Scott and Mark. The only difference being that Mark racing in the 40s class aboard the 81. That's the 29. That's the 3rd of the Tates. That's Daniel running in 5th place at the moment. So it's Volkus, Lucas and Tate, the top
Lucas
three.
Is right there now. I've just looked out the window coming in, out of South Bank, and Lucas is right with Volkus now. As the Tates still battle with each other, and Ross Jackman is still trying to find a way through. He was having a look out of hairpin 1 on the last lap, and we'll see if he has another go as well. As we can see, Lucas is close right up, but just over a 1/10 of a second behind now. Josh Volkus.
Yeah, Ross Jackman aboard that 117. He's found an extra gear this weekend. He's been a different class compared to normal. He's not a slow driver by any stretch, but I think he'd even surprised himself to find himself battling with Mark and Daniel Tate over fourth place.
He's about to go up the inside here, had a good look, just couldn't quite get the drive. I think the Tates were slipstreaming in each other, and it just pulled Daniel up that little bit that wouldn't allow Ross through there. So we've got Aaron Alexander is in 8th now, so he's made up a few positions, but still 4.1 behind. He is catching up to the back of this group, though, that we're looking at now, that's headed by Daniel Tate. So you've got Daniel Tate, Mark Tate, Ross Jackman, Connor White, Aaron Alexander, all line astern. And here they are on screen.
Yeah, let's see that Alexander almost forced off there by Connor White. White didn't know he was there to the outside. Alexander gets into the slipstream.
Oh, there he goes, block.
White's going to defend, and White's going to defend this all the way down the straight. Alexander's going to struggle to get past Connor White in the 52. White, if I'm honest, doesn't look like he's that interested in going forwards past Jackman at the minute, and looks like he's going to just defend to Alexander.
And there's Alexander.
Dives to the inside, will run Connor White all the way out to the outside aboard that number 52, and up into 7th place. Ross Jackman, the next target, aboard the 117. Huge amount of curve by all of them there on the inside.
Yeah, good pass there from Alexander, nice and clean. Just got the job done, and slowly picking his way through this pack.
Yeah,
and here we go, up the inside again.
Oh.
Lovely move again. Silky smooth from Alexander.
I bet his mum, who's enjoying her birthday, is enjoying watching her son plough through the field and up into 6th place.
So we think potentially, with the pace that Alexander's got, we think he could possibly finish 4th in this. I don't think he's going to catch Scott Tate in
down
3rd.
the inside of Mark Tate in the 38, and he's got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he? He's like
beautiful. It's like BPEC overtaking
one every half a lap. So expect Dan Tate to come under pressure ever so shortly. And I think
and Connor Lucas has taken the lead off camera as well. We've missed that.
So a change at the front of the pack. So as we focus,
and Falcus is back. Falcus has got him back. Just coming out of hairpin 2.
There they are, side by side, down the back straight. Josh Falcus to the inside. Connor Lucas tries to stick it out all the way around the outside. Cuts to the inside. Josh Falcus defends to the inside. And now Connor Lucas will try and get the cut back as Josh Falcus has to run tight.
You see the differing lines there, but they went into the corner in the same position behind each other. And look at the run from Lucas! Side by side!
What a move! What a move by the two of them!
Both drivers
Contact.
taking a lot of curb. Smoke coming off the tyres as they rub together.
Oh, and Scott Tate now joins onto the back of this. It's a 3-kart battle for the lead. And Josh Falcus and Connor Lucas, they know each other very, very well.
Absolutely no quarter given there as they rub tyres. There's smoke pouring off the tyres.
Standard racing between these two, so evenly matched at the front that the only way sometimes is to throw the kart down the inside, and neither of these two want to give it up. Falcus goes tight again into that hairpin, but slow down, I think, mid-corner there to try and ruin the exit of Connor Lucas. Lucas again gets the run right round the outside, down the start straight, has to duck back in though this time, and he won't be able to do that move as the last lap board is out.
And Tate is right there now, he's right with them.
Right on the back. The thing is now, these two are battling so much they might not even know that Scott Tate's there.
That's exactly right. He could well just send it up the inside of Tate, maybe even take both of them. And there's Lucas up the inside.
Great move to the inside.
And here comes
pass.
Tate.
Oh, he's
Falcus on the grass. Tate rubbing wheels again with Lucas. That's that's twice we've seen smoke pouring off that left-hand tyre of Connor Lucas.
Yeah, so Connor Lucas does in fact make the way through into the lead. Oh, Scott Tate makes a late dive to the inside. Josh Falcus will get
that could well bolt
him. These two are going to run side by side to the line, but it looks like it's going to go the way of Connor Lucas. He does at the flag. Scott Tate with a superb second. Josh Falcus in 3rd. Aaron Alexander up into 4th from 12th. Daniel Tate in 5th. Connor White 6th. Ross Jackman, Mark Tate, James Dennis and Brandon Truman reddish your top 10 with David Brown, Rob Lowe, Steve Nichols and Nigel Richardson, Simon Doughty, Thomas Lowther. Harry Burrell coming through from the back of the grid with Adam Wood, Benjamin Haffenden and Alban Dowell. Your top 20, and what a race that was at the front of the pack between Connor Lucas and Josh Volkus, allowing Scott Tate to move through into second place.
That was mega. I really, really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that.
Fantastic.
Here we go with the replay.
The two of them.
So this was where first Connor Lucas first went and took the, or second time he took the lead, but this was the first bit of contact. We're just going to see some smoke here as those tyres rub together. There it is. So there was contact side pod to side pod, and then it was tyre to tyre, tyre face to tyre face. And Falkers coming out on top. Then we saw another one for going down the back straight where we saw Tate and Lucas rubbing together as well.
That for me is the difference between the Josh Volkus of last season and the Josh Volkus of this season. The Josh Volkus of last season would not have stuck that one out on the throttle all the way around that corner down the inside. He'd have let Connor have it and then tried to get him back on another corner. And Josh Volkus has found an extra level of aggression this season, and it's also found him a couple of tenths of a second. And Josh Volkus now bang on the level of Connor Lucas. And those two at the front make a very, very entertaining battle in this senior Pro Kart class. The heats, though, are now out of the way and consigned to the history books. It's the first final of the daytime as our Bambinos make their way out onto the circuit. So Bambino's out and onto circuit, pole position with 149 points, which equates to 2 wins and a second place for Edward Haynes. Bobby Pete alongside him on the front row. Remember, Bobby made a superb start in heat number 3 to lead through the first complex of corners. Then we have Colby Patterson and Blair Smith, Ollie Carter and Edward Rye, Bo Mulvaney, Riley Buckton-Young, Lewis Smith, Austin Oman, Joey Allen and Ryan White, your 12 drivers on this Bambino grid. And barring the front two that have driven away in their 2 heats. Obviously Haynes made that mistake in the first one. The middle of the pack in this Bambino's has been fantastic for racing. As drivers, as we pointed out on a number of occasions, aged between 5 and 8 years old. Pole sitter Edward Haynes, 6 years old, joining us from Hexham in Northumberland, so one of a local driver, currently leads Super 1, having made the long trip to Dorset at Clay Pigeon. And will look to continue his form that he's stamped on this championship and Super 1 in a few weeks' time in round 2 at Wilton Mill. Parents making their way off the grid. Drivers ready for the first final of the day. 8 minutes of Bambino
What's
action.
your tip, David? Edward Haynes for the win?
It's hard to see past the O plate in this one, as long as he keeps it facing in the right direction. He did have that problem in the first heat, although it was damp, but did run wide and clip the tyres. We are underway in racing, though, and it is Bobby.
Start for Smith as well, up to third.
Great start by Blair Smith. He'll run with Colby Patterson. Is it coming through in 4th place? Bobby Pete, though, all over the back this time of Edward Haynes. Remember, braked very early on the opening.
Ooh, Patterson running the wall of death around the outside of hairpin 1 there. Lost quite a bit of time. I think was just cold tyres. Lost the rear going through the hairpin, and we're 3 wide and even
right
maybe
round
4
the outside,
wide.
Days of Thunder style.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
good set of matched tyres on that car.
That's the one.
He's still facing in the right direction.
Fortunately, it wasn't put into the wall, but yeah, it's cost him a little bit of time. But yeah, hopefully going to catch back up with Blair Smith and make this as exciting as it was between them in Heat 3.
Haynes hasn't been able to break away, has he, on this one? Before he was away, and now Bobby Pete's closing in, Blair Smith as well, and Colby Patterson. Blair Smith with the fastest opening lap of all our drivers by some 7/10. What a start for him, aboard the number 5 in 3rd place. 10 minutes this Bambino final, so an extra 2 minutes on the heat for our Bambino drivers to battle it out on track. So out at the front, Edward Haynes and Bobby Pete, Blair Smith and Colby Patterson, Ollie Carter, Bo Mulvaney, Edward Rye, Lewis Smith, Riley Buckton-Young, Ryan White, Austin Oman and Joey Allen.
And we've got Colby Patterson is actually making time back up now on Blair Smith. just 8/10 behind. Haynes
There
is...
he is. That's not
yeah,
8
that's
tenths.
it.
That's right on the back, isn't it?
It is.
So in a lap, he's taken 8/10 out of Blair Smith. Last time's final winner, Colby Patterson, looking for another podium. Goes left, goes right round the outside, does he? Of Blair Smith. Is he going to stick this one out? Oh, he's cut back in.
It seems to have been a bit of a pattern with Patterson throughout the day. Unfortunately, he's got stuck behind Blair Smith in the last 2 heats now, or two races, and hasn't been able to find a way through. So we'll just
we mentioned,
we'll keep our eye on it. And
after heat number 3 about getting in the slipstream and trying to get a run, he does cut very tight, doesn't he? Straight out of that final corner to cut to the inside.
Yeah, you see, and it costs the time. And then now look at the gap that Smith has been able to pull.
As you mentioned earlier about keeping the revs up, coming tight out of that corner.
Bogs it down
a little bit. I think if he was to run that right round the outside just one lap, and follow the and clip the curb on the outside, I think he'd be able
getting
to
behind Smith down the straight.
He would, because we've seen through here now where he follows the line, the speed that he gets. Look at the overspeed there. He's trying to get right round the outside of Blair Smith. Is he going to keep the foot in this time?
Come on,
Patterson.
Colby, well done.
Colby does.
Good move.
Finally keeps his foot in round the outside, and Colby Patterson moves into a podium position in 3rd place with 6.5 minutes remaining of our Bambino final.
I didn't mean that anyway derogatory against Blair Smith. It was just you could see him lining up for the move, and just hoping that he managed to keep the foot in there and brave it out, because it seems to have been a little bit
it's been
tentative to maybe put the nose in throughout the day.
Great to finally get it done as well, to get that run out of the final corner. And I think that just highlights what we were saying about by using all of the track here on the Teesside National Circuit. I mean, it's probably one of the widest circuits for karting in the country, especially the section down the bottom end here that you see the drivers going around, because they use it for drifting, they use it for other karting as well. It's a wide part of the circuit down that bottom end.
Yep, we've had Supermoto and pit bikes here, and British mini bike as well.
There's not many things that don't go on here at the Teesside Autodrome.
Correct. We can see that Colby Patterson has already dropped Blair Smith by 6.5 tenths as well, just on that one lap. So Patterson definitely has the pace. It was just a case of getting past Smith, and to give Smith the credit where it's due as well, managed to get past in both heats at the start, and held Patterson behind for as long as it has. Is a great effort from Smith as well.
We've mentioned early on as well that Smith just did really well at positioning that car in the right place, and if you were going to have to go through, you were going to have to work for it, and finally Patterson did get the job done. So Patterson then up to 3rd, Smith in 4th as Mulvaney now tries to get a run on Blair Smith. Behind them, Edward Rye, using all of the circuit aboard that number 66 car. He's cut to the inside.
Well, we've actually got Mandy Littler has been on the comments. Sorry, lost my words for a moment. He's been on the comments and has said, come on, Bo. Well, we're looking at Bo now, and he's now right up behind Smith as well. So we're wondering whether Bo Malvini can have a look at the inside and do the same thing that Patterson has done.
Had a tentative browse there, didn't he, down into the inside of hairpin 1. Smith will cut to the inside again, shorten that run down.
Mulvaney taking that head
right round the outside,
head down, what we call shrimping, kind of approach, where the head down and get the airflow over the top of the helmet rather than hitting the helmet, just giving a slight edge in speed.
It's warm, but it's still very windy out here. When we had to walk out onto hairpin 1, there was still a breeze, and it's blowing pretty much down that back straight towards the South Bank corner. So head on, as we see the drivers on screen at the minute, as Mulvaney goes wide to try and get past Smith, opens the door to Rye. Rye can't get through and has to swap back in. Ollie Carter behind them in the 88. Behind them in 8th, Riley Buckton Young, Lonely back there in 8th place.
Well, it took Haynes a few laps to get up to speed. Edward Haynes, it took him a few laps to get up to speed, but he's now there and has pulled 4.3 seconds as we watched Edward Rye there trying to make a move on Mulvaney. But yeah, Edward Haynes seems to have sort of found his rhythm now and has pulled 4.3 seconds on Bobby Pete, and it's another 4.5 seconds back to Colby Patterson now.
That's phenomenal by Haynes. That's half a second a lap really faster than anybody else out on the circuit.
But it must have, I think it took 3 or 4 laps before that kind of kicked in, and so really it's probably taken 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap now out of Bobby Pete.
Yeah, great.
It's gone up to 5.5 this time by, so yeah, at least a second a lap quicker. And that's Edward Rye going from 6th all the way up to 4th in a lap, passing Mulvaney and Smith through the back end of the lap.
Great move by Edward Rye to come through as well, up into 4th place for him. He's now going to see if he can set off to try and close down Colby Patterson, but it's going to be a big ask with...
Oh, and there's contact between...
That's Mulvaney down the inside of Smith. Mulvaney made the move down the inside. Smith closed the door, and these lightweight 69 kilo weight limit Bambinos, the back end spun round on Bo Mulvaney, and he drops away from 6th place. Ollie Carter then up to 6th. Where did Mulvaney tuck back in? Did he get back going before Riley Buckton Young? I think he did, so only 1 place as Haynes comes through. 1 minute 1:04 is a phenomenal lap time round here. I think I've only ever seen one person go sub 1 minute in a Bambino round here, and that was Edward Haynes.
Oh, funnily enough. There we go. So he's close to his own lap record.
Getting up there towards it. I mean, any lap really in sort of 1:01 time for a Bambino round here is very respectable. And Edward Haynes there, almost going under a minute. A superb lap for him, just over 1/10 of a second away to a sub 1 minute lap.
And the final is always the best time to do it as well, because the best time to find your speed, because this is the one that really matters.
Last lap board will await him this time round as Ryan White, Lewis Smith and Austin O'Man in the background there, all battling out over 9th place. Those drivers very evenly matched in the background. Lewis Smith led the final here last time, showed some great pace at round number 2, and he's in 10th place, running down the back straight. Austin O'Man behind, Joey Allen as well, ever improving the 95 of Joey Allen. Still running in 12th, but getting closer and closer to the pack with every round. I think he'll really be looking forward to see what he can do tomorrow aboard that number 95. But our leader, Edward Haynes, now only has half a lap to keep the O-plated kart facing in the right direction, and to take the checkered flag and pick up the first trophy of the day.
Look at 13, Lewis Smith there, right behind Ryan White.
So they're all through. Everybody's through, taking the last lap board. Our leader there is out of the final corner already.
And taking the win will be Edward Haynes. Congratulations, Edward. So I'm sure there's a big trophy waiting for you.
Another fantastic victory for Edward Haynes.
2nd place will be Bobby Pete, just crossing the line now.
And the final step on the podium will go to
Colby Patterson. Swiftly followed by Edward Rye, who actually had a pretty good last couple of laps and closed in on Patterson. 5th place went to Blair Smith, 6th Ollie Carter, 7th will be Bo Mulvaney after the spin with Smith coming out of hairpin 2. Then we have Riley Buckton Young in 8th, and then coming across the line, the pack of 3 will be Ryan White, Lewis Smith and Austin O'Man.
Yeah, Joey Allen comes through to complete, and I do hope that spin doesn't knock Bo Mulvaney's confidence too much, because his pace today has been superb actually, coming through, and we saw him earlier on, who overtakes up from 7th to 4th, so certainly not scared of making a move down the inside as he did there, and obviously tagged the back of Blair Smith at that one and spun him round. But we'll see almost all of these drivers back tomorrow from 10:30 a.m. here at Teesside Karting on the Teesside Karting Facebook page, the Alpha Live YouTube channel. here for round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series, brought to you by Teesside Karting here on the national circuit at Middlesbrough. And in 2 weeks' time, we'll be back for the British 24-hour race run on the full international circuit here. Adds around about 30 to 35 seconds to lap times for our senior drivers. And you'll get to see the bottom half of the circuit as well. We'll be live that day from 11:30 in the morning, and we will run all through the 24-hour race. So we'll run 24 hours of action. So I think we'll be live and on the air for 25 continuous hours, bringing you all of the action from the duel in the British Pro Karting crown, as we welcome our junior pro karts out onto the circuit for their final. So junior pro karts making their way round to the grid, and on pole position will be the O-plate of Jack Morris after a dominant day so far with 3 heat wins alongside him. The number 14 of Kieran Lambert. Alexander Mallard and Gracie Mitchell share the second row with Asher Blythe and Bella Franklin. Behind, Asher Blythe and Bella both scoring the same amount of points, with Asher Blythe taking the furthest forward position. Joe Burrell, Brandon Jennings on row 4, Jake Richardson and Thomas Braid on row 5. Maximus Shields and Caitlin Frame will share row number 6, with Jacob O'Connor, Sebastian Pereira, Lennon French and Kieran Savage, your 16 junior pro kart drivers. Everybody lining themselves up there. You see the grid, they'll take the chicane for the first time. That's number 12 of Thomas Braid, who had a difficult start to the day with a spin in the opening heat. I think something might happen to him in heat 3 as well. It doesn't seem like many minutes ago that we were calling the action on that one, but time flies whilst you're enjoying some superb racing here at the Teesside National Circuit for round number 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Start line marshal makes his way to the head of the field, green flag in hand. Green flag is down, we're underway and racing, and it's a superb start from the second row by the 99 of Alexander Mallard. Oh, and we've got Bella Franklin up in the air as well. Everybody's running though. Everybody's made it round the corner, although some cleaner than others, as Lennon French takes a huge amount of curb coming through as well. So it's still Jack Morris out in front, but rather than Kieran Lambert chasing him down on this occasion, Alexander Mallard as Caitlin Frame and the 71 of Brandon Jennings come to blows at hairpin number 2. Frame getting turned around, Jennings having to go all the way around the outside. So as the opening lap of the Junior Pro Kart final comes over the line, it's Jack Morris from Alexander Mallard, Kieran Lambert, Gracie Mitchell and Bella Franklin. Alexander Mallard with a superb opening lap of a 50.173, puts him right on the tail of Jack Morris at the head of the field. Then we've got Thomas Braid coming through from the 4th row into 6th place. Joe Burrell, Jake Richardson, Maximus Shields and Asher Blythe dropping away. Started the day of the race in 5th place as Kieran Lambert cuts to the inside out of hairpin number 2 and sides his way through into 2nd place. Down the inside of Alexander Mallard and now sets off. Oh, but brakes very early into that corner. Mallard puts the arm up in the air, got brake tested there and allows Gracie Mitchell to dive to the inside. Bella Franklin as well will go to the inside. They'll run side by side over the start-finish line. Mallard will cut back to the inside and Bella Franklin will have to drop back in. But all of these junior pro kart drivers aged between 12 and 15 years old battling it out there on circuit. Mallard gets himself a contact warning. I think that was for contact with slowing down a little bit out of the way on that corner, catching the back of Kieran Lambert. That balked him a little bit and finds himself now down in 4th place. There's Gracie Mitchell in her first race in Junior Pro Kart. Currently on course to take a trophy home in third place as Jack Morris leads by almost a second over the line last time, as Kieran Lambert had to take time to overtake Alexander's Mallard. Mallard then dropping away down into fourth place, so the gap's opened up again by another 3/10. Jack Morris, Kieran Lambert and Gracie Mitchell. Alexander's Mallard, Bella Franklin, Thomas Braden, Joe Burrell. All of those drivers coming through the chicane together. Thomas Braid flying through the field aboard that number 12. In the last couple of rounds, really seems to have found a nice rhythm aboard that kart. In sixth place at the moment, chasing down the 8 of Bella Franklin, who in turn is all over the back of Alexander's Mallard in that distinctive red and white livery, number 99, into hairpin number 3. Mallard will park the car in the middle, but he's left a gap, and Bella Franklin dives down the inside. He'll cut back alongside. They'll go side by side over the start and finish line, but he's got to go a lot further around. He's left the door open as well, and Thomas Braid's going to come through side by side at the chicane. Braid can't hold the position. Braid takes some curve, and will that allow Joe Burrell to come through? Burrell right on the back, but Alexander's Mallard now falls down to 5th place as Burrell dives to the inside of Thomas Braid. Braid will cut back there side by side up for hairpin 2. Burrell gets that done, parks the kart mid-corner, and Thomas Braid now is going to have to make a late move into South Bank. Behind there, Maximus Shields in the distinctive 181. Follows in 8th place. Asher Blythe up to 9th with Jake Richardson Blythe. A tough start to this final. 12 laps of Junior Pro Kart action, and at just over a 1/3 race distance, he's dropped from 5th down to 9th. Does set a personal best though over the line. So Morris, Lambert, Mitchell and Franklin, Mallard and Burrell. There's Burrell in front of Thomas Braid. So that's 6th and 7th. Ahead of them, Alexander's Mallard trying to keep up with with Bella Franklin in front. But out in the front, Jack Morris, once again a commanding lead of 1.8 seconds. And once the toe was broken with Lambert and Mallard battling out over second, it's really played into the hands of Jack Morris now with a 2-second gap and looking to add a final to his 3 heat wins. The battle for second place though sees Gracie Mitchell closing right up on the back of Kieran Lambert as Maximus Shields has now closed that half-second gap onto the back of Thomas Braid. Shields, fairly new to Junior Pro Karting, having made his debut in this class at the last round, getting quickly to grips with that 181. That's your battle for second down the back straight, and Gracie Mitchell getting closer with every single lap.
Yeah, fascinating to watch. So Gracie's been there or thereabouts all day, but as we've said, it's so important to make it happen in the final, and she's right there. Bella is also closing in as well in 4th, so we've got boy, boy, girl, girl in the Junior Pro Kart class at the moment, and it's as I always say when I come and do these commentary sessions with you, David, it is so good in the Pro Kart class and here at Teesside that female drivers are so well supported here.
Yeah, it's a good advert for women in motorsport, that's for sure. And I'm sure, even though we're advertising the fact, I think most of them will say that once the helmet comes down, they're just another driver and are happy to mix it up with everybody else out there on the circuit. And Mitchell getting closer. In the background, though, Bella Franklin's closing in, and the right-hand side pod of that number 8 kart, as we see, we'll hopefully catch it as we come through, is on the other side. We'll catch it as she goes into the chicane. Is flopping around. Alexander's Mallard is just going backwards at the moment. He's
a lot of curb there. Huge amounts of
Joe
curb.
Burrell gets a contact warning. I imagine that's something to do with his overtake on Alexander's Mallard, but I'm going to guess that there's a lot of anger behind that visor because of the number 99. You can just tell by the way that he's driving it. He's not driving that smoothly. He's driving like he's very, very angry.
Oh, he's had a look down as well under his left leg, lifted it clean up in the air there to have a look down.
Tough break this one for Alexander's Mallard, but he knows the pace is there, but he's lifting that leg up to have a look down the bottom. He's struggling at the wheel of that number 99 and has fallen down to 8th place from 2nd at the start. It's Joe Burrell and Thomas Braid continue to battle it out for 5th place.
Yeah, Thomas Braid, who we saw with that incident facing the wrong way in 2nd. He's another one who used heat 3 to claw his way back up the field, and is now showing well in 5th place behind another one of our spinners, Bella Franklin.
Started the final on the 4th row and has had a little bit of work to do. Runs now in 5th place, which is a great effort for him. A lot of confidence going into tomorrow for round number 4.
Slightly disappointing for Asher Blythe down in 9th place. I was hoping for a bit, well, I'm sure Asher was hoping for a bit of a better day for him as well.
Oh yeah, started the final in 5th place, and I think every driver wants to go forward, and I think he might have thought he had a shot of a podium.
Yeah, it's amazing how close how closely fought this sort of top 10 are. That they're continuously in the top 10 in some order or another, and fighting away amongst each other, and it's fascinating to see.
Oh, Jake Richardson's been round out of 9th place, so we've had a spin out for Jake out of 9th.
Bella Franklin's actually got if you look at the side pod on the number 8, there's been some contact there with that up in the air.
That needs a large hammer taking to it or tomorrow.
Or just a slightly portly man to stand on it.
You offering your services?
I'm always offering my services. Although it doesn't seem to be...
I'll go and do it.
I was going to say, it doesn't seem to be slowing her down much because she's right on the back of Gracie now. These two are going to go at it for the final spot on the podium. Jack Morris just sets the fastest lap of the race. Kieran Lambert 2.5 seconds back, but Bella Franklin has suddenly got the bit between her teeth. Maybe that bent side pod is actually aiding things slightly because she's found some pace, and he's right on the tail of Gracie now.
Additional aero at the board, the number 8, and the Gracie Mitchell and Bella Franklin are going to battle this one all the way to the line. Jack Morris is out in front, Kieran Lambert there in front. Bella Franklin, I'm surprised she didn't dive to the inside. She does in the end. Gracie Mitchell's going to have to hold this one mid-corner. Is Bella going to cut back to the inside? Jack Morris is going to come through to take the checkered flag with Kieran Lambert in 2nd. It's a race for the line.
Oh!
It goes to Gracie Mitchell. It changed at the line and then went back to Gracie Mitchell. Nothing between them, but Gracie Mitchell ends the day in 3rd place. A superb debut in junior pro karts for her. Holds on right at the line for 3rd place. That's a fantastic result for her. Bella Franklin gets 4th, Joe Burrell, Thomas Braid, Maximus Schutt, Asher Blythe, Sebastian Pereira and Lennon French, and Alex Mallard right at the back of the field after a terrible race for him. A treacherous outing aboard that number 99. I'm sure that something is damaged on that one. You wouldn't normally find him going so slow.
Fantastic action between those two, and I've just seen them come through hairpin 4 and actually shake hands with each other as well. So really good sportsmanship between the two ladies there, and yeah, what a great race, great action for the final spot on the podium. It was just Gracie just getting that bit of air there, just there where the concrete restarts. There's quite clearly a big step there, and that's what Gracie hit. So I'm sure they're going to have a good look at that, good look over that kart for tomorrow, because we've seen incidents like that happen, and we've seen broken stub axles and snap chassis and things like that just from hitting from hitting that bit there. Okay, so we've got the cadets coming out now, and I can assure you that it is still absolutely roasting in the commentary box, even though I've got a coffee on the go as well, because clearly I'm mentally challenged.
You crazy man, Tom.
Because I'm, yeah, I need that. So we've got hot guys in the commentary box. Hot girls watching. we're made. I think we're set for life here, David.
Oh, of course. And as we I was about to say I wouldn't want to be anywhere else as the cadet grid make their way round onto circuit. 3 heat wins puts Charlie Wyatt aboard the number 23 on pole position with Catherine Potter alongside. Lizzie Mentier and Jared Fox-Whiteley in 3 and 4. Thomas Potter and Ethan Gurley, your top 6. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson lines up on row 4 alongside Tom Holden, David Mack and Leon Barlow with Hudson Barker-Dick and Josh Cook. 13th is Oliver Watson alongside Addison Smith, Alex Fraser and Jack Thompson with Finley Stubbings and William Robinson in 18th. 19th is Lewis Goff, Sophie Pawsey alongside him with Sam Robson and Ethan Charles in 22nd. William George Howard and Cody Lamb are on row number 12. Row 13, Alex Lynn alongside Harris Alley and Holly Allen in the number 95 will roll into position in 27th place. Josh Cook aboard the number 3 with the black with the yellow number on, alongside him the 33 of Oliver Watson. Addison Smith there in the 15. Great to see Addison on track as always after saw him have a difficult time at PFI over in the winter season. That cart had the wheels facing upwards and the steering wheel facing down. So always great to see Addison back out on track after that incident, and he will start alongside Oliver Watson.
Just a couple of shout outs while we're waiting for the flag. So we've got Gillian Mitchell said go Gracie, Angus Scrivener said well done Lennon, Claude BD said Mahusiv good luck to my big bro Hudson for the final, good luck to his buddies Charlie, Ethan and Leon too, but mostly Huds. And Gerard Singleton says yay, Thomas Braid well done from the 5th row. And we're away for the cadet final.
Start line marshal felt it necessary to put some sunglasses on, so the sun must still be out. Charlie Wyatt though heads off towards the national loop, and Lizzie Mentier from the 2nd row finds her way through and into 2nd place. Great start for the number 50 Catherine Potter. Moves from 2nd, goes backwards into 3rd. Fox-Whiteley holds into 4th place. All of our drivers making it through the first complex of corners with the exception of Holly Allen and Ethan Charles aboard the number 46 who go off at the chicanes.
I also saw Leon Barlow dropping down on the inside of hairpin 1, drop down that curve that we were talking about where those tyres have been sticking out, and was lucky just to make it through at all. So
we were running 3 wide at one point round that corner, weren't we?
Going slowly out of hairpin 4 as well, and has stopped on
Arm
circuit.
up in the air. From a distance, I think that could be Oliver Watson, but we'll check as everybody comes over the line and see whether the number 33 makes an appearance on the timing screen. But out at the front, it's still Charlie Wyatt from Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter. Jared Fox-Whiteley is 4th. Ethan Gurling, Thomas Potter, David Mack there as Thomas Potter goes to the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Isabella moves back to the inside and retakes the position.
Potter's just taken 2nd out of the... I've just looked out of the window and Potter has taken 2nd.
And
from Lizzie Mentier.
Oliver Watson above the number 33 is going to come through and over the line, and he's very slowly, looks like that car. Luckily, I think he's going to roll off and into the pit lane in just enough time that the leaders now who are coming through are not going to be impeded by that slow-moving cart, which is great news for everybody here with 8 laps remaining of this 10-lap final. Wyatt has pulled out a gap at the front of around half a second from Potter and Mentier. Potter back in front of Mentier. Mentier, though, will try and cut back right round the outside aboard that number 50 behind Jared
Potter's going to give the old... There we go. I knew it was coming as well. The old let's work together signal. The finger up in the air, pushing it forward. Let's work together, nose to tail. Go chase down Charlie Wyatt.
Let's work together. The code word for please don't overtake me.
That's exactly how it is, isn't it? And we've got contact there as well between the 88 and the 8. The 88 of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson going into the back of Ethan Gurling. But actually it's fired...
Oh, David Mack
fired
as well.
Gurling through.
Gurling
and
chops across the bows.
Stansmore-Wilson.
Yeah,
so Stansmore-Wilson lost a place and it fired through Gurling.
Gurling there chops across the bows. Looks like we've got a piece of machinery in the middle of the track through this chicane section towards the end of the lap. Start line marshal's gone running. That's a chain guard.
Okay.
Chain guard retrieved, circuit clear, and racing resumes under full green flag conditions with Charlie Wyatt out at the start. The
the oil spitting up on that race suit and back of the helmet. And, be fun to clean later. Look at Lizzie Mentier. Look at the body position she's taking coming out of that straight, pulling herself forward onto the steering wheel, hyper aggressive. Fastest laps for Tom Holden and Hudson Barker-Dix, or personal best lap, should I say, with Leon Barlow and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson dropping back slightly on that lap. But it's Potter and Mentier and Fox Whiteley still going at it, chasing down or trying to chase down Charlie Wyatt. Potter's now full second, exactly 1 second behind. These three really need to work together, otherwise that big trophy is going straight to Charlie Wyatt.
Yeah, they need 4 or 5 laps, don't they, of not overtaking. Try and get on the back for one final run on the final lap, and then let it battle itself out after that. I don't think Lizzie Mentier is going to want to...
That's it, she's working with Catherine Potter now, pushing her along.
Through. I don't think she wants to show her hand too soon, but the gap has opened up despite the 3 of them working together. Charlie Wyatt's added a 10th.
For those new to watching, what we mean by working together is that they're not, when you overtake and you go up the inside of somebody else, you force the other person outside, you're actually both slowing yourself down, even though you're making up a position. So what we're saying is they need to work nose to tail, push each other along, and they'll actually save time by doing that. And then towards the end of the race, that's when they can fight it out for the
exactly, because it's not, even though that you'll look at these karts and think that they're not that aerodynamic, because we see Leon Barlow dive to the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson as Charlie Wyatt pumps in a personal best to open up the gap a little bit. In fact, the gap's closed with Catherine Potter, but as I was saying, if they work together, you've effectively got one kart in the front punching the hole through the air rather than a kart on its own. So the 2 karts behind will ease up on the back, and as the 3 of them work together, there's less drag created, and they technically should go quicker if they don't try and overtake each other.
Well, look, we're focusing on this gaggle here that's headed by David Mack as well.
These lot are trying to overtake each other.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and this is why there's a gap of 4.8 seconds, because these have been going at it for...
Oh, of course. I mean, David Mack's not almost a second a lap slower than the leaders, but because he's in the middle of this enthralling battle with Ethan Gerling and Tom Holden, Hudson Barker-Dix, Thomas Potter in the middle as well there. Leon Barlow getting involved, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on the back of that in 11.
Tom Holden unorthodox.
They're all going to hold each other up. You see the gap now to the leader, almost 7 seconds. So these are a second a lap slower just by battling with each other for 5th place.
Yeah, we can see this goes from David Mack all the way down to 11th place over Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who's now on the back of this pack, but she was quite a bit higher up earlier in the race. It seems to have just been muscled out a little bit, but I'm sure she'll come back. We've got a back marker, I think.
Holly Allen in
had the spin.
Spun early on, didn't
she?
Is
she going to hold up the Potter, Mentier, Fox Whiteley chain?
They're all going to go to the inside. Catherine Potter dives the first one.
Fox
Whiteley can't make his way through. He finally does into hairpin number 2 down the inside, but he's dropped a couple of kart lengths off those 2 in the quest for the podium. It's going to go two steps to one of these to 2 of these 3.
I think that 0.7 of a second gap has just been doubled, or maybe even more.
They were reeling in Charlie Wyatt. It's around about 2/10 a lap, which would have been an enthralling final tour as the last lap board welcomes Charlie Wyatt over the line. Let's have a quick check now. That's added at least 1.5 seconds, hasn't it there?
Yeah.
Catherine Potter 2.1 now off the back. Jared Fox Whiteley with a lot of work to do to get on the final step of the podium, but it's going to be Catherine Potter who once again throws her arm up as Mentier dives to the inside. Contact between the 2 of them, but Mentier is through.
Mentier holds her hand up almost in apology.
I think Mentier's got the speed though. I think 2 laps of
Catherine Potter
Catherine not happy at all there. I think she'll still end the day in the lead of the championship, but she'll find herself at the moment in 3rd place unless she can make a move on the final corner. Your leader's out of the final bend though. It's Charlie Wyatt to take the checkered flag He's got enough time to put his arms in the air over the line. And Charlie Wyatt wins the cadet final.
A smile
Lizzie
for the
Mentier
camera.
comes over the line to take second. Catherine Potter in third. Jared Fox-Whiteley in fourth. David Mack, Thomas Potter, Tom Holden, Ethan Girlings drops all the way down to 11th on the final lap behind Leon Barlow, Hudson Barker-Dix and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Addison Smith, Finlay Stubbins, Alex Fraser and Josh Cook, the top 15 with Jack Thompson, Sam Robson, Sophie Pawsey, Lewis Goff and William Robinson. And thrilling battle there for second place. There was frustration out on the track, but there's appreciation between second and third place of Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter. And since Lizzie Mentier took her maiden podium here at round 2, can't get her off the thing.
And there we go. Look at that for good sportsmanship between Charlie Wyatt and Lizzie Mentier there. Good fist pump between them.
Catherine Potter will come alongside as well. That's how racing should be. Race hard until the checkered flag and then leave everything you've got out there on the circuit. So 2 more races for you today here at the Teesside Autodrome.
So we've got Senior Rotax, Junior Rotax coming out next. The fastest karts that we'll see all day. How many seconds a lap quicker did you say they were than the Senior Pro karts, David? About
6 or 7 seconds.
6 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, we give them an extra 2 laps to do their thing because they're that quick. So.
Yeah, so we've got a good grid of the senior karts coming out. We've got 3 in the junior category. They will be on the back of the field for the final.
I expect that junior class to swell tomorrow with the... I think we can look to see Bailey Thompson and Alfie Lindsay join the party in the junior class tomorrow, so that grid will swell slightly.
We've had Sarah Holden has been on, and she says, well done, Tom. You did an awesome job. Love, Mum. Oh, so that's nice, isn't it? So Tom Holden getting some support from his mum.
Great racing there as well by all the cadets all the way down. There is Ethan Girling going over the Weybridge.
And it was great to see Charlie Wyatt celebrating with gusto as he crossed the line. Smile for the camera and fist pumping in the air. He's no stranger to a podium, but it just shows that hunger, that desire and the thrill of winning is still very much there.
Fantastic for Charlie, and a great way for him today and tomorrow to bring a close to his cadet racing career as he moves in the two-stroke direction towards the Rotax, I believe, in the two-stroke direction.
Junior?
So, I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think we'll...
I didn't know whether we were mini or junior or how it was going to play out.
Yeah, so I think we'll hopefully welcome here aboard a two-stroke and see how he fares against those drivers later on in the season. We are obviously back tomorrow from 10:30 for round number 4. 2 separate days of racing, so we'll have practice, qualifying, and then you'll join us for heats 1, 2 and 3 and then the finals tomorrow from 10:30 here at Teesside Autodrome on the Teesside Karting Facebook page and the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And as always, if you haven't already, especially because there's a 24-hour race coming up, feel free to press your accelerator straight onto the subscribe button. I think we're nearly into 5 figures on the subscription, so if we can certainly with the 24-hour race just around the corner in 2 weeks' time over the weekend of the 7th, 8th and 9th of August, and we'll be on from 11:30 on the Saturday, taking you all the way through until the checkered flag of that race. So we await the arrival of our Rotax grid. Looks like we could just be waiting for 1 or 2 more to make their way round to the dummy grid. And it will be Andrew Collinson on pole position after 3 heat wins, maximum points for him. And, very difficult, I think, for him to be beaten in this final unless somebody can get a run on him at the start and put him under some pressure. Interesting to see if anybody can take it to Andrew in this final. It's going to be very difficult for them, but I'm sure Daniel Kell will think that he can have a chance, and we'll see whether what Max Prentice can do.
Who's your tip then?
It's difficult to look past Collinson, but if one of the drivers can make a run, it will be him and Max Prentice on the front row. Row number 2 will be Daniel Kell and Joe Lane. Row 3 is Cales Cole and Paul Swan. Then Lee Bell and Stephen Kell. Then the 41 of Zach Bowker alongside the 34 of Paul Watson. 79 is Ashley or Kieran Savage. Can never remember which one of those two it is. And then Josh Redhead will line up alongside them. Chris Crowther, the final one of our seniors before Jude Cole takes junior pole position alongside Ben Ficini and Oliver Buckton.
And you did all of that without consulting notes, David. I can't tell you how impressed I am with that.
Thanks, mate.
That was genuinely, that was impressive. Well done. So a slow rolling up lap. So as we said previously, we had a slow rolling up lap before, and that actually cost that the right-hand lane as we're looking at them now some speed or acceleration. I think the carbs have just clogged up a little bit and they didn't get going. Let's see what happens now. Here we go. We've got the flag wave marshal in the air, and we are away.
Yeah, Max Prentice didn't make the same mistake this time, did he? He's managed to keep the run right round the outside. It's still going to be Collinson into the lead, and Joe Lane off the inside row has come through into second place, but a much better start this time for Max Prentice. What I am missing is Daniel Kell. Where's he gone? He's well down the field. So from a second row, he's currently battling out right at the back with the juniors. He's got a lot of work to do.
Dropping backwards.
Aboard that number 89, and he's not really closing up on the back of the pack, is he?
No, I think he's dropping back. I think there must be an issue somewhere.
So he does make the move down the inside of Father Stephen into, I made him sound like a priest then, he's not, he's his dad. Down the inside of hairpin number 3. It's Andrew Collinson, 3/10 faster than anybody else on the opening lap, as Max Prentice and Cales Cole once again go side by side and trade some side pod, this time round the national loop at the far end of the circuit compared to hairpin number 3 like last time, but that's going to be a battle for the final podium. Zach Bowker, having barely featured throughout the day, I think he's had, well, I don't think he's finished a race so far, is up into 5th place aboard the number 41.
Flying. Absolutely flying. So they've obviously, whatever it was making it temperamental, has been fixed and is making it now a rocket ship.
Yeah, he was a prime contender for the NRG Cycles Unluckiest Driver of the Day award, which sees at the kindness of NRG Cycles, sees what we deem as the unluckiest driver of the day be awarded with some helmet and visor cleaner. So at least they can look nice tomorrow. And that, I was going to send that the way of Zach Bowker, but if he finishes in 5th place, I'm not sure I can do. You can't be unlucky and finish 5th. Andrew Collinson, though, out at the head of the field with Joe Lane behind him. Collinson plugs in a 42.2, fastest lap of the race for him. Pulls out 3/10 on Joe Lane in the 16, but Lane, in turn, the battle for 3rd has allowed Joe Lane in 2nd place in his final racing kart to move away from 2nd and 3rd, which is Max Prentice and Cales Cole, as Dan Kell, whatever was wrong with that number 89, has been fixed.
Whoa! That was the 77 of Jude Cole.
Yeah,
climbing all over the back, literally climbing over the back of the 84 of Lee Bell. It kind of had the Fast and Furious style drag race.
Unsurprisingly, Jude Cole earns himself a contact warning for that one, as Daniel Kell rides right round the outside of Ashley Savage.
And now takes 7th place, and he's right on the back of Paul Watson for 6th as well.
So Kell,
are we expecting a move here up the inside? I think we are. Here he goes up the inside of the hairpin 1.
I'm not sure he's going to have enough in the 8 laps remaining, despite the fact that he's putting in some amazing laps to close up 6 seconds on the back of the Prentice and Cole battle for third place.
I agree, but Savage followed him through as well, so that's relegated Watson from 4th all the way down.
Yeah,
sorry,
Cole
fifth
as
down
well
to
on the back now of Paul Watson. I think Watson now, we mentioned at the start of the day, he had some damaged ribs, and now he's had a day's worth of racing. I imagine they're not feeling any better for it, but he'll be straight back into the action tomorrow. Round number 4 here from the Teesside Autodrome. Oh, that's Chris Crowder in the 20 going round.
That is not a good place to spin either. He's fortunate that there's now nobody else coming through, because that is right on the racing line.
Running quite well,
was.
actually. They're up in 13th place, which has been as good as he has all day in the 20. So finally finding some pace aboard that number 20, and then finding his way round as we see Paul Swan and Paul Watson battling it out. So they're behind Jude Cole, so that'll be for 9th place.
Jude Cole up to 8th now as they went over the line. So Paul Watson, unfortunately, is dropping a few places here. He was up as high as 5th, I think, at one point, 6th, and is now dropping back. He's now in 9th, 13.3 seconds off the lead. We've got the 95 behind of Paul Swan and the 11 of Lee Bell. Lee Bell had the
great run there by Swan. Swan's gone now. Watson's gone really, really wide, giving up 2 places to.
Do you think Watson maybe has an issue? Do you think that's why he's dropping
Swan
down?
Well, he's losing places, isn't he, and dropping backwards. And we are beyond half race distance, but that's Ben Ficini behind him, one of the junior drivers, closing in on the back. So Watson now 16 seconds off the lead and going backwards aboard that number 34, and I think there's certainly something wrong with him. The junior of Ficini closing right up on the back, and Watson's going wide and letting drivers through.
Yeah.
And certainly a problem with that number 34.
That's a shame. I'm sure he's in 2 minds now as to whether to keep it cruising round and get finishing points, or whether to just park it.
Well, he's beyond half race distance, so they should credit him with his finishing position, but rather than currently going round in 11th, and I think he's got a fair bit of space behind him. I think back to Oliver Buckton, so hopefully he stays out there and keeps going round, picks up some points for what will be 12th place on the track. It'll be 10th in class as our race leader, Andrew Collinson, 1.5 seconds out in front with 3.5 laps remaining. Joe Lane on for what will be a superb 2nd place in his final outing for the switch to circuit racing in cars.
What's he racing?
Clio's or Ginettas, I believe, depending on decisions not yet been made, but I think that's the direction that Joe's going to go in.
Okay. Ginettas is a fantastic formula, of course. Drivers from here with pedigree in Ginettas as well. We test you on that, David?
Lando Norris came through Ginettas, not here.
Sarah Moore.
Very much so.
Came through Ginettas, and this is her home track.
She'll be out in a few weeks as part of the TMS Trico team for the British 24 Hours.
Looking forward to a catch-up with Sarah. It's been a while. Of course, Sarah now the W Series racer.
And Paul Watson did, in fact, in the 34, pull off and into the pit lane. So, as expected, problems there for the 34 of Paul Watson. And deciding to load that cart up before the end of the day. And will drop all the way to the bottom of the timesheets as Andrew Collinson round South Bank for the penultimate time. Last lap board awaits him. And Max Prentice has pulled away from Cales Cole. So all of our drivers in the top 4 have got good gaps between them. So unless something happens, although Max Prentice with a personal fastest lap of the race, trying to close in on 2nd place, might have left it a little bit too late, but still got to keep the pressure on. Joe Lane 1.2 seconds behind with half a lap as they go out onto the back straight for the final time. It's Andrew Collinson aboard the O plate. He was unbeaten in round 2. He's going to be unbeaten in round 3, and I'm sure he'll be confident for round 4 tomorrow. round hairpin for back marker in front of him. Don't think that one's going to come into play. Has a quick look over his shoulder. Is he slowing down slightly? Slows down over the line. Joe Lane's going to come over right on his tail. Collinson slowed at the end. Lane comes through in second place. Prentice in third. Not quite sure what was up with Collinson there.
Box. Yeah, well, I'm
not sure whether he slowed down just for a photo finish, or whether there are problems for that O-plated car, and whether he's. Well, let's see if he gets round the slowing down lap, but I think he just slowed down to let Lane close up onto the back of him, but very close at the end, only 0.153 of a second.
There's a lot of arm waving going on down the back straight.
Yeah, I think obviously
they're just having a conversation.
Yeah, obviously with it being Joe's final race, and most of the two-stroke lads are all parked together in the paddock, and a number of them, I say, racing together at the 24-hour in a few weeks' time.
It never ceases to amaze me, you know, that sign language exists, but karting has its own type of sign language. Universal hand signals that are coded and have their own unique meanings. Yeah, then there's one from Luke. Thank you. Or rather two from Luke.
Yeah.
Producer / director / something mean. I want to say something mean about you. But he pays my wages, ladies and gentlemen, so will be nice.
So there is Joe Lane.
We'll wait till we get off air.
For the final time in his karting career before a move over to cars, and a superb second place for him. Chris Crowther comes over.
Oof,
I tell you what, that front nose cone did not look like that at the start of the day.
No.
And Chris ends his debut weekend here at Teesside with the requirement of pushing out that nose cone.
So the finishing positions for that race, could I just check where Jude Cole finished? Do we know where Jude Cole finished overall? Our top junior.
Let me see if the times are still available on my.
There he goes, just over
Jude
the
Cole,
weighbridge.
Eighth place overall for Jude Cole.
So well done, Jude.
Collinson, Lane and Prentice, your podium. Kales Cole, Dan Kell, Ashley Savage, Zach Bowker, and then Jude Cole, our leader in juniors.
Okay, so here we are with the feature race, if you like, of the day. This is the top pro kart class, the senior pro karts, our second largest field of the day, and hoping for a repeat of the excitement that we had for Heat 3 as well. So we have Josh Falkus in first and pole position. Connor Lucas is in second with Scott Tate in third. Daniel Tate is fourth with Aaron Alexander moving up to fifth after his exploits in the last race where he came through the pack. Ross Jackman in sixth. Mark Tate is seventh. Connor White is eighth. James Dennis is ninth. David Brown is 10th. Brandon Truman Reddish moving up again to 11th. And Thomas Lowther 12th. Rob Lowe 13th, Steve Nichols 14th, Nigel Richardson is 15th, Simon Doughty 16th, Adam Wood 17th, Benjamin Happenden is 18th. Then we have Harry Burrell, Andrew Worley, Alban Down, and in 22nd and last place is David Morton. So who's your tip for this one then? It was a fantastic heat between Josh, Connor and Mr. Tate, Simon Tate. Scott Tate.
And
see, look. Scott Tate for Heat 3. It looks like we're going to get going pretty quickly here, but who's your tip?
I'm going to call a bold one on this. I'm calling Scott Tate from P3 to take this one.
Are you?
Yeah,
okay.
Bold one. I know it's difficult to go against Falkus and Lucas.
I'm going to go with Connor Lucas on this, but I'd like to see a surprise from Alan Alexander.
I just want to see it mixed up a little bit. Green flag is in the air. We are underway in racing.
Poor
and
start
it's a
from the right-hand line. Lucas takes the lead.
Great start from Connor Lucas. Josh Falkus bogged down, but still manages to get into second place. as Burrell in the 26 goes over the curbs.
So Alexander already up to 4th. He's made a place up off the line.
Yes,
so we think these 4 will potentially break away slightly. We've got a yellow flag and somebody around.
Spinner. Looks like Albert Dowell in the 183 goes round at hairpin number 1, joins back on without much fuss. So out at the head of the pack, Connor Lucas, Josh Volkers, Scott Tate and Aaron Alexander. The top 4, and let's see whether they can pull away. I think Dan Tate might want to tag onto the back of that, but I think he's got to focus on Ross Jackman in the 117 behind him. Aaron Alexander, if he does want to try and win this one, probably wants to get past Scott Tate sooner rather than later. Yeah, fastest lap of the opening thing by Aaron Alexander, coming through from 5th place.
He's had a look there, but Scott Tate was extremely late on the brakes. Josh Falkus was having a look at Connor Lucas as well, so all action amongst the front 4. Yeah, Connor Lucas head down, doing what, as we've said, doing what we call shrimping to try and get that air over the top of the helmet, just to give maybe even half a mile an hour faster down the straight, but it will make all the difference to lap time.
Yeah, there's every chance at some point during this race that every one of these 4 drivers could lead a lap, with Connor Lucas not being able to break away, and that was the thing that really won him the championship here last year, is that from pole position is that's Dan Tate comes into the pits and into retirement from the final, so retires from 7th place aboard the number 29, and we are 1 driver down.
That's a shame.
As I was saying, Connor Lucas last year, on the opening lap or 2, would pull out a second and then just hold the gap, and that was really what won him the championship, as much as anything, just getting out in the front, managing the pace and not letting anybody really get near him, and now he's right in the mix with 4 cars battling it out for the lead, as we see.
Alexander going up the inside. I've just seen through hairpin 3, he's got the run on
Great
Tate.
Move. Yeah, down the inside, and
has made it
as well.
Through, and Falkus is through for the lead.
So change for the lead, change for 3rd place. It's now Falkus, Lucas, Alexander and Tate. There's Daniel Tate, you see there, falling down the timing sheet as he drives off and into retirement. So Ross Jackman, Mark Tate, Connor White.
You can see Connor Lucas and Aaron Alexander both fully sideways coming into the corner.
Yeah, so both of them have got a great driver. So Connor Lucas defending already down that back straight out to Aaron Alexander.
Gives the tap of the helmet
of let's work together, because Josh Volkers has pulled a couple of kart lengths on the 2 of those.
I don't think Aaron Alexander's in any mood to hang about here. He wants through.
No, a young man from Kings Lynn in Norfolk looking to assert his authority.
And Scott Tate is right there as well. So Connor Lucas sets his personal best lap of the race with a 47.0. You've got that group now that we thought would happen. The front 4 would break away. So we've got Ross Jackman is 3.2 seconds back in 5th, followed by Connor White, Mark Tate, James Dennis, David Brown and Brandon Truman Reddish rounding out the top 10.
That's a great battle from 5th down to 10th or 11th. They're all side by side every lap down that back straight.
We've got Aaron Alexander. He's going to have a look here, I think, at Connor Lucas. Backs out of it at the last moment, tries to get the better run for hairpin 4, and there he goes up the inside. Set that up before. Lucas saw him coming and has done the cutback.
Slots back in, and once again, as you mentioned earlier, that overtaking move has allowed Josh Volkers another 2 kart lengths at the head of the field. Aaron Alexander is still fastest lap of his race, even though he managed to put an overtake in. Still only 3/10 off the leaders. I love that camera angle of them throwing it into hairpin 1.
The skill that it takes to be able to go this fast as well is with these cars, because they're not light carts, they're big heavy machinery, and to be able to get them into those kind of shapes and then not only recover it but carry the speed through the corner, it's just incredible.
I mean, the heavier weight limit in Rotax is only 177 kilos, which is they're a more powerful kart than the Senior Pro kart. The weight limit in Senior Pro kart 185 kilos, so 8 kilos more than Rotax with less power, so it does take a lot to be able to wrestle these carts round. Look at how close that is now. Lucas and Alexander right on the back of Josh Volkers at half race distance.
Absolutely. Lucas actually gave Falcus a little nudge coming into the chicane as well. He got a... Whoa, what is that?
Missing. Oh, that's some debris. That looks like a carrier bag or a bin bag of sorts. Caught up on Josh Falcus. Lets that one go.
Cool as a cucumber. Pulled it out. Threw it off the side.
I don't think Connor Lucas even ducked out the way behind.
I don't think Josh Falcus even blinked. Just casual, lift it up, throw it out. Oh, and sets the fastest lap of the race in the process. Here we go with a replay of it. There he goes.
That was caught round the side pod, wasn't it? And,
completely looking the wrong way, not looking where he's going. Bangs in the fastest lap of the race.
Fantastic from Josh Falcus. Still the gap remains just over a tenth of a second between your two leaders. As Aaron Alexander looks to push Connor Lucas down the back straight.
Scott Tate is desperately hanging on to that three-kart tow now, that three-kart slipstream.
Yeah, those three haven't overtaken anybody for a couple of laps. They've pulled away, haven't they, a little bit from Scott Tate.
Connor White now 4.3 seconds back of this pack.
Great effort for White though. He's been running in around about 8th or 9th most of the day. Now finds himself up in 5th in front of Ross Jackman, who currently leads the clubman class. Nigel Richardson as well. Looks like we've got a driver parked up on the inside. I think that's James Dennis possibly. Parked up on the inside of South Bank, heading into retirement in 20th place.
Alexander trying to get a good run here onto the back straight. Gives Connor Lucas the go for it signal. I'm not going to overtake you, to which Lucas gives a thank you. Okay, let's go. Let's work together, because they know that if they give Josh Falcus 2/10, 3/10, it's going to be game over here. We've only got 4 laps to go, well, coming up on 3 laps to go here. These two really need to work together.
Yeah, they'll close up, and I think we'll see.
Falcus again with the fastest lap of the race. So that's 2 laps in a row he's gone quickest.
Personal best as well for Connor Lucas. The gap goes out ever so slightly, but he's still there or thereabouts. 2/10 off the lead with Aaron Alexander in behind him. They've got half a second, then back to Scott Tate, who looks to be in a very comfortable 4th. There's everybody getting their head down behind the steering wheel, down the back straight. Those 3 of them very evenly matched, and it's great to see somebody else in the Connor Lucas, Josh Falcus. It's normally a 2-horse race between those two. I think for the last round we had Sam Tugwell getting involved as he came through the field in one of the heats to lead, but ended up finishing that race in 3rd place.
And we've had Scott Tate mixing it up as well today as well. So,
yeah,
so that's been really
great
good to see.
The front of the pack is closing itself up here at Teesside.
I think Aaron's just slightly dropped off the back of Connor, who's closed up slightly on the back of Falcon. Look at that style of Lucas. It's just... Are there ever 4 wheels pointing in the straight line with this car?
Confidence for Connor Lucas, driving that car like an autograss car with all his wheels facing in other directions as he heads round the South Bank. 1.5 laps remaining here, and I think we'll hopefully see a move towards the end. I think, thought he was going to go to the inside there of hairpin 4, decides to get the line right, and then closes right up on the back of Josh Falcus. Comes over.
Oh, there we go, side by side into the chicane.
What a late move. That's contact again between the 2 of them. Let's see if it opens the door for Alexander in 3rd.
He's right there. He's pushing Lucas along. Is Lucas going to have a look into hairpin 1?
Nothing between these two.
Falcus goes defensive.
Very defensive. He's going to do the same into hairpin number 3.
Look at the line from Alexander here. He's going to get a good run. He's going to get a good run here and straight. Oh, look at that white lining from Falcus. There's no way you're going to get through there. And there's a little bit of contact between them. And Alexander putting a nose in again. And here comes Tate up the inside for 3rd. And Tate pushing out. Alexander pushing him wide. And this will be the final corner. So Tate's going to take the podium.
Out of the final corner, Josh Falcus will come through to take the checkered flag. And a win for Josh Falcus in the Senior Pro Kart final from Connor Lucas, with Scott Tate taking the final podium position on the final sequence of corners from Aaron Alexander, who has to wait at the very least another day before picking up his first Senior Pro Kart trophy.
What a final lap, David. That was brilliant.
Between all 4 of those drivers. And Scott Tate, as we said, he hung on and he hung on, and it paid dividends in the end with that 3rd place. Josh Falcus down the back straight is ecstatic with that one.
A real shame for Aaron Alexander just missing out on the podium, but Scott Tate just opportunistic. The first three got themselves tied up. They thought it was just between the three of them, and then Scott Tate rocks up and says, "Thank you very much, I'll take third."
Yeah, fantastic. And that all came from Aaron Alexander trying to get the second place off Connor Lucas. And opened the door then for Scott Tate to come through and take the final step on the podium in our senior pro kart class. There is your winner, Josh Volkus, the O plate, and that should move him, even if it's only by a few points, into to the head of the championship here in senior pro kart, with Connor Lucas just behind him. So that does bring an end to the action here today from the Teesside Autodrome circuit. We'll be back tomorrow morning from 10:30 for round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Thank you as always to all the marshals out on circuit, the medical team, and everybody here at Teesside Karting for putting on a wonderful event. From myself, David Sullivan, Tom Butterworth alongside me, we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning from around about 10:30 on the Teesside Karting page and also Alpha Live.
If it's anything like today, David, it's going to be a fantastic day. I personally can't wait.
Cannot wait for it. It's going to be amazing, and we look forward to welcoming you all back for another great day of karting here at the Teesside Autodrome. From myself and Tom, thank you very much. See you tomorrow.